International Fight Nights return to Box Nation as Warren Boxing Management hosts the first of their Gibraltar series, live from the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Ollie Bezel. I am joined by Mr. Box Nation Umar Ahmed and Queensbury Promotions Sam Gilly. Sam, how are we?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm looking forward to an amazing night of boxing, and I mean, this venue's unbelievable. I'm excited.
Umar, International Fight Nights return to Box Nation. How exciting?
Yeah, this is incredible. Gibraltar, the setting, it's a good card tonight. Obviously, Kaisy is kind of the main attraction. He's always in a good fight, win or lose, so I'm looking forward to that. Good talents on like Alfie Gaskin, Jack McCann, who obviously you know very well. He boxed. You know, on Jack actually, how was he? What are you expecting from him tonight?
Listen, I'm glad, like, because I got on well with Jack. Like, there was no bad blood there, but I'm glad to see him move up in weight, and I feel like you'll get a really good performance out of him because he'll feel a lot fresher up at a heavier weight.
What did he pose to you, Jack, in that fight?
Listen, he was definitely a strong kid, but like I say, I think the weight took a lot out of him because he was a little bit slower. He was quite stiff, but hopefully you can get a good performance out of him tonight.
We spoke a little bit off camera over the last couple of days about the fight with Jack McCann. He's gone up a weight for this one though. How do you expect him to get on?
Yeah, no, I expect a good performance from him. Like I say, he'll feel energised. He'll have a lot more in the tank. He'll be stronger. So I reckon he'll get the stoppage tonight. I've seen the other lad at the weigh-in yesterday, and he's significantly smaller than Jack, and he is a strong lad. So I do expect him to get the stoppage.
You said that to me. You said you were surprised by Jack McCann because when you got into the rink with him, you looked over at him in the other corner. You thought he's got huge since weighing.
I thought he was a different person. Honestly, I got in the ring. Me and Rod looked at each other and went, "Cool, he's changed since yesterday." So, but I mean, I done it when I was boxing at welterweight. I drained myself too much, and it took something out of me. So Jack was obviously doing that, and like I say, he'll feel the benefits tonight of moving up.
But listen, that's Jack McCann. We've got an absolutely stacked card tonight. Let's look at the top of the bill. Kaisy Kademi, Commonwealth Super Flyweight title. Kademi fought for world titles at the start of last year, hasn't quite gone his way, but he's back in the title hunt tonight. What are you expecting from Kaisy, Umar?
Well, as I said, every time he fights, win or lose, he's in a firefight. He comes forward, he's relentless. He's an all-action fighter, so he's good to watch. So hopefully we'll get a good fight out of that. Obviously, you know, the Warren boys were looking for him to get back to winning ways, and yeah, Commonwealth title, then you can push on for other honours really. So just because you've had a couple of setbacks, especially the way boxing is at the moment, doesn't mean you can't go places. Good performance, good win tonight, and we're looking at big things, I think, for Kaisy. The
interesting thing about Kaisy is usually at York Hall in the main event, his crowd are going wild. They're blowing the roof off. It's going to be a little bit different in here tonight. Obviously, it's Gibraltar. His fans aren't going to be here, but you still expect a good crowd in here tonight. Lots of noise.
I mean, like I said at the start, you've turned this place around, and it's absolutely amazing. That's what I'm so excited to see. Because you've got the two lads fighting, the two brothers, and I mean, I'm sure they're going to pack the gaff out, and it's going to be exciting.
And then Umar, looking at the female Commonwealth title fight, Commonwealth silver, Orient's Lungu against Zoe Hunt-Smith. It's going to be the first female professional title to be competed for in Gibraltar, so historic night.
I didn't know that. Well, that just adds to it, doesn't it? Another title fight. I didn't know that fact as well, so that does add something extra special to this card, yeah, for sure.
And the female fights have always been good, not just on the Box Nation cards, but obviously on the Queensbury cards. Female boxing is still on the rise. What are you expecting out of these two tonight?
I mean, they've got to go and show what women's boxing is all about. I mean, it's Katie Taylor's obviously transcended women's boxing, and it's a steam train flying at the minute, and it's growing. I mean, it's great to see so many girls like where my gym there's an amateur gym, and there's girls all coming down there and and they've got loads of sparring, and it's so good to see. So yeah, they've got to go and put on a show and do women's boxing proud tonight.
It's going to be a good fight, that one, isn't it, Umar? I mean, like I say, it's going to be a historic night. First female professional title competed for in Gibraltar. Who are you expecting to get the win?
I don't know. I'm sat on the fence.
It's a 50-50,
It's a 50-50 fight. I don't know what the odds are. I haven't looked, but who are you going for?
If it was me, I think Orient's just edges it. But yeah, I think it's going to be a cracking fight. Another one of those fights I think is going to get crowd on their feet. It's going to stir the atmosphere in here. Let's look further down the card. The two Monte Griffo brothers, the two local fighters making their debut. So here's an interesting one. They only turned professional in the last couple of weeks. They turned from amateur to professional. They're going to be making their debuts in Gibraltar tonight. And Evan, who is fighting first, is going to be the first professional boxer to ever compete in Gibraltar as a Gibraltarian.
Well, that's unbelievable. I mean, what a thing for him to do. I mean, in his hometown, and yeah, I mean, that's going to be lively. That.
Yeah, making history again, Umar.
Yeah, again, another fact I didn't know. There's a lot sort of around these fights as well, and it's so good because you could get a local guy in here or a local girl from Gibraltar, and they sort of take inspiration from a good fight or one of these guys, and then they turn over, and then that builds boxing in this region. So it's so important that you do have a couple of sort of local fighters on the bill, because it can inspire someone in here genuinely. I think we've got probably half of Gibraltar in here tonight.
We have, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a very small island, so you know, I think there's about 1,300 people coming in here tonight. It's going to be a big crowd. Let's look down the card. We spoke about Alfie Gaskin slightly at the beginning. Again, a big moment for him. He took a loss early in his career, Alfie. Yeah. He's been on a winning run since. He's over at Peacock Gym now. Have you seen much of Alfie?
I've sparred Alfie when I was training for Louis Green and ended up fighting Jack. I needed to top my rounds up, so Alfie done like a back four with me after I'd done 8 with Denzel. So he got me when I was nice and tired, and he was a lot more awkward than I thought he was going to be. But yeah, I mean, he's a great kid, and that gym's just fantastic. I mean, every time I go down there, it's heaving with talent. And I mean, people come from all over the place to go down there sparring, and you walk in there and you've just got some of the best fighters in the world just knocking about. I mean, I've seen Jai Pataya in there sparring while I'm sparring with Denzel Bentley, and the names you've got ringside watching you as well. It's a fantastic gym.
Alfie said in the lead up to this one, actually Denzel has been one of his sparring partners. How important is it that young fighters like Alfie get that experience of going in with fighters of the calibre of Denzel?
Definitely. Look, Denzel's been right at the top with obviously Zahmatkesh, gave him a decent fight, especially in the latter part of that fight. So to be sparring someone like him, taking advice, obviously you've done rounds with Denzel as well. You know he's a good lad. He'll give Alfie, you know, a lot of encouragement, a lot of advice where he's going wrong as well. He'll point that out. So sparring people at the top level is like critical, because what do they say? Iron sharpens iron, right? So that is essentially what it is, and he can tell you all about that as well, Sam, because he's now at that level, isn't he?
Yeah,
Speak a bit about Sam,
mate. Like when I sparred Kell Brook back in the day, and that was the first time I sparred a world champion, and you just try and take as much as you can of these fighters. So, like, and you add that to there's little bits that you see. Like for me with Kell, it was the distance. He was literally stood right in front of me, and I couldn't hit him. And it's the first time that, because obviously coming from the amateurs, you're a bit bouncy and you're in and out, and your distance isn't as good. And that's the one thing I took from Kell. Like I want to be able to stand in that pocket and be able to work and not have to lose, like to give up the ground so much. And Alfie will learn from Denzel loads. I mean, Denzel's a very, very, very slick fighter, and he doesn't make many mistakes, Denzel, either. So it will do you good.
And it's not just about getting in there with the sparring either, just getting the knowledge from Denzel as well, so early in his career important.
Yeah, that's just being in there with fighters like that. I mean, like even when I spar him, I nick little things, and like every time you're in there, you're learning. So it can only do you good. You might get a couple of bruises and scrapes along the way, but it will do you good.
Umar, Alfie did take a loss early in his career in his 3rd or 4th fight. Since then, he's come back. He's on a winning run. He said to us that he didn't feel that keeping his O was as important now than it might have been a few years ago. That for him, it was more important to get in there with the best that he possibly could right from the start of his career. Do you think that's the right approach?
100%. As the way boxing's going right now, I think we are seeing prospects, guys who might be built more and, you know, be a bit more protected before. It all stems from Mayweather, when he had, you know, it did trickle down into the sport, and there was a time where you could get to 15, 16 and not really be in a proper, fully competitive fight. But the way boxing is now, it's filtering down from the top to the lower sort of levels as well, and the prospects like Alfie are having to go into 60-40, 70-30 fights early on in their career. So it's good for the viewer, and yeah, there are going to be sort of more talents and prospects taking losses early on, but as a sport, I think that's probably the best way to go. So I think Alfie's attitude is bang on there, yeah.
And look at a young prospect. We've got a host of Queensbury fighters on the card now. Every Box Nation show has a minimum of 4 Queensbury fighters. Keno White is one of those fighters on the card tonight. Your thoughts on Keno, Sam?
I mean, it's a great opportunity again for him to come out here and make a statement. It's good that the Queensbury fighters are getting onto shows like this to stay busy and not have long periods of time out of the ring. So yeah, he's got to come out, make a statement, and put on a show.
We had a number of Queensbury York Hall shows over the years, obviously, Umar. These Box Nation shows have kind of replaced those for the time being, while Queensbury obviously out in Riyadh and doing big things over there. But so important, these shows, for these young prospects under Frank's wing.
For sure. I mean, I spoke to Frank about this on Monday, just started this week, and he was saying that a good performance, someone who catches his eye, he wants them on his show. And I'm sure all the top promoters think like that, because it is the best sort of gauge for a promoter, because you can hear things about sparring, you can look at an amateur record, but this is the best test for a promoter, watching them under the lights, and you'll see what a fighter's all about. And if a fighter can impress, you never know. George and Frank could be knocking on your door.
And we've said it, we've seen it a number of times already since the relaunch of the Box Nation live events. We've seen a number of fighters go from Box Nation cards to Queensbury cards. So we're not just talking about it, it's really happening.
No, it is happening. And you have to look at how many dates now, I don't know the exact number, but I know it's a lot of dates they got with the Zone. So they will be having a night. I know George and Frank watch these shows, they've told me that. So for sure, those things are happening, where you're getting guys from here who are then being looked at to go on a Frank Warren Queensbury show.
It's good to feed it through like that, isn't it? Like, I mean,
it's like an academy system.
Yeah, 100%. And you're gonna, like I say, you're gonna keep fighters busy, and it's gonna push, like you say, with Alfie, like the lads taking harder fights. It's gonna help them in their career, make them better fighters. Then when they are ready to step through to Queensbury and go on in the big leagues, they're ready to go.
It's the same thing if you're playing for a United or a Chelsea or an Arsenal. Your reserve team or the youth team, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same concept, and yeah, a good performance from someone tonight, and they could be getting a big opportunity. And then if they take that opportunity on a Queensbury DAZN show, then their life can literally change.
And listen, it's starting to fill up in the arena now. Fans starting to trickle in. Give us a little insight into the thoughts of a fighter at this stage. You know, we're not long until the first bell now. Big card tonight. Some of the fighters are going to have to wait a few hours before they get in there. Talk us through how those fighters might be feeling backstage.
I mean, there's no feeling like it. I mean, once you get back there, I mean, once I get into the change room, I'll sit there and think, why do I do this? But I mean, it's a great feeling, especially like when it starts to fill up. You can feel like a few fights go on. You can feel the rumble of the arena. But I'm always quite relaxed in the change room. I mean, I've been doing this since I was 11 years old, so. You're excited to just get out there, but yeah, I like to keep it the same as in the gym. Like, everyone's bantering and having a laugh. Some fighters go the other way, some fighters like it quiet, silent. But it's all down to the individual. But yeah, they'll all be excited. There'll be some tension in there as well.
Is there an element of fear before you get into the ring? Not fear as in, you know, you're scared to fight, but is there that little bit of anxiety? I think Mike Tyson said if you're a fighter and you don't have that, then it's not the sport for you. 100%.
I mean, listen, people die in this ring. I mean, that's a very extreme way of putting it, but they do. So obviously you're wanting to come out with your health. That's the main thing. And your opponents come out with their health as well. But that anxiety, because you don't want to take a step back. Do you know what I mean? So this, you've put, well, I'll do 12-week camps. So I'll put 12 weeks every single day thinking about that 36 minutes in there. And it's your life. So there is a lot of pressure in that sense. And that's really where the fear comes from. And I mean, listen, you're going into combat, so you're going to have a little bit of butterflies about that. But the fighters do this day in, day out, so they won't be petrified, do you know what I mean? But it will be like the pressure of that, wanting to win and perform and put on a show for the fans and their family and friends and everything. It is nerve-wracking.
And Umar, talking about, you know, the Box Nation shows almost being like an academy for the fighters. Yeah. It's not just about who they're in the ring with, it's also getting used to the production, the pre and post fight interviews. You know, a big crowd in here tonight, you have to get used to all of that and overcome it to be able to succeed in this sport, right?
Well, the best way to prepare yourself for when it really gets tough under the bright lights and, you know, big arenas is to do this rather than not box on, you know, a broadcast and not have many people in there. So it's an ideal sort of preparation. I'm sure if you were starting your career, it'd be ideal going into sort of what you want to go further down. This would be ideal for you.
Do you know what? I looking around, I almost do miss like having the like chance to go on stuff like this. I mean, listen, I mean, hopefully I don't. But if I ever got beat and I needed a comeback fight, who knows? I could end up. I'd love to come on something like this. Do you know what I mean? And just get rounds out and stay busy and, like I said, stay active. But I mean, it's not far off from the bright lights of Queensbury. Definitely not.
Yeah, because it's not. You know, I know it's a small all show, but it doesn't have that feel.
No, it doesn't. No, big fight feel, 100%.
You know, you travel all over the world with Queensbury, Umar, obviously with Box Nation, not just Queensbury as well, but all the top promoters out here. How do these Box Nation shows now compare to them in terms of production setup? Obviously, a lot of the teams that work with us also work on the big shows. It's getting similar, isn't it?
Well, if you go on Queensbury's YouTube channel when they do the prelims before they go on, it's exactly the same. So the quality, obviously, got Brain Cut, who do the stuff for Queensbury, they're doing stuff for us as well. Like, it's top class stuff. So it almost, you know, obviously the big fights the really big fights have a different feel. But if this was a Queensbury show, and they have had shows like this, it doesn't feel any different. Obviously, we've got some big sponsors here for tonight as well, who are working with WBM and Box Nation. So it doesn't feel like I'm at a small hall sort of fight. It doesn't have that feel to it. So great for the fighters, great for the viewers, great for us, great for everyone involved.
Talking about the big fight nights, obviously the Queensbury deal with DAZN now, that comes into effect from April. Some huge fight nights coming up for Queensbury.
Can't wait. Next week, Manchester, Joyce Ergovic, which everyone was looking forward to Joyce White, but I think this is a tougher fight for Joe. Obviously, Hergovic suffered a tough loss against Daniel, but that is his only loss, and he was doing really well in that fight early on. He kept catching Daniel, he couldn't miss. So that is a tough fight for Joe. But if he could come through that, I think Joe puts himself back into real big fights. Like I was saying, a loss doesn't define you. I know he's had those losses to Zhang and Chisora, and it looked like at one point maybe Joe was done. But if he can beat Filip Hergovic, then you're into a massive fight. And obviously they've announced a couple of other shows, really good shows with Taylor Esserman in Glasgow and Kakachi Wood, which has got fight written all over it. I mean, that is just a fight fan's dream. That is probably the fight I'm looking forward to most out of the schedule that Queensbury announced with DAZN, because that is just 12 rounds of war if it goes 12 rounds.
You know, Sam, you know, you're in awe there of some of these big events that are coming up, but being a Queensbury fighter at this point in time, the new deal with DAZN comes into effect. It must be so exciting for you as a fighter to look at these shows and think that's going to be me in the next few months.
I'm in dreamland at the minute. I mean, like, things that are going on in boxing, what a time to be a fighter, and I'm very fortunate to be at this stage of my career and have won the fights that I've won to put myself in the position that I'm in. But yeah, I mean, a deal with DAZN, massive broadcast. And it means they can just put on huge shows. I mean, hopefully I'll have some news soon about my next one. But if it happens, wow! If what we're hearing is true, the main event, and where, wow!
So can you give us anything?
No, I can't. I'll end up getting dropped by Queensbury.
Don't want that. So huge fight night coming up for you, announced imminently.
I hope so. Yes.
Okay. Last time around, Jack McCann, feels like a lifetime ago now.
Oh, honestly, I mean, but like, Jack saved that show that night. So hats off to Jack. What a brave bloke to take 12 rounds and drop a weight division, because he was going to move up to 160 that night, to drop down, take a 12 round on a week's notice. Like, without him, Christmas would have been ruined, mate, because we'd have all been skinned. So, but yeah, I'm a Jack McCann fan tonight.
When you have such gaps between fights as you have with Jack McCann, how do you keep yourself going? Do you always stay fight ready in case something comes up, or? I mean, I'm big at the weight, so it's hard for me to stay like near the weight. I'll never be able to do that because I get in the ring the next day so big. But I'm always sparring. I'm always in the gym. I'm lucky enough to be full time. I've got some great sponsors, and they allow me to train every day. So I'm living a dream. And Umar, going back to these DAZN cards, looking at the heavyweight division, Moses Atalma is back out in Manchester.
No, I think he's going to be on the Glasgow card.
Oh, it's Glasgow.
They were looking at him to box in the Manchester card, but it's looking like Glasgow he's set to return. The fighter I'm probably most, I'll just say, I shouldn't probably be saying it, but I'll just say it, I'm the fighter I'm most excited about in world boxing, not just in the UK. He's a freak. I'll leave it at that.
He's an absolute joke. He shouldn't be able to do what he does at that young age. Move how he does. He's an elite boy, man. And,
well, he's still a young.
Yeah, he's
that's a scary thing.
he's an elite kid, mate. I mean, what we got to see, like the things we're going to see him win and do, I'm excited.
But for a 20-year, I mean, heavyweights don't come into their prime
20.
at 30, 31. He's got a 15-year potential career there. He could do what Klitschko did and just reign and reign and reign.
Listen, exceptional talent. Moses Atoma, we'll talk more about him later on, but it's time to get to the action. We're going to throw to our MC, Mark Burdiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to viewers of Box Nation viewing through the YouTube channel. Please welcome into the ring from Prague, Czech Republic, Stanislav Eschner. I'm going to put the mic under your hand. And camera's that way.
A very, very good evening, everybody. We're live on Box Nation and the YouTube channel, and a very big night indeed ahead.
From Chichester by way of Iran, Iman Zahmatkesh.
And the honour of being the nominal home fighter here in Gibraltar as we open this show goes to Iman Zahmatkesh at cruiserweight, our 4-round opener tonight. Here we are in Gibraltar. The build-up has been absolutely great this week. We've got a wonderful venue here at the Europa Sports Complex, and we're all very keen to get on with it.
This evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the cruiserweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 18 wins, 9 by way of knockout, 22 losses and a draw to his name, weighing in 91.2 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Prague, Czech Republic, Stanislav Eschner. And across the ring in the blue corner, with 2 wins, 1 by way of knockout, weighing in 90.1 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Chichester, by way of Iran, Iman Zahmatkesh. Your referee will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, you know boxing rules, okay? No hit by the back, under the belt. Obey my command. Good luck and touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
So thanks to our MC, Mark Burdiss, and we're all set to get underway. Welcome once more, everybody, live on the Box Nation YouTube channel at cruiserweight. To get underway tonight, 6 rounds scheduled. Iman Zahmatkesh against Stanislav Eschner. And just before we focus completely on the action, one further little thought as we get underway. Only the 5th time that a professional boxing event has ever been staged, we're told, here in Gibraltar. But the hope is that this is the one that is going to do more for boxing here in Gibraltar than all the others put together. And as we go, joining me, Paul Dempsey. Delighted to have Sam Gilley, the Commonwealth Super Welter champ. I think you've heard already tonight on Box Nation, very eloquently indeed, actually, from Sam. And we're also going to be joined very shortly by Tarik Zena, who's our expert guide here to all matters to do with boxing in Gibraltar. Sam, just give us an early impression of what you're seeing from Zahmatkesh. This is his 3rd pro fight tonight.
I mean, his distance, he's staying right on top of his opponent, and there's no warming into this one. He's right in front of him, he's right in his face, and he's trying to let go. He's been clipped a couple of times. Needs to be careful on with his defence, but yeah, strong start.
Background in the Islamic Republic of Iran, but based in Chichester nowadays. Stevie Smith has been bringing him through the early stages of his pro career. He did make his mark actually in British amateur boxing. He reached the 2022 National Amateur Championships. And a point of reference for all our viewers tonight, Sam, he lost there against Pat Brown, who of course was part of the Team GB squad at the Olympic Games. Brown actually turned pro last night with a victory. Yeah. So over to you. Win.
Yeah, he had a fantastic performance last night. I mean, there's no shame in losing in a national final. I was never in one of them. I was never good enough when I was a bit younger. But he's obviously got a lot of talent. So yeah, it'd be good to see how he gets on tonight.
I think you're selling yourself a bit short there, aren't you?
No, honestly,
I see what you did there.
I was terrible in the amateurs. I was no good. I only got good when I turned pro.
We don't believe you. Anyway, the focus at the moment is on Zahmatkesh. It's been a fairly systematic workover for the first couple of minutes from Zahmatkesh of Stanislav Eschner, but Eschner earns a living by surviving. And in fact, he's been on a decent run, I should point that out too. Won 3 of the last 4, not in this class. And the question is whether the work rate alone is beginning to tell as we close this opening round, the first of 6. I think he'd like to hear the bell right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's turning the screw really early. I mean, like I said earlier, there's no feeling out process. He's sticking it straight on him. It's a good performance so far.
There's the clapper for the last couple of seconds of this round, working all the way through to the bell. Iman Zahmatkesh. So delighted to have Sam Gillies' company tonight, and also a real pleasure to welcome to Box Nation on YouTube Tariq Zaina, who is pretty much the star turn in these parts, but let's focus on you a little bit later. Welcome. Great to have your company tonight.
Thank you so much for having me, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here.
And before we get into the details of this one, just a line from you, please, about what this occasion means here in Gibraltar, because you are a local.
It's a historic event, and it's called the Gibraltar Series for a reason. There's going to be more shows to come, and I'm just very proud and very happy to be witnessing a boxing event in my home country. You know, I really can't put it into words.
I think you can. You're a man of many parts, as we'll find out tonight. But Tariq's got his own amateur boxing story. His time at Leeds University, 70 amateur fights, Morocco international, turned pro, did it the hard way, went to Mexico, if you please. And in addition to all of that, it's the first time I've ever worked with anybody who's got a master's degree in blockchain technology.
I don't even know what that is.
Neither do I.
It's the underlying
We've
technology.
got to up our game, Sam. Yeah. Here we go anyway with the second round. Iman Zahmatkesh at cruiserweight, hailing from the Islamic Republic of Iran, but trying to build his pro career here in, I was going to say the United Kingdom, but Gibraltar in this particular case, but I think you know what I mean. The pro debut ended in the first round, and then he beat Ryan Lambourne on points. Now, I was about to say there, Sam, that one of his sparring partners let us know during the week that he's got a liver shot that needs to be avoided, but he was trying to demonstrate that to us right there.
I mean, that was that's my favourite punch as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing him detonate that.
I just think Iman is doing good, but he needs to be a bit more defensively aware. He seems to be getting hit here and there, and you know, on a high level, you can't be affording to get hit so easily. So he should be a bit more defensively, how do I say, a bit more defensively aware, in my opinion.
Eschner's upped it a bit for me in this second round, and now Zahmatkesh tries to put him in his place.
Good fight, good fight.
It is very competitive, and what proves to me that Eschner is not intending to be rolled over here, Sam. He might easily have gone and sat on the rope, but now he does go over. It's a loss of balance more than anything, but it is going to count as the first knockdown.
He's hurt.
He's hurt his ankle, I think.
His ankle, yes. He's hurt his ankle.
Badly hurt his ankle. This is a sad way for it to end, but that is where it does end in the second round. And it's a good-looking victory from Iman Zahmatkesh's point of view, but it came rather easily there, I thought, Tariq.
Good fight though. It was a good 2 rounds of learning for Iman, and it's a shame the opponent got injured. He was really putting up a good fight, man.
He was just starting to get himself going there. That's a real shame. It looks like he's hurt. It looks like he's done his knee.
Often follows that you go over on the ankle, but it's the knee that takes the especially a big guy like that.
Yeah, he went over very awkwardly. I'd like to see the replay, but I hope he's all right.
Here we are, here we have it.
What a shame, what a shame, what a good fight that was.
Immediately, he twists the ankle, but all the weight goes through the knee, that's the problem.
Jars his knee, doesn't he, as he lands. But still, up until that point, it was a good fight, competitive fight. You just touched on the defence. But yeah, the first 2 rounds was a solid performance.
Zahmatkesh is obviously sympathetic, as any good sportsman would be, but he's done his job in fair style there. Business-like performance, perhaps, Sam, is the best way of describing it. From my point of view, what do you think?
Very, very straight down to business. Like I said, he was straight in his face, letting the big shots go. And it's a shame because it was warming up in that round, and it was looking like it was going to be a really exciting fight. So it is a shame, but it's another win, and he can push on now.
I'm not sure he can actually go to the middle of the ring at this moment. Here comes the announcement.
53 seconds of the second round. The contest has been stopped. The winner by knockout in the blue corner from Chichester by way of Iran, Zahmatkesh. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the very brave and gallant Stanislas Eschner.
That's not how Eschner wanted his trip to Gibraltar to end, of course.
What a shame, what a shame. It was
Well,
a good fight.
it's always more of a shame for somebody with his career profile. That's his 42nd pro fight. He earns a living by doing this as often as possible, every couple of weeks, if at all possible. It's a stoppage defeat, although I don't think there's any question of any longer-term damage in that sense. However, the knee is going to be a problem on what we've seen.
Absolutely.
No problems tonight for Zahmatkesh. That's now 3-0, 2 stoppage victories for him. He looks like he could be a handful, I think, Sam, for the others. Do you?
I mean, he's exciting, he's strong, he's hittable as well, so it means he's going to be in some interesting fights, because that bit of vulnerability always makes it a bit more entertaining. But yeah, he's definitely a prospect to watch.
And it's not often we get fighters from Iran as well, so it's a sight in itself, having an Iranian fighter fighting in Gibraltar, you know?
I'll say one thing about them. I've never seen an Iranian fighter who was not a tough guy. And I mean that as a compliment.
Absolutely.
They have that mentality, don't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Much like the Moroccans, and your family is Moroccan by background, I know that.
Yes,
Same kind of thing.
Come forward, war on their mind.
So Zahmatkesh starts with a victory. And this is the first of 13 fights on this pack card. They're still coming in. I think it almost goes without saying, an absolutely glorious day here. And whatever about the interior of this incredibly well-appointed venue, the Europa Sports Centre, the setting here, and I've actually covered football in the football ground right next door, but this has got to be one of the most dramatic settings of any boxing venue anywhere in the world. So we'll just pause for a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Bradford, Yorkshire, Jake Pollard.
The action is fast and furious here on Box Nation on these YouTube shows. Here we go straight into our second live fight. It's at bantamweight, and here comes Jake Pollard from Bradford.
And from Dagenham, Essex, please welcome Agius.
So this is pro fight number 7 for Agius. He remains unbeaten. He remains a young man, considered a talent, but already 1 or 2 questions to answer perhaps. Hasn't been entirely smooth progress so far.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the bantamweight division. Firstly, out of the red corner with over 85 contest, his name weighing in at 53.3 kilograms, and tonight he wears the white shorts with red trim. Please welcome from Bradford, Yorkshire, Jake Pollard. And across the ring in the blue corner with 4 wins and 2 draws, weighing in 53 kilograms, and tonight he wears the white shorts. Please welcome from Dagenham, Essex, Kerim Agius. Your referee, Michael Brown, now giving his final instructions.
Okay. You know the rules? No head, under the belt. Obey my command, okay? Good luck. Touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Strong Dagenham connections for Kerim Agius. He started with the Dagenham Police ABC. And he made his name as an amateur with that very shot there, the right hand. He delivered a right hand Sam in an amateur club show in 2018, which apparently went viral all around the world. And I think he started tonight by trying to make it a double.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this fight. They had a little bit of a push and a shove at the weigh-in yesterday. So I know Kerim likes that sort of, he likes that sort of hostility with his opponent. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs here.
Pollard knows his place in the scheme of things, but where would we be without fighters like Jake Pollard? This is his 88th pro fight tonight. A single victory, and that in itself made headlines, rightly. July 2023. His first win, conveniently enough, came in his 50th pro fight against Louis Smithson. I'm not saying Louis Smithson was being unusually kind, but anyway, it just shows what a heart all you guys have got, really. And people thought it was great that Pollard had won one.
And Pollard is from Bradford, so he's going to be a tough boy.
Smithson then went about putting the record straight, incidentally, and he won the rematch too. 2 months later.
These boys that they fight week in, week out. They make boxing for prospects coming up. Without them, we wouldn't be able to get the experience and learn on the job. So they're a vital part of the boxing community.
Indeed. And this is the point we're trying to make in our opener tonight. You know, if you have to sit it out for 6 weeks or so, everybody's a loser in that respect. 82 times out of 86 defeats, Pollard has heard the last bell, which means he can check his diary after the fight and say, right, next week I'm in
back to work.
Sheffield, then it's Leeds, etc. But here he is in Gibraltar, and every one of the fighters on the card tonight loving the opportunity through this promotion to get a chance to savour this. We repeat, only the 5th professional boxing show ever in the history of Gibraltar. And Agius from the centre of the ring all the way through this first round. It's little more than target practice, Sam, but sometimes I think when it's like that, it's up to the fighter who's obviously the on-top fighter to do a bit more than just showboat from the outside. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, but you've also got to stay switched on, because although it does seem like target practice, if you switch off for that one moment, you can be clipped and it could all be over. So, but he's doing the right thing here, Kerim. I mean, it's going to be hard to get his opponent out of there. I mean, like you said, he's barely been stopped. But yeah, he's doing the right thing here. Just like to see him feint a little bit more before he starts going. Just maybe try and get a little reaction out of his opponent, and then dig them shots in.
Been fought at a reasonable pace this first of 4 rounds at bantamweight. Tariq Zaina, over to you.
That was a good round for Agius. You can see he still has a bit of an amateur style. He's still switching with no reason, going from orthodox to southpaw with his hands down. But he's doing good. He's whenever he throws punches, he sits on his shots. And yeah, he's 1 round up so far.
It really has got a big fight feeling, hasn't it, here tonight? You wouldn't know we're in a sports centre. It feels like you're at a Queensbury show. They've done so well, Warren Boxing Management and Box
also,
Nation.
because we're in Gibraltar and we don't really get much boxing events here, so when it's a big thing when this happens, you know.
Yeah.
Tarek is going to be our expert local guide through the night. There are several Gibraltar connections with the fighters on the card as we go through the night. Starting here with Karim Agius of Dagenham in our second round at bantamweight. Going to have a little pause in the action here. The gum shield has come out. And of course he's got to scoot across to the neutral corner to get going again, which he does briskly enough. I had a little rant on Talk Sport, I don't know if you heard it, Sam, last week about the amount of fighters I've seen losing the gum shield, losing in inverted commas, twice, 3, 4 times in a round to buy time. I don't think he was doing that there, Pollard, in fairness to him.
No, I mean, I don't even think he wanted them to rinse it off. I think he'd just put it straight back in and it just carried on. But my gum shield's never, I don't think it's ever come out in my career.
Pleased to hear it.
I've got one of them ones that I mean, it's harder to pull it out, like to spit it out, would be impossible. But yeah, they're.
I had mine fall out one of my fights, and I didn't know that the action carries on after it fell, and I just stopped, and my opponent whacked me with a massive left hook.
Defend yourself all the time.
Yeah, it was a good lesson.
Karim Agius can walk into range at will, and with the best will in the world, Pollard is never going to be considered a real puncher. Got to keep on the move, I guess, hasn't he? That's the answer, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to make things awkward, but that's where Karim needs to be. He needs to be careful when he switches, and he's switching in front of Pollard. He does square up, so that obviously as you square up, the target's a lot bigger. So he does need to be careful. Like, he's been clipped again there, but yeah, he's putting some good shots together. I'd just like to see him change the pace of his shots as well. Like maybe tap, tap, tap to the head, then shoot the body, then change the angle. Just do a little bit. There you go, like that.
Pollard is a smart fighter. He throws a big bomb here and there, and that keeps his opponents respecting him. And as you can see, Pollard is mainly in the middle of the ring so far. He's not really been running around surviving, you know.
Well, that's what comes with 88 professional bouts on your card, I guess. And he's not actually had it all his own way in this second round, Agius, which is probably a good thing all round. Made him think a little bit. And he, again, pauses for reflection before he continues.
He still has that amateur style. He's still trying to look good. Where in the pro business, it's about hurting your opponent. It's not about looking good. But, you know, this is what this fight is for, right? So he can learn about the business of things.
Point was made just a moment ago that he's quite square quite a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, as he moves up, he could be punished for that. I mean, if a fighter times him and meets him with a shot, like as he's walking in there, square on, head static, like you will get punished as you go up the levels. So that's where he does need to watch that.
No doubt, Sam, no doubt. That was well said. And this is something that fighters need to learn. When we go from amateur to pro, we need to understand it's not about looking good. It's about hurting your opponent as much as possible and getting the knockout and showing people what you're really about. And Karim is good. You can see he's a talented kid. He just needs to work on a few things. And but so far he's doing well. He's won both rounds.
What is the main point that you've developed so far in terms of what needs to be thought about?
As in for this fight?
Yeah, no, from Agius' perspective.
I just think he needs to stop worrying about changing his stances often. As you can see, he changes from orthodox to southpaw quite a few times throughout the round, and just set his mind on, okay, I need to get this guy out of there, or I need to beat him on points, and just do his job instead of standing and wondering and observing. As you see, he's done quite a lot with his hands down.
A chance tonight for Karim Agius to look like a threat in this really stacked British bantamweight division at the moment. This is his 7th pro fight, still at the novice stage in fairness to him, but it would be nice if he could put a few of the others on notice that he's one to keep an eye on, and this has not perhaps gone quite to plan. He's dominating Jake Pollard completely, but Pollard at no point yet, Sam, has looked under any proper pressure, has he?
No, I think with Karim's style, I think the more active fighter that's in front of him, obviously he'll perform better himself. It's quite hard to do anything other than what he's doing against opponents that really ain't throwing much, especially when he's obviously an elusive counter puncher. So you need some shots to come at you to find the gaps. So I mean, when he does step up the levels, I'll put money on Karim shining a bit more than he is tonight. But because it is hard work to look polished against these lads that are so experienced.
It's a very fair point you make.
You can see Pollard's got a lot of experience, man. He really, really knows what he's doing in there. You can see everything. He knows his positioning. He throws the hard shot here and there to keep you at bay. Every now and then he throws a little jab. He's really, really well experienced.
And speaking of this bantamweight division, we've got in the first row across from us here in the brilliantly appointed arena, the Europa Sports Complex, we've got the Edwards brothers in attendance tonight, Charlie and Sonny, and of course Charlie's now a top 10 rated bantam. Andrew Kane of course leads the way in Great Britain. There's other real quality fighters aplenty. Ashley Lane, Connor Butler, Harvey Horn is still in there, and there are others. I don't think he's on a scouting mission either of the Edwards brothers tonight incidentally, but it's a chance to make a little bit of noise for himself, Agius, in esteemed company like that.
Yeah, you want to, like you said earlier, you want to put the division on notice. So the fact you've got a former world champ, well, 2 former world champions sat at ringside.
Far side right now as we look.
It's yeah, it's you do want to put that show on and look classy doing it as well.
He's doing all right. He just needs to put the combos together a bit more and not sit on the ropes like he's doing right now, because as you can see, Pollard just landed a couple of shots there.
Doesn't need any more encouragement, does he, Pollard? He knows that's a safe place, doesn't he?
I was just about to say, that was brilliant. He held him with the left hand, hit him about 3 times with the right, and then just held him. So he bought himself about 10 seconds there. They can nick their way through rounds so well, these boys. It's unbelievable.
He's done well in that respect in this round as Pollard, and now, I don't know whether he can hear us or not, but he's at it again.
That was a good round for Pollard, absolutely. You could even argue he won that round, this round 3.
He just threatened to dazzle early on, but he's been made to work every minute of it so far, which again is the prime purpose here tonight. Tariq, over to you.
Good fight so far. You can see Pollard's got a lot of experience. He's a tough kid from Bradford, and he's really giving Agius a good test. As you can see, Agius in the corner, breathing a bit heavy. And this is what you want for your 7th fight, man. You know, this is what you want. It's really good that Pollard is coming at him, and he's not just moving around trying to survive. Agius will take a lot from this fight.
I think it's time for him to step up after this. I think it's around like 7 to 10 fights. You start needing to test yourself against lads that are there to beat you. Like, so I think after this, it's time for him to step up, because he's got the ability, he's got the talent. So, and I think, like I said earlier, the more the threat that's in front of him and the more punches that are being thrown at him, the better he will look.
And all respect to Pollard, he really didn't come to be on the back foot. He's been in the middle of the ring most of the fight.
So the 4th of 4, Agius in front. Pollard had his successes in the 3rd round, not being one-sided by any means, and Agius starts sharp. I think maybe Robert Warren had a little word in the ear while he was doing a bit of dabbing with the towel as well, to say, this is a chance to look good tonight, you know. Make sure you look good.
Yeah, you don't want to wind Robert up either, so he better do as he's told.
I'd be really fascinated to watch this kid in sparring, I think, Agius. To go and watch him in the gym for a few days in a row, to see what kind of level of intensity is going in there.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was breathing heavy on the stall, but he looks to have got a second wind in this round. He's back on the move. He's putting his shots together. But I would like to see him change the pace of his stuff. Everything's very one-paced. There's yeah, it's like and put a second phase on that as well. You touch with one shot, then go again. Like as he throws it, you need to. That's the thing with him switching and moving his feet so much. A swing from Pollard, if he takes half a step and he's better with his range, he can punish Pollard for that swing.
Very well said, Sam. Instead of evading shots by moving completely back, just a little lean back, and you can still stay in the danger zone and come back with something.
Yeah, exactly.
Good fight so far, though. Honestly, all respect to Pollard, man. He's really putting Agius go to work here, you know.
The 2 draws on the record for Agius. I don't suspect there's any possibility of making that 3. He's certainly, in terms of output, he's well ahead overall in this fight. That alone should be enough to convince the referee that it is a victory for Agius. However, Pollard is determined to keep him up to his work.
Absolutely. The one thing Agius is doing that is great is really making Pollard miss miserably like he just did there, and that usually looks really good. And you know, usually you can win rounds just making your opponent look bad, and that's exactly what Agius is doing. Although he's not throwing much, like Sam said, I'd like to see him put his shots more together, but he's looking good.
That's the point you made there, Sam, isn't it? When he's square and he throws a big one and he's off balance, he's going to get found out at a higher level, for sure.
And just when he switches and pulls that foot back, he's too far away to capitalise on a mistake by Pollard. So that's a little pointer for him to work on. And like there, he's switching and moving, and his head's high. It's dangerous once you step up the levels, especially like some of the names you mentioned in that division. They will punish him. Like walking forward there and switching his feet at the same time. I know that's his style and that's how he likes to box, but he will get punished doing stuff like that.
Probably a victory, probably still in the comfort zone tonight.
Yeah, he didn't get out of first gear really. I would have liked to have seen him go through the gears a little bit more, but sometimes, like I say, when you've got an opponent in front of you that's probably got the hardest forearms in the world, because he's just tucking up and he ain't moving. So I mean, he done really well for what was in front of him there. Brilliant.
Forearms, brilliant line by the way. Forearms and forehead.
Yeah,
probably.
Exactly.
He takes the shot, doesn't he?
Great fight, and all respect to Pollard. He really came to give it. He did not came to lay over, and he really tested Agius. And like Sam said, he can take a lot of things to work on here, you know, definitely. And one thing I would like to mention, if he's willing to take the pointer, is don't focus on having a little dance and having a little showboat. Focus on hurting your opponent instead of having a little dance. And that in itself can change his mentality. And instead of making an opponent miss and have a dance, you're going to make an opponent miss and come back with something, you know?
Just on that very point, Robert Warren has just exited stage right, but is obviously the esteemed brother, the one and only Mr. Frank Warren. I was reading Frank's comments during the week about, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting what Frank said in any way, I don't believe I am, that the best he ever saw in Britain was Nazim Hamed. And in terms of style, there's a little bit of post-Hamed about Agius tonight, but one very big difference, everybody. Hamed was, pound for pound, the biggest puncher probably in British boxing since the Second World War. Yeah. That's a bit of a difference.
Yes, Hamed was very elusive, but he had a lot of power by.
So we're all set to get the card from Mark Burdis. The final tally is being checked, which might encourage Pollard that he's got something out of this. If so, he would have deserved it, perhaps. Agius is quite convinced that he's won it. There's probably little doubt over the overall outcome.
Never known a card take so long for a 4-rounder.
It's usually not good when it takes that long.
Yeah, you know, innit?
And still, the check goes on. While we wait, we've got, again, the pleasure of Tariq Zaina's company, and you've got a bit of background info for us here.
So ringside right now is my long esteemed first ever boxing coach called Ernest Victory, who started the first ever boxing gym in Gibraltar, and to this day he still runs this gym, and there's still amateur fighters out of that gym. And yeah, just wanted to give him an honorable mention.
Thank you very much.
And the guy fighting on the card tonight, Tyrone, is also started with him.
More later on all of that. Now I think we've got the tally, and it's over to Mark Burdis.
Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the Maltese Boxing Federation, we don't give scores, we just give the corner. So the winner is the blue corner. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Jake Pollard. And our winner now, Karim Agius.
It's not going to become a great murder mystery thriller on the level of the Maltese Falcon or something like that, but as Mark Burdis has just explained, and perhaps I should have said something earlier, our sanctioning body here in Gibraltar is actually the Malta Boxing Association, and we thank them for all their endeavours. They have their own rule book like they all do all around the world. Agius gets the decision. Sam, what's your final verdict on it?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he got the most out, the best out of it that he could. few things to work on, which is always good. You don't want to be like, you can never be perfect, so you can go to the gym and concentrate on them. And but yeah, it's another good solid performance from him. Time to step up next.
Thank you, Sam. We're going to hand it over to Umar now for the interview with our winner. Umar, over to you.
Just talk me through that win. I'm happy to get out here in Gibraltar tonight and get some rounds in the bank and get that win.
Listen, it's amazing, especially in the crowd. They've brought loads of support out here, so it's only right I put a little show on, get the 4 rounds under my belt. As we've got some big news in the pipeline, I just need to get the rounds and rounds as much as I can for the big one that's coming up.
Well, we can reveal that. I'm going to bring Alfie Warren in. May 17th, Southern Area title at your call, is that correct?
Yeah, May 17th, Karim's going to be challenging for the Southern Area title against Paul Roberts, live on Box Nation. So, massive fight. Listen, he just, exactly what we were speaking about all week to Karim. Get the rounds in. I wanted him to be cautious. You know, sometimes he was a little bit too cautious, but he didn't want no cuts. We know how he fights, he's all action. So, I didn't want to risk the fight getting put on, but he did need to get out. Glad that he's here, put a good shift in, and now we're on to the Southern Area title.
Karim, just get your reaction to that big news.
Yeah, well, listen, I knew it was coming. I just have to, it's God's plan, and I need to keep my head down and focus for May 17th. And that title's coming back to East London, Dagenham.
Listen, May 17th, good luck. Southern Area title fight live on Box Nation. We'll see you there. Cheers, Al.
Ladies and gentlemen, into the ring from Brazil, please welcome Jonatas Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira.
Jonatas de Oliveira is not a stranger to us in this part of the world, the Brazilian. He's had 1 or 2 good nights, but not in recent times. He's lost the last 18, in fact, but he's a very hard man to put away. Only stopped twice in his whole career.
And from Lowestoft, Suffolk, Kino White.
So here comes young Mr. Kino White. He's only 19 years of age, still in the very earliest part of his pro career, but it's 3 out of 3 so far, 1 stoppage victory. But a whisper so loud that it might as well be shouted from the Suffolk rooftops that if he comes through this tonight, he might be part of a very big Fabio Wardley occasion.
This evening is a 4 3-minute round international contest in the super lightweight division. Fighting out of the red corner with 6 wins, 5 by way of knockout and 24 losses to his name, weighing in at 63.9 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black and gold shorts. Please welcome from Brazil, Jonatas Rodrigo Gomes de Oliveira. And across the ring in the blue corner with an unbeaten 3 wins, 1 by way of knockout, weighing in 64.9 kilograms. And tonight he wears the red, white and black shorts. Please welcome from Lowestoft, Suffolk, Kino White. Your referee, Michael Brown, will now give his final instructions.
Boxer. Okay. You know boxing rules, okay? No hit behind the under the belt, okay? Obey my command. Protect yourself all the time. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Third fight of the night here on Box Nation. Welcome everybody joining us on our YouTube platform. Kino White hopes to prove he's one for the future here. at the age of just 19 against the vastly more experienced, the 30-year-old Brazilian, Jonatas de Oliveira. Keno White hails from Lowestoft, which of course was the hometown, or at least the birthplace, of the 2012 Olympic bronze medalist Anthony Ogogo, who, from memory, lost to a Brazilian, of course, didn't he, at the London Olympic Games?
He did. Oh, that's a stat you pulled out there.
Esquivel,
Wow.
Falcao, Florentino. Don't stop me when I'm on a roll. It doesn't happen very often. Anyway, so I hope I'm not jinxing this one tonight for White. Smooth progress so far. But Oliveira's a lively operator, isn't he?
I personally know Oliveira. I know he's a tough kid. He's been in there with some good opposition, and he fought in Saudi as well recently against Ziad Al Mayouf.
Correct.
So I know he's good. I know he's a tough kid. It'd be a good fight for White.
I think he's easily good enough to keep White very busy. It's a great right hand, wasn't it? And White, right across the ring, Oliveira went back in a straight line, hoping to feel the rope on his back, and he says, I'm there now, you can hit me with whatever you want. And now he claims him.
That was a beautiful counter right hand. Little shoulder roll, drew him in. And that's what I was saying in the previous fight about being there to punish your opponent when they make mistakes. That was perfect there from White. Brilliant.
He's putting plenty behind these right hands. Doesn't he throw it well?
Yeah, he does. And it looks like Oliveira's still a little bit wobbly on his legs here, so he's doing the right thing. He's going downstairs. This is a very...
Oliveira's in big trouble. He's shaking his head, and he's obviously a very fit kid. I thought that at the weigh-in yesterday. He's taking the shots well enough, but he was nearly blown off his feet a couple of times already here. And remember, the Brazilian's only been stopped twice before tonight. White's enjoying doing this.
This is a statement first round, this is.
Yeah, White is looking good. I love how he's mixing it up head and body as well.
And staying cool. Now he knows he's got to just drop the tempo and prepare to lift it again, rather than going all out gung-ho. That's also impressed me here.
Only thing, White should not fall for the showboating. He's talking back to Oliveira. Just focus on keep hurting the guy. Keep hurting the guy.
Point taken, Tariq. Goes underneath with the left hand.
Just needs to disguise that a little bit better. Just tap upstairs, then whip that body shot a little bit quicker. That left hook to the head was a little bit, where he loaded it up a little bit. He didn't disguise the body shot as well as he could have done.
Great fight
I'm being very
so far.
picky there.
It's because you love the left hook to the body, don't you, Sam?
you know. Watching Ricky Hatton for years.
So Oliveira's come through a mini crisis already. That's a very impressive start tonight for me from Keno White. Only his fourth professional outing here.
That was a great round by Keno White, and this is what you want to see. Coming up to 5-0, this is what you want to see. You want to see good power shots, good mixing it up head and body, and hurting your opponent. And Keno White has showed just that in this first round. Let's see if he can carry on doing that in the second round.
All calm and ordered in that Keno White corner at the end of a round when he just showed his hand, quite literally, showed his right hand particularly, to very good effect, and Oliveira ate a few too many.
Keno White, if he keeps going to the body, he will finish Oliveira before the fight finishes. He's been mixing it up really well, and Oliveira's feeling it. Round two.
From the sound of it, he's brought a few mates over from Lowestoft for this weekend. Keno White here in Gibraltar. Underneath the right, also very, very accurate indeed.
Yeah, he's a very talented kid. I like him. Really, really good. Oliveira ain't going away though.
As I said before, Oliveira is tough, and as you can see, he's going for it. He put on a few good power shots there. That'll keep Keno sharp. It'll keep him cautious.
More laudable again, I think, Oliveira, because he is giving a bit of weight away coming into this fight, isn't he? Having come down himself from welterweight. But he knows his job. He knows he has to be ready.
Stiff jab to the body. That's lovely. Just want to see him step up the combination work here. He's pot shotting a little bit White. Put the shots together now.
Yeah, when you're facing opponents who have a high Mexican guard like Oliveira does, the jab to the body is a fantastic weapon against that.
And you would know, wouldn't you, Tariq, because you did base yourself in Mexico to start your professional career. I'm very much looking forward to hearing the story around that, incidentally. That takes a brave man all by itself.
I bet there's some sparring out there.
You already know there's no sparring. Everyone's trying to kill you, especially as a foreigner, you know. But they all fight. It's a bit similar to how Oliveira is. Hands up. They only look for big bombs, and it's hard to fight a guy like that because, you know, they always tight guard like Oliveira is now. You know, there's not many open target, and it puts you a bit nervous when you're on the back foot. And you can see that from Keno White. Although he's on the back foot, you can see there's a bit of nerves, just a little bit of nerves, which is good, which is healthy.
And I think also from De Oliveira's point of view, guys, the fact he's not won so many, he's actually worked himself 2 or 3 really good angles, and he's not been prepared to go on the attack because he's been caught out, found out to a degree.
Yeah, he got punished, and it does make you wary, or gun shy as we call it, because you don't want to expose yourself and be clipped again. But that's credit to White for setting Oliveira up for that shot.
It's a lot worse getting hit on the front foot than getting hit on the back foot. When you're on the back foot, you can see what's coming, but when you're attacking an opponent and you get clipped, counter, it's really a terrible feeling. Keno White is doing good with that jab to the body. He needs to keep doing that. It's working perfectly. Don't fix it if it ain't broken.
I would start using the feint to the body as well now, because he's landed that a few times. Now feint, put the right hand upstairs, then drop back down again. Keep the opponent guessing. There you go, little feint there and then come upstairs. Brilliant. I reckon he heard me.
Absolutely. It's a chess game. It's a chess game, and Keno is winning so far.
Shot.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
I'm really impressed by the skill set, I must be honest.
Fantastic performance this is.
Great round.
Real good fight so far.
Great round again by Keno. 2 up. And Oliveira is giving him a good fight, man. He didn't come to lay down either.
While we wait, just elaborate a bit more on your transition, yourself, Tariq Zaina, for us, please. From your amateur days and your life as a university student in England at Leeds University. A year later, you're in a professional boxing gym in Mexico. Not many can say that. How and why?
Well, I was in the ABAs, and I got to I think it was the quarterfinals, and then COVID hit, and they shut all the amateur boxing scene down in the UK, and it was only small hall shows. And obviously, if you're not a big timer, if you're not an Olympian or something, you really don't get an opportunity on a big platform in the UK. And as you know, in COVID, all the small hall shows shut down. It was only Matchroom and Queensbury doing shows. So I thought if I want to do something, I need to get out of here, and that's why I moved to Mexico.
Fantastic enterprise. Hopefully, in the long run, it's all going to pay off for you. And hopefully, of course, big plan is that when we come back here, you'll be top of the bill.
It will pay off. It already is. And you guys will see when you do come back here.
Focus at this moment on Keno White, the 19-year-old from Lowestoft in Suffolk. A very impressive showing in the first couple of rounds of this one tonight against Jonatas De Oliveira. De Oliveira is a bit better than just a survivor. Almost whipped off his feet with an outstanding counter right hand from White in the first round. He's managed the situation well since then.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shoulder roll right hand, bit like Floyd Mayweather there on the ropes, countered it beautifully. He's doing well so far, Keno. He's really, I really like, he's been the best fighter on the card so far tonight. Little samba,
enjoyed himself.
a little Brazilian samba there, Sam.
You don't learn that on Lowestoft
No,
Beach, do you?
you don't, no. But there are a couple of clean body shots, and Oliveira just laughs and has a little dance. These boys are so tough.
It does mess with your head when you land a clean shot on someone and then he just has a little laugh at you. It's like it kills your confidence.
What I'm looking at in De Oliveira, though, Sam, here, is a fighter who somewhere, and it does happen in professional boxing, at some point he's had to have a word with himself. I'm not going to be a 12-round championship fighter. For all my ability, I've got to work out another way out of earning a living in this game. And that's what he's ended up doing. But he's still well worth it, isn't he?
Oh, 100%. This is brilliant. He's entertaining. He's giving Keno White a really good test. He's letting fly. Do you know what I mean? He's not in there just surviving. But he's obviously very experienced. So like I said in the earlier contest, when they know how to nick their way through rounds, he knows when to work, when to defend, when to go on the back foot, when to dance. But yeah, really entertaining fighter. Brilliant.
Absolutely, Sam. Very well said. And as you can see, his experience, he knows that talking to your opponent can mess with his head. And Keno White is falling for that showboating. He's really talking back and reacting, and it's working for Oliveira, the showboating. That's what keeps him like you said, it gives him that. It's a survival mechanism that he has, as well as being tough.
Bit before your time, perhaps, guys, but this is the spirit of Hector Camacho to me.
Yeah, that is before my time. You've done me there, Paul.
Hector, good right hand by Oliveira there.
He got a bit carried away with himself.
But this is what Oliveira talking to him. Like if he does load up that little bit too much, if he gets a little bit angry, that red mist comes down, and then you can leave yourself open. So just a little reminder to stay switched on there for Keno White.
Absolutely.
Odd spare elbow there from De Oliveira as well. White did well to get out of the way of it. Last 10 seconds in this third round of 4.
Great learning fight so far. Great learning fight.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. This is absolutely perfect for him. This is.
Yeah, Keno White doing very well, showing how good he is, showing the levels, stepping it up, fighting on the back foot, fighting on the front foot. He's really showing everything here. Credits to him, and obviously it takes two dancing partners to make a good show, and good credits to Oliveira too.
So we think he's on course, Keno White, to make it 4 professional wins, and if that does develop from here into a victory, the plan, we understand, is that if Fabio Wardley fights Kubrat Pulev for a version of the World Heavyweight title at Ipswich Town FC, Portman Road, in June, White will be lined up for a place on the undercard. In fact, he'd probably be pretty heartbroken if he doesn't get one. If he does win this fight, I think he can afford to dream at the moment.
That's what it's about, having hopes and dreams.
Started very stylishly. Had 1 or 2 things to think about in the middle 2 rounds. Keno White now looking to come out and finish very strongly indeed. And once more, De Oliveira showing that he's worth whatever they're paying him.
You gotta give credits to these guys like Oliveira, man. They fight week in, week out. Like I said, I know him personally, and he tells me he can't really go all out in his fights because he needs to fight next week. So, if he could go all out, he would probably be a different fighter. You can see he's got the goods. He's physically, looks strong. He's tough. He doesn't seem too bad of a fighter, but like you said, he chose this path. So,
took Royston Barney-Smith 8 rounds. At super feather, I mentioned the point about him going up and down the weight division. That in itself is hard going, isn't it?
I mean, so these boys are just like, the answer is yes. Do you want to fight? Yes. No matter what weight, no matter who against, they're getting in. Like I say, they're a vital part of the boxing world, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do these learning fights and get the experience that we need to develop our skills.
Very well said, Sam.
And to go back to the Saudi mission against Ziad Al-Mayouf, that was a welterweight.
Yeah, can you believe? And he took him the full distance as well. He took him the full distance as well.
Like Roy Jones Jr., just going up through the weights.
Yeah. From middleweight to heavyweights.
Yeah.
But you can see he can be a good trouble for anyone, this Oliveira. You can see he's a tough kid. He comes forward, hands up. He can take a shot. It's a good learning fight for anyone.
Off the jab, nice basic stuff, very effective from White.
He looks quite strong as well, Oliveira. In the clinch there, he managed to push White off. He's very, very impressive.
Still throwing shots, last minute of the fight, still throwing shots. Good fight for White, good learning fight.
Yeah, this is perfect for him at this stage of his career, absolutely perfect. He'll take a lot away from this.
And also worth mentioning, when you have a job like, great right hand by Oliveira. That was clean, that was clean.
He's done pretty well in this round, actually, hasn't he? He knows where he is time-wise as well. Last 30 seconds, he doesn't need anybody to tell him, and he went for it just a little bit there. White hasn't really got into a rhythm in this last round, as I personally was hoping, I must be honest.
No, Oliveira's he's had a really, really strong round. Yeah. As he dove in then, though, a little reminder, White did do that shoulder on right hand again, so you can't be too...
Great uppercut there by White.
It was beautifully delivered. I don't think it was quite on the mark, and that maybe was a better one, right? The last shot of the fight.
Oh, can they do 4 more?
White has got so much ability, so much promise, and we've seen plenty of it in that showing tonight. But Jonatas de Oliveira under real pressure, very nearly touched down in the, second minute of this contest tonight. But in between the late flourish from White that we're watching here now and the early crisis, de Oliveira had his moments as well, and as Sam has rightly pointed out, he has made White think in every minute of that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's made him work hard for that win, but it is a comfortable win, and he's moving in the right direction, Keno White.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result is a unanimous decision in the blue corner from Lowestoft, Suffolk, Keno White. And a round of applause for the brave and gallant Jonatas Rodrigo Gomez de Oliveira.
We are so spoiled at this time in boxing in Britain and further afield to have so many prospects, some of them still in their teens, and this is another Keno White. All things are possible for this young man.
Only 19, got the world, his whole life in front of him.
Yeah, I was just watching the ref. I think he's poured water all over himself. But yeah, really, really impressive from Keno White there. He's a very, very talented lad. Very talented lad.
You're an eagle-eyed lad, because you're quite right about the referee.
I don't know what the ref's done.
I told you it was a hot day in Gibraltar today.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can tell it's been hot. I mean, Keno White had some naughty tan lines on his arms. He's got the same ones as me.
I noticed that, actually.
So he's been enjoying the sun out here, and he's enjoyed himself on fight night as well, because that was a great performance.
24 degrees today, guys.
Mate,
What's it been like for you growing up here with the obvious interest in boxing? So many people coming up saying hello, are you here for the boxing show, etc. Wonderful reception we've had, but you've grown up here as a kid. Okay, just hold the thought for a moment, Tarek, if you would, because we're going to hand it over to Ollie now. Ollie's going to speak to Keno White. Ollie.
Keno White gets the decision in Gibraltar. Keno, happy with the performance?
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. I hurt him in the first round, but I feel like I went for him a bit too early, which if I'd have slowed down my pace a little bit and caught him with more shots, I feel like I would have got him out of there. But it's another learning fight. Hopefully be back in June for a big fight closer to home. I'm a bit big Frank Warren card.
Keno, how was that in Gibraltar? A different experience for yourself early on in your career. Did you enjoy it in Gibraltar?
Yeah, 100%. That's lovely. That's brilliant. The view's lovely in Gibraltar. Obviously, it's a bit hard getting off the plane, making weight and doing all them things, but that's another experience that you learn for your journey. And yeah, getting off the plane, doing all that and fighting, it's another tick off the box.
Thought Billy Joe was happy with that?
Yeah, I'm sure Billy will be happy with that. He's watched me spar closely the last couple of weeks, been happy with my progress. Says every time he sees me, he sees I'm improving a lot, which is all you want from me at such a young age.
Keno, congratulations on your win. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy the sunny Gibraltar.
Yeah, we're already sunburned a little bit.
Well done, congratulations. Well done, mate. And we are bringing in promoter Alfie Warren. Alfie, how are you, sir?
I'm all good, thank you.
Your dad wants you to do his collar.
Robert's tied in his collar. Listen, Alfie, fantastic night here in Gibraltar. The setup is superb. The arena is filling up early. It's heating up nicely in here. Give us a little bit of background info about how this event came about and what we can expect for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, we've been working with numerous people over here. They approached us. They want to bring regular boxing back to the island. I mean, saying back to the island, they've never really had regular boxing. It's always been one-off events, you know. You had your Dillian Whites and everyone fighting over here. So, yeah, they want to build something over here. We've got so many local fighters in the pro gyms that are all turning over now, and they just want to make it regular. It's brilliant because we've got the platform Box Nation to do this on, which means that we can, you know, give fighters the opportunity in England to come over and fight abroad. It's been a brilliant experience for all of them. It really has, and yeah, we will be looking to come back here in the summer.
I think with this Gibraltar series, I was just speaking to Keno there, the fighters like himself who are early on in their career and all the guys on the card tonight, to go abroad whilst you're making weight, you know, is a different experience, and they're hopefully going to be travelling to America one day, to Saudi. So early on in their career, it's actually good to go abroad and get that feel for it.
Well, it is. You know, it's the travelling, you know, the hotels going up there. It's all a different environment, you know. We're working with another commission over here as well, the Maltese board, which they've been fantastic working with them. And everything is different to them, but this is what you've got to do, you know. Like you just say, you're travelling over to America, you're dealing with commissions over there. It's good. It's you know, not just for the fighters, for the teams, everything, and everybody's loved it out here. You know, the hotel, it's been buzzing in the hotel all week, and yeah, I really can't wait to come back here.
Alfie, listen, fantastic night so far. A lot more to come tonight. We'll speak to you a little bit more, a little bit later on. But it's now time to throw back to our MC, Mark Burtis.
I've got told to wrap up.
Entering the ring from Warsaw by way of Kazakhstan, please welcome Viktor Shvako.
This is a man who knows his business. It's Viktor Shvakov, as Mark Burtis has just pointed out. Kazakhstan blood, based in Poland, earning a living all across Europe. And only 3 stoppage defeats, which have all come in the heavyweights division. He's a big unit, as he's just demonstrated
Germany,
there.
by way of Italy, please welcome Oronzo Birardi.
One defeat, but a talent. That's clear so far. Oronzo Birardi, he's got the wherewithal certainly to move on. And now he's got to move on. It's his first outing since a 10-round point defeat against Alois Junior. That looked like being a real hard test for him, but he made it hard for Junior.
Next
that was in August of 2024 at the York Hall.
Rounds international contest in the cruiserweight division. In the red corner with 5 wins, 3 by way of knockout, 21 losses to his name, weighing in 91.1 kilogram. And tonight he wears the black shorts. Please welcome from Warsaw, by way of Kazakhstan, Viktor Shvako. And across the ring in the blue corner with 8 wins, 6 by way of knockout and a loss, weighing in 90.1 kilogram. And tonight he wears the white shorts with green, white and red sides. Please welcome from Germany, by way of Italy, Oronzo Birardi. Your referee, Michael Brown, will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay. Boxing rules, okay? No head, under the belt. Protect yourself all your time. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 6 3-minute rounds.
Birardi back to work following the defeat against Alois Junior, which cost him his unbeaten record, but he certainly had his fair share of good moments, even against the hugely talented Alois Junior. More generally, he's been very dangerous early in his career, Birardi. 4 wins of the 8 have come inside 2 rounds. A little flash of Italian on the trunks. Born in Italy, based in Mainz in Germany, Birardi. Seems to be a new wave of talented fighters, particularly in the higher weight divisions, now emerging from Germany again. And if I may say, as a massive generalisation, this gen looks slightly less mechanical. Now, I'm not saying the likes of Felix Sturm weren't top fighters, because obviously they were, but tended to be quite mechanical and methodical. He's a mover, is Birardi.
Yeah, they had that European style, didn't they, where they was very, very upright, stiff. Obviously, elite fighters, but yeah, Birardi seems to have shaken that
that mould a little
that's
bit.
it, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thanks.
You're doing pretty well, kid. Don't worry about it. And a nice tempo to his work. He looks in great nick, I will say that, Berardi. Stands 6'1". He's up against a big, dominant figure in there in Shvarku, who's used to grappling with heavyweights. Quite upright though, isn't he, Sam?
Yeah, he's got the more European style out of the two. Actually, I was just looking at that. The like the front elbow tucked into the hip, very upright. Doesn't give a lot away.
Given the weight division that we're in, I'm thinking more of a Henry Musker perhaps than a Felix Sturm or a Sven Otka. But they're all world-class guys, world titleists indeed. Dariusz Mikulczewski was another one. And Shvarku's as cool as a cucumber in there, knows his way around. Fight number 27 in the pro game for him. Four-rounder 3 weeks ago at the York Hall against Tino Bellot. Fresh as a daisy coming here tonight.
That's my gym. That's he trains down my gym, Tino. I didn't know that. Again, though, going in with all these prospects, helping them learn. Vital part of the building process.
Shvarku not content just to sit on the back leg and just wait for the bell to go at the end of the round. He's kept Berardi on the think and on the move a little bit in this opening round. Tarek, over to you.
That was a good round for Berardi. You can see that European, German, you know, measuring with the lead hand and then throwing the bombs. But so far, so good. He's done well, and you can see Viktor Shvarku is a tough guy. You know, Polish, Kazakhstan is a tough mix. So yeah, so far a good fight, and I expect Berardi to show us how good he is in this fight.
He's got 6 rounds to get the job done.
It'd be interesting to see if he can do it. So far he's looked good. I like how he lets off with his combinations, quick, and as you know, cruiserweights, one punch can change the game. So keep your eyes peeled.
Seconds out, round 2.
Extracting every second and a couple more on the end for good measure. Shvarku in his corner.
What did I say earlier about nicking seconds? Literally, they're so good at it. Every aspect. They will try anything.
But the big favourite tonight in the white with the green and red flashings with a little bit of black attached to them. Alonso Berardi. An up-and-coming cruiserweight at just 24 years of age. One blot on the record, but surely so much that he's learned from that showdown with Alois Junior.
I mean, he's got to be tough to go. Did you say he went the distance?
Yes, went 10.
I mean, he's a very, very special, strong talent.
Alois, yes, he's a good fighter. Oh, good right hand there.
I think we're getting what you asked for, Tarek, at the start of this second round. Berardi's just upped it a little bit. And how's that for grappling? He should be in the WWE. Shvarku for that. That was really impressive on the wrong side of the referee, but not for our camera. We saw it.
Very smart again. They know all the tricks in the book, these boys. They're so experienced.
Exactly why it's good to fight, man. You pick so much up, you learn so much.
Exactly that.
He is a handful, isn't he, Shvarku?
He's just awkward, isn't he? Yeah. Very awkward in everything he does. Knows when to hold, leans in, chest to chest, it's a safe place.
But credits to Berardi, even though he's up close like that, he's still trying to throw the odd shot here and there, and that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. You keep him off holding. Very,
very clever as well. Just using the front shoulder to have a little nudge, just to gain that little bit of distance to try and chop the right hand down as well. Smart.
Yes, good on Berardi, good.
1 or 2 attempts to throw the uppercut as well. Maybe to catch Shvarku on the way in. So the way he slips a punch is to just drop out of range a little bit, though, isn't it, Sam? There's an art to just slip it on the inside to be ready to counter.
Yeah, he just just slips in, holds, puts the head on the shoulder, that keeps himself safe.
I like what Berardi does there. Jab to the body, left hook to the head. It's been working good. He's doing well.
It's a good performance. He's very he's very clever with what he does. Like his body positioning when he's inside as well. Like I say, with the nudges and where he gets his hands inside, so he can still work the uppercuts.
Finds him with the right hand there, and I think that's one that Shvaku couldn't get out the way of, and it just made a little bit of a mark on him for the first time.
Yeah, you could visibly see he got affected by that.
I'm not going to say he's right hand happy, but the right hand is the one that does the damage for this guy.
It's definitely working, yeah. Shot.
Oh yes,
lovely right hand.
Again, and Shvaku's backing away at full tilt there. He knew he was just about to hit a storm, and the bell came at a great time at the end of that second round for Shvaku.
That was a beautiful bit of boxing there. Just got up on his toes, bounced, made him fall short, and he was there to punish him with a big right hand.
Great round by Berardi there, guys. He really showed that he's levels above this guy, and he's showing it. He's doing well. I reckon he could take him out over the next couple of rounds.
Another right hand like that, and he could well be on his way to doing that. 100%.
Yeah,
Great round.
Visibly had an effect on Shvaku there. You could see he's breathing heavy in the corner, and he's going to try and nick every second, I bet you, in this rest again.
Yeah, but even after that right hand, he slipped the next shot, and then he was back on the chest, and he was in a safe place, smothering the work, not allowing him to let combinations go. So very, very impressive from both blokes.
Good fight.
So Shvaku, who is under pressure late in that second round, has at least made it into round 3, and therefore avoided becoming statistic number 5 in terms of being a victim inside 2 rounds against Berardi. But Berardi upped the gears a little bit, showed flashes of class and accuracy.
Lovely right hand again.
Times that really, really well.
He's a proper boxer, isn't he, Berardi?
Yeah, very, very, very skilled. Textbook. Neat, tidy, good balance.
Good fundamentals.
Yeah, very, very well rounded. I like the way he changes as well, because sometimes he's got his hands waving about, sometimes he's tucked up. He's going to be very hard to read. Like sometimes he gets up on his toes. He's not just set in the same way. So yeah, that's really, really good from Berardi.
What a quality piece of matchmaking. I just want to say that at this point about this fight, because Shvaku has given Berardi something to think about. He's a very durable operator. He's not going to be blown away.
He's looking for that right hand now, isn't he, Sam? You see he lunged in there.
Yeah, lunged in, just squared up a little bit, but he knows this. That's obviously his power shot.
He needs to keep his distance. If I were Berardi right now, I'd try to keep Shvaku at distance, because if he gets close, he gets. You see, as you can see, yeah. Shvaku ties up the moment he gets close.
He needs that neat bit of footwork that he done before he landed that big right hand. Just that little half a step back, get the distance, and then fire it off, and then step again. There you go.
There you go. Exactly.
Good call, Sam. Shvaku
much better.
Trying to grapple, trying to hold, but Berardi just now with the sense that he's getting on a roll again in this third round. Looking toward the referee, Michael Brown, as if to say, I'm not sure what else I can do here, ref. He's got me, good and proper.
Again on the blind side, that left glove of Berardi was stuck underneath the arm, and he weren't letting go.
Nice combinations by Berardi.
Another point about Shvaku, though, guys, is his work rate for a big fella is pretty good, isn't it?
Berardi needs to keep him at distance. Keep him at distance, he'll take him out if he keeps him at distance.
That's where he needs to use his feet. Roll under, pull the back foot back. Absolutely. And he can let 2 more shots go.
Little nick over the
lovely left hand as a southpaw
inside
there.
corner of the left eye. of Shvarku. It's almost on the bridge of the nose rather than the eye itself. He shouldn't be doing that. Let the expert Mr. Robert Warren get to work on that in the corner.
Switches as well, Berardi. Anything he can't do.
And he threw a nice left hand as a southpaw there, guys.
The old classic Jaya Pataya, long left hand, lean over to the right, loop it round, great shot.
Funny you should mention Opataya. Berardi on the book is 6'1.5", and I'm looking at him as talented as he is at cruiserweight. I'm thinking, I wonder how he's going to handle the really big guys in terms of stature at cruiserweight. Top level guys.
I mean, I can't believe there's still no weight division between cruiser and light heavy, because that gap between that is just bizarre. So, like, and he's one of them unfortunate people that probably falls into that. Like, he's too big to be a light heavy, but he's too small to be a cruiser. So he probably does fall into that bracket, unfortunately. But I mean, I've been in Peacock Gym with Opataya, and he is huge.
Absolutely,
he's huge, scary as well.
However, you know, if he's a work in progress as a boxing cruiserweight, that seems to me to be what he is, Berardi. He's got to believe in his talent, surely, and they have got to believe in it on his team and say, well, we're going to develop you to be a mover.
I mean, for them to put him in with Alois Jr., they must believe in themselves massively.
Good point.
And
that early, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and for him to go the distance, like I said earlier, it shows that his toughness and his skill set and his durability. I mean, because Alois is just running through anyone he gets in the ring with. So, hats off to him and his team.
Definitely got skills. Definitely got skills.
Yeah.
Over the decades, I've seen a fair few Italian fighters come through and be worthy winners of a European title belt. I would say, on the viewings I've had of Berardi, he must be a potential European champion level minimum.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
If he sticks at it, continues to develop.
Oh, shot.
Lovely right hand again.
Oh,
Another
again.
one.
Don't get involved, step back.
Shvarku, smart on the inside.
Again. Oh, good shot.
Lovely right hand again.
The knees buckle this time for Shvarku.
Yeah, the end is near.
Ooh, don't square up like that, though. So this is where you don't get too excited.
He lunged in.
Yeah, exactly, a calm head, because this little 10 seconds here that's being nicked is enough for your opponent's legs to settle and his head to clear. That's where you want to be putting 3-4 shots together, get in that room, and that's the difference between getting a fighter out of there or then being able to recover and get through the round.
Absolutely, man. That's what makes you from world class to elite. Them little things.
Got to learn them step by step as well, of course. Shvarku is a very, very good classmate in that respect tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, man. As you can see, he's not willing to lay down.
He's probably got a fight booked for next week.
I was going to say that. And, you know, he stays fit by fighting, and he is a very fit fella. 39 years of age.
39, is he
39,
really?
wow.
Oh, I hope I look like good at 39.
Still earning a living the hard way.
So, last 30 seconds of this fourth round. Has Berardi got another big attack in him? Shvarku again doing his very best to stay out of harm's way. And it looks like he's going to hear the bell for the end of this round. Berardi left it just a bit late maybe to stoke it up again at the end of the round.
Great round there for Berardi, guys. Shvarku is feeling the pace, feeling the right hands, surely. And I expect him, I really think he can get him out, man. They've still got 2 more rounds. 6 minutes is a long time when you're tired. But let's see if he can do it. Shvarku is he's crafty up there, up close, you know?
Yeah, like when Shvarku, he's breathed, like, once he slows down, that's when the feet become very, very important for Berardi, because that will be the difference between him getting clean shots and between the scuffy ones that sort of go off the shoulders around the back of the head and stuff like that. That'll clean his work up a lot. He needs to use his feet a bit better.
Berardi's revving up to get going right from the bell here. I think he might try and jump onto Shvarku.
corner man's left the bucket in the ring. All the tricks are going on.
Beat me to it there.
The gum shield will come out in a minute.
Nonetheless, Robert Warren's done a very good job on the cut. It didn't look to me to be in a particularly dangerous place. Sort of a quarter of an inch to the side in him, most certainly would have been.
I reckon this is the round for Berardi. If he can't get him out now, I don't think he'll get him out. Shubaku still seems like he's got energy to move around and keep Berardi off just enough.
He could probably do this all day. They've just got a different engine, these boys. They never seem flustered. They never get tired. They're just
like Japanese cars.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
I thought you had a sponsor already. Nice try.
Honda or Toyota. This is where Berardi needs to step on it, man. He needs Victor is tired. We know he's hurt. He needs to just step on him, put it on him now, and just try to take him out.
Much better when he gets up on his toes like that with his feet. He seems to get stuck in the mud a little bit when he's holding his feet and trying to sit down in them shots. When he gets up, he creates that distance a lot better.
But this is because he's a small guy in the class, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a bit like Usyk at heavyweight. Like using his foot, like look at him. I mean, how that man bounces around like that for
absolutely
36 minutes and does not stop. But that's sort of intensity, if you like, that Berardi should be aiming for.
Exactly that.
And let's be honest, Sam, fighting a moving fighter is the hardest thing.
Oh, so annoying.
It's so hard, man.
Annoying.
So hard.
You just like stand still with you.
Yeah.
But then again, the difference is Usyk's been fighting at the top since about 2010.
Yeah,
15 years, give or take.
Exactly.
You know, and Berardi's not got that range in his career so far, but he's clearly a very talented fella.
Oh, very nice.
Nice right hand. That's it. He needs to put it on him now. He's got time. Oh, almost slipped on his own feet there.
This is where he needs to stay on them toes. Keep bouncing, because it unsettles your opponent as well, because you can't tell when someone's going to shoot in and lunge in with a shot.
Berardi needs volume here. He needs to stop looking for power. Just let his hands go. Boom, 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 boom.
He is just going a bit shot happy. Big shot, big shot.
Big shot
Looking
there,
for the
big
highlight
shot,
reel.
And you know much better than I do, fellas, but they tell me it's pretty tiring when you are throwing and missing like that, and he's missed a bit in this round.
Absolutely.
Yeah, listen, I mean, being very picky, but he could be a little bit more economical with his shots. Like you want quality over quantity sometimes, but listen, he's a tricky operator in front of him, so
absolutely very experienced, very experienced.
One to go. Just a sense, perhaps, that Berardi got a bit frustrated. See the way he sits down there.
Yeah, he obviously wants the knockout.
Exactly. I wanted to put on something for the people here in Gibraltar tonight. He shouldn't fret, Sam. Let it happen.
Yeah.
Work it so that it comes about.
But again, this is what these fights will teach you. Mate, if he gets in this scenario again, hopefully he'll look at this, go away, and next time he gets in this scenario, he'll be like, right, calm, composure, good feet, neat, tidy, and he'll end up getting the opponent out of there.
Yeah, Berardi will get a lot from this fight, man. This has been a great learning fight. Again, very good matchmaking. Credits to the boys, whoever matchmade all these fights so far.
Agreed on that. And the other point, as we head toward this last round of 6, technically speaking, Alonso Berardi is still a novice. This is only his 10th pro fight tonight.
Wow.
So he's a serious talent. And in the main, it's been a really good restart, a reboot tonight, if you like, for Alonso Berardi, following the defeat against Alois Jr.
Is this his first fight back after
Correct.
his loss? Okay, looking good.
Doesn't look like it's affected him at all.
And you would know the signs of that, which I wouldn't, Sam. And being a pro, an active pro yourself, the little glimpses, the little tells that tell one fighter about another. What do you reckon to that?
Yeah, no, he's grown from that defeat. He's taken it the right way. He's not letting it affect him at all. He's got back on the horse, and he's back out, and he's performing really, really well.
It's all about how you lose. A loss can make or break a fighter sometimes.
Oh, 100%.
about this point, Shvaku perhaps permits himself a little thought about, I might be hearing the last bell.
Yeah, I think he'll make it to the last bell, guys. He's showed, he's crafty, he's tough. And he's kind of made Berardi play into his game of being up close this round.
Yes, exactly. And that's where he wants to keep it if he can. There is a potential paycheck just up the road next week.
Yeah, what a tough job, man.
Yeah, I can definitely think of easier ways of earning money.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But they like, I remember speaking to a journeyman once, and he I can't remember, his name slipped my mind, but he's one of the very well-known journeymen on the scene, and he'd had like 100 fights, and I said, like, why'd you still do it? And he said that he went, I've got one more year left, and he went, I've got enough money to travel the world non-stop. And I'm like, mate, how amazing is that? Like, does it the weekend, saves it out, and he's going to go and travel the world. Brilliant.
What a great goal, traveling the world. Nothing better than doing that, man. Oh, lovely uppercut by Berardi.
Looks as though for the moment Berardi has decided that Viktor Shvaku is a bit too tough of a nut to crack inside the distance here tonight. And absolutely no point rushing it or trying to force an error when there isn't an error to be had. And maybe just dropping the intensity a little bit. Not going to say he's run out of ideas, but just the sense that he's saying to himself, what have I got to do against this guy?
That was close, that.
Very close.
But yeah, I think he just in this round, he accepted it was going to points, so he's not going for the kill as much as he was in the last
Great fight,
few rounds.
great fight.
Great learning fight, that. Brilliant.
Fantastic learning fight, and Berardi showed a lot of different things in the ring tonight. It seems like he's not happy that he got the decision. I just saw him shake his head. But you know, it is what it is. On to the next one, man. He looked good. Viktor Shvaku, as you can see, as tough as they come. Great fight, guys.
Hopefully that cut's not going to be a problem, an impediment to Shvaku for the next one. Mark Burtis has the cards already. Michael Brown brings the two boys together. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of this contest is a unanimous one. The winner in the blue corner, Aronzo Berardi. A round of applause for Viktor Shvaku.
What a night here in Gibraltar, live on Box Nation, and we are joined by Sonny and Charlie Edwards. Sonny, your fighter tonight, Imran Zahmatkesh. You got the win, but strange circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, normally we prefer Charlie and Sonny Edwards, but I'll let it slide. Yeah, strange circumstances. It was his first 6-rounder. He's had a bit of a frustrating period getting a fight day. We've linked up over the last 2-3 months. Big shout out to Queensbury and One Boxing Management for getting him out on this show. The plan was get in there, just have a touch, because Iman loves to have a fight, and he can really have a fight. So the first 2 rounds he was just touching. As soon as he let his hands go, the kid broke his leg, and Iman was a bit gutted about it, if I'm perfectly honest. He didn't really get to fight. He just did what he had to do in the first 2 rounds, working on a few things. But look, I think he's a very, very dangerous fighter. He's a very exciting fighter. Look, we saw his opponent in the ABA Finals 2023, I believe, have his debut yesterday in Pat Brown. I was dropping his name in there a little bit because, look, okay, Iman lost that fight, but we all saw how good Pat Brown was last night. Iman didn't take a backward step. It was Pat on the ropes moving, and Pat won, yeah, but I would love to see it over 10 rounds. And that's sort of the division we're going, the direction we're going with Iman, building into that fight. I think repeat of maybe an English title or something. His manager, Sam Jones, already said no, it's not happening though, but we'll see about it.
Charlie, what do you make of this Gibraltar series? Obviously, these shows are small hall shows, but I say that in inverted commas because it doesn't have a small hall feel to it. We're abroad in Gibraltar, see bright lights. It feels in between a small hall and a big show, really, and it's great for these fighters.
Yeah, it's a lovely venue out here, and over here in Gibraltar, it seems like they've got a real big appetite for boxing. The arena's filling up, and they've been here from the first bell, really, and it's good to see. You know, bringing boxing abroad. All the British fighters, they love to get on that flight and go away and have an away day, and it's great for boxing. And you're right, it is not a small hall show, Phil. It's more of like a big kind of. It's got a big fight feel to it, and it's good to see, and it's good to see Warren Boxing Management coming across the shore. For me, I live down in Portugal, so it's only a 4-hour drive, but it's great to see.
We're coming here three times this year, I believe, so we'll be back here. Charlie, whilst I've got you, sort of how have you digested what happened the other night with Andrew Kane, your reflections on it?
I believe I won the fight. I've watched it back a few times, and I hold my hands up. It was a terrible watch, and it weren't the best entertainment factor, but for me, boxing's about hitting and not getting hit. A lot of people said that I ran that night. I couldn't stand in the pocket with Andrew. I'm not stupid. He is a big puncher, and I used my boxing brain and my boxing IQ. Yeah, it wasn't the most entertaining fight, but it's a fight that I would love to run back and have a rematch and have that kind of trilogy to my legacy. But I don't think it will be a fight that they will want to entertain. I feel like I've got his number, and if I didn't switch off a little bit in the middle rounds and I was a little bit busier, there was no way I could have lost that fight. Steve Gray went for me, and he's a great judge, and it was a close split decision, but it is what it is. I walk out of that fight with a lot of confidence, and I look to keep busy and stay busy and get back in the ring in June, July. And if I can't get the rematch, I realise I can do the super flyweight limit, so I'll be going down to super flyweight, and yeah, everyone's on notice.
Great to speak to Charlie and Sonny there. We are going to head back to our MC, Mark Burtis, for the next bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Colón, Panama, Omir Rodriguez.
Couple of good wins on the slate for Omar Rodriguez of Panama, and that's really the passport to this big opportunity for him here in Gibraltar tonight.
Liverpool, Merseyside, the Pilgrim, Jack McCann.
Jack McCann from here, wishing to be known as a middleweight as he steps up following his defeat in one of the biggest fights of his career so far against Sam Gilly, who's alongside us tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is a 6 3-minute round international contest in the middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with a record of 15 wins, 6 by way of knockout, 24 losses and a draw. Weighing in 72.1 kilograms, and tonight he wears the white shorts with red and blue trim. Please welcome from Colón, Panama, Omir Rodriguez. And across the ring, moving over into the blue corner with 10 wins, 7 by way of knockout, 2 losses and a draw, weighing in 75.8 kilograms, and tonight he wears the black and silver shorts. Please welcome from Liverpool, Merseyside, the Pilgrim, Jack McCann. Your referee is Edwin McAuliffe, who will now give his final instructions.
All right, guys. No punches behind the head, no punches below the belt. When I say stop, stop box. When I say break, step back. Touch gloves, good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
A great deal of interest in this one. Can Jack McCann cut it at middleweight? Can Omer Rodriguez of Panama break the losing habit? For one so talented, it seemed to me that 5 defeats in a row is pretty disappointing, and to emphasize the point how well he did in defeat against Ben Fail. He was down early in that fight, but he made Fail go all the way in what was in patches a really exciting fight. So he knows his job and he knows how to extend fighters like McCann, but there's nobody who knows how to extend a fighter like McCann better than the gentleman to my right, Sam Gilly. Sam, over to you.
I mean, listen, I'm here as a Jack McCann fan tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing him up at middleweight. It was, I mean, he's a big lad. Even for middleweight, he's a big lad. So it'll feel nice and energised tonight, not having to a mad weight cut. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him get back to winning ways tonight, hopefully.
Commonwealth super welterweight champion Gilly. One referee stopped fight 4 against McCann, and that's why McCann has moved up. A great victory for Sam Gilly.
This should be a good fight, guys.
And that is the voice of Tariq Zena, our local guide here in Gibraltar.
One thing I noticed when I've boxed Jack was that he's quite stiff, and it's interesting that he's come out with low hands, and he looks like he's trying to relax a lot more. Quite unlucky there.
Fairly sedate pace early on here. I thought we'd see a bit of an explosion, quite honestly, at the start, given how I saw Rodriguez in the Ben Fail fight, but maybe he's smart enough to know that this is a different proposition tonight. Feeling his way in a little bit and maybe trying to put 1 or 2 questions of doubt in a higher weight division into the mind of McCann.
Yeah, Jack's doing the right thing, taking his time, easing himself in, building himself a little bit of confidence. Yeah, looks nice. Looks a lot healthier at this weight as well.
I was going to ask you.
Because I remember when we weighed in, he looked almost yellow when we weighed in. But me and Rod were stood in the corner. When he got in the ring, we was like, mate, that ain't the same geezer. He was absolutely
what do you reckon he weighed on the night of your fight?
Well, I was 81 kilo, and I think he must have been about 85, 86. Wow. He was massive.
You did really well in that fight, Sam.
Thanks, mate.
Feel out round there, guys?
Definitely. Quite cautious from McCann's point of view. Understandable. Big defeat against Sam Gilly. One of the 2 defeats on his record. Of course, he's also remembered much more widely in the industry, Jack McCann, because he launched the first ever Riyadh season card, October 2023. He fought Alcibiade Duran, no less, the son of Roberto. Full circle tonight against a Panamanian, of course, the father, one of the greatest pound-for-pound boxers in the history of the sport.
I didn't know that was his son. That was a great knockout from Jack as well.
Wow, what a win!
And
imagine.
Then, very sadly for McCann, couldn't build on it. And here's where you come in again, Sam. Louis Green stopped him in the first round in the next assignment on the undercard of Joshua Ngannou. There's been a bit too much of that through McCann's career. It's not been steady progress. So it's such an important juncture in his career now. New weight division, couple of setbacks, major setbacks. Knows he's got to get this right, and for me, he started quite cautiously as a result of all that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the one thing you can say about Jack is he's got cojones. He's early on in his career, he jumped in against Louis Green, then he jumped in against me at a week's notice. So he's a brave lad that backs himself. So it will turn the screw a little bit more this round, I imagine. So there's a little bit more spite already in his shots, and he's standing a little bit closer to his opponent.
Yeah, he's got to understand that he can't continue in second gear. It's a scheduled 6-rounder. Rodriguez himself has been pretty cautious, but he's one of these peekaboo Panamanians. He's just waiting to see a potential moment of weakness, Tariq, and I think he'll suddenly spring into life if he is given the opportunity.
This is a great clash of styles, because McCann, you can see, is all steam ahead, goes forward. Omir is a moving fighter, and he's pretty smart. You can see he knows what he's doing. He's not. It's not his first time. Clearly, he really knows what he's doing. And I feel like McCann this round is really going to step on the gas. He looks like he's way more pressure than round one.
I think there's going to be a moment when this fight just explodes.
Can't wait.
Absolutely, it's exciting when you have a good clash of styles, you know.
He's cutting the ring off really well, Jack. Pushing his opponent to the ropes, into the corners.
Cutting the ring off is an art in itself, Sam.
Let's see if McCann can land a shot to discourage Rodriguez. Certainly the volume of punches is with McCann so far, the work rate, and as you say, he's economical in his work. Rodriguez has gone round and round the outside.
Yeah, Rodriguez knows he can't stand still. If he stands still, McCann is just going to lay off on him, and that's why, look, as you can see, Omir is smart. Look, he's going left, he's going right, he's standing, he's holding, he's letting different shots go. It's a good fight.
Just like to see Jack move his head a little bit. He dipped under a shot early in the round. It's much better. I don't want to keep bringing up my fight, but like when I boxed him, that was another thing. His head was always on the line, straight in front of me. Every time he threw a shot, it was there to be hit.
Absolutely, Sam. And having watched that fight, as you can see, defensively he's not very acute. And even Omir, he has landed a few shots due to the lack of head movement of McCann.
Last 10 seconds of this second round. So far it has gone to plan for McCann. He's forcing the issue. He's scoring. Nice right hand there. Best shot of the night so far from McCann.
See,
good round there, guys.
That's where I'd like to, just at the end there, when his opponent threw about 3 or 4 hooks, that's where I'd just like to see him dip his legs and then come up with an hook, or chop his right hand over the top, because he does whack Jack. So just dip down, set your legs, and then really let one go.
As you can see, guys, Omir not taking a seat throughout the rounds, just trying to show that he's fit and he's up for it, and it's a good look. It means it's going to be a good fight.
I've always found that bizarre, people that stand in corners. I mean, but I've always thought, get as much gas back in your legs as you can. Like, I mean, Mayweather used to take every second, sit on that stool for every second, but on the reverse of that, we don't sit down in sparring. We don't sit down once in sparring.
It's a great point, actually.
We don't sit down for 1 second in sparring, but then on fight night we sit down.
And also, I don't know in your gym, Sam, but in my gym we do 30-second breaks in between the rounds, and when you have a minute, wow, it's eternity, man.
Paid holiday for you blokes, that is. So the sparks are yet to fly, but McCann in this feeling out mission tonight, feeling out a new division weight-wise, middleweight, feeling out the opponent, Omir Rodriguez, who put in a firecracker show against Ben Fale and who is worthy of respect. I guess all those factors combined mean that McCann and his corner can be pretty pleased with how it's gone so far. The kid from Vauxhall in Liverpool.
Is that the gym of Nick Ball?
No, that's Everton Red Triangle he goes to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Liverpool is a good boxing city by the sounds of it.
Fantastic.
Listen, it's having one of its great eras right now.
Current world champion, Liam Smith, they got a lot of good guys. Even Josh Taylor trains down there.
Rodriguez.
McCann needs to put it on him now, guys. He needs
exactly.
To step
I
on
think
the gas.
Rodriguez is just saying to himself now, listen, I've got a little squeak of a chance here if this goes my way.
As you can see, Rodriguez now in the middle, which is the first in this fight. He was on the back foot the whole way through.
Beats McCann to the jab 3 or 4 occasions. McCann responds there. Got to be aware that there's a little plot change here, I think. He's a wily operator, this Rodriguez. Don't be fooled by the 5 defeats, guys.
Absolutely, man. He's very crafty. He's actually quite a skilled guy. Omir. He's got a better head movement of the two, Sam, at least, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just slipping and sliding, getting the head off the line. Whereas Jax is always in the middle.
He's always in the middle, yes.
So the best win for Omar Rodriguez, probably the 6-rounder against Ashley Eels.
Okay.
Who was a previously unbeaten fighter, Midland area champion level.
He upset the odds there then.
He did. For me at least, I'm not saying I'm any good, but it's just becoming a
this is an Omir round. This is an Omir round.
Rodriguez is thinking, I've got a chance here.
Absolutely, Paul. It's an Omir round so far. He's made McCann miss. He's out-jabbed him. He's picked him off a little bit this round, to be honest. Omir is the kind of fighter where if you let him gain confidence, he's just gonna keep going and doing his job.
We complimented the matchmaking in the previous fight, skill-wise, perfect. This is a very intriguing piece of matchmaking.
Absolutely.
The mentality factor, both sides, makes this match. McCann working his way in, looking for something, and Rodriguez didn't want to be outclassed early on, and now growing in confidence.
Do you know what we were saying in the previous fight, how we don't think the defeat had affected the previous level when he boxed the lawyers? It looks like there's a little bit of nervousness in Jack's work.
Absolutely, Sam, and like we said previously in the night, getting stopped on the front foot has a lot worse effects than getting stopped on the back foot.
No knowing for sure how this is going to play out.
Yeah, no, he needs to get himself going here, Jack. He needs to get a bit of success. A bit of success, and that'll kick his confidence up, and then he'd be able to go through the gears.
See how animated they are in the corner, and I think that's exactly the message that he should be getting here.
Yeah, brilliant from Jamie Moore, that.
Yeah. One of the best around.
Oh, do you know what? That was a little thing for me as well when
Martin Murray in the corner.
Sorry, not Jamie Moore. Sorry, what am I talking about?
And what a good fighter he was.
That was because I was a massive Martin Murray fan from when he boxed Cello Renda.
Absolutely.
And when he was in the corner against me, I was gutted.
Murray, who somehow managed to lose at top level 5 world title fights, but have a listen to the list of opponents. Felix Sturm, we were talking about Sturm a while ago. Sergio Martinez, Gennady Golovkin. Ooh. Arthur Abraham, and latterly Billy Joe Saunders. He must be one of the unluckiest fighters in Britain in the last 20 years.
He beat Sturm.
Exactly.
He beat Sturm.
Fighting Gennady Golovkin, oof.
But I think that's why Martin jumps on McCann after 3 rounds. Don't give the other guy the encouragement. Go through with your work.
100%.
Absolutely, man. McCann needs to let his hands go here. He needs to volume. Stop trying to look for the perfect shot. Just let your hands go.
The jab's still pretty tentative, isn't it?
Yeah, just put it together a little bit more. Double the jab up.
Combinations, a few more combinations too.
Don't need to keep looking for that long right hand. Don't need to look for that. Like where Jack is a big puncher, he doesn't need to load it up. It's going to be heavy anyway. The more you try and put into it, the easier it is to read.
This is a good point, difference in terms of boxing in the UK and boxing on America, guys. Is that, you know, Mexicans and Americans, they're not always behind the jab. Sometimes just come at you and lead off with a big power shot.
Yeah.
And I think this would work for McCann if he would just to let his hands go against Omir here. You know, Omir don't look like he's in the best shape. And I'm sure McCann would really, if he lets his hands go, he could have success.
Such an interesting point that you make there, and you know that because you've done it yourself, going over to Mexico to learn in the jungle, the professional boxing jungle, and I mean that as a compliment. And I should really have checked this with Martin Murray tonight, but I believe Murray did that for a while himself, you know.
Did he?
At some point in his career. I think he decided I need to try something a bit different.
All I can tell you is it really shapes you as a fighter.
Absolutely.
There's levels, and you can really see them when you go to across the pond, especially in the US. The level there is so high. There's such a pool of fighters. You have Latin Americans, you have everyone from everywhere, you know, and that pushes the competition up.
It's such an eye-opener to go there in my line of work and to see that firsthand.
And the refs there are a lot less lenient.
Intrusive,
as well.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But anyway, McCann is not really stoked up the fire.
Yeah, this round has been a quiet round for McCann as well. You could argue he's winning, but that was another close round, you know, like you could score it either way, to be honest, that last round.
I wonder whether to extend the point slightly, and it's idle speculation, I should stress that, whether they might think about saying to McCann, just change the air for a bit, go away for 2 months, find a gym in America, and just something different, to see the world slightly differently, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from an MMA background, Jack, so he would have been doing, like, he's going to be a tough lad. I mean, if someone kicked me in the shin, I'd cry my eyes out. So he's a tough boy. So he's obviously been around a lot of gyms and he's done a lot of combat sports. So, yeah, maybe that would help him.
You know, Paul, on that point, any fighter in the world right now could benefit from a camp in Mexico or America. Any fighter, and I literally mean
100%.
anyone.
Murray's gone to work on him again in the corner. And McCann listening intently, looking right into his eyes. There's a good fighter inside Jack McCann, that much is clear. But, you know, he's 31 years of age. It's not going to be there on the table forever, is it?
No, like, the move up to middleweight, he needs to put in a good show, put in a good performance here. And then I think maybe an area title or an English title or something like that for him. Yeah. Like, just to get himself going again. I think that would be good for him.
Rodriguez from the outside. McCann's trying to close the range a bit more urgently. We saw Martin Murray showing him the shapes between the rounds. He is trying to make that jab a forceful weapon.
Needs to come upstairs or something after that. Stab the body, come up, lift the head up, then drop back down again. Bit of variety in the work. See, when he gets there as well, he needs to let the hands go. He's getting into the position and then nothing's coming. Or it's just one pot shot.
If Rodriguez fancies the upset here tonight, now is the time when he's got to increase the work rate, and it's not happening. He's still trying to draw McCann on. Bit too tentative when it really comes to it. He has stopped 6 opponents in his own right, Rodriguez.
It was mad yesterday, he at the weigh-in, he weighed in, got off the scales, and most people have like electrolytes, stuff like that to rehydrate. He opened a big 2-litre bottle of lemon Fanta that was frozen, and he just drank that.
Oh, brilliant.
Depending where you are in the world, there's some bizarre things going on after weigh-ins. I'm sure, I think Mauricio Lara had pizza.
Yeah, I boxed at the over 2 once, and there was a couple of Mexicans on it, and they all walked in with Domino's pizza the day of the fight. I thought, mate, you're mad.
Literally, it just shows you. We take for granted our level of education.
I wish my nutritionist give me pizza.
Still seeing only one gear from McCann here.
It's enough though, isn't it? Because Rodriguez hasn't gone through on his effort.
Better the back end of this round from Jack. Much better. Getting close and actually letting his shots go.
I'd love to know afterwards, from McCann's perspective, just how big he has found the differential, not just physically but mentally.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be an interesting point. Hopefully they ask him that in the interview after.
11 to 11-6.
Like I say, he could even go up to 168. Like he's a
big fella, 6'1" he stands.
He's a big boy.
He's a big guy.
The thing that like his back, when I boxed him, I was inside in the clinch. I thought, mate, I'm not wrestling the super welterweight here. Like he's a proper big bloke.
Yeah.
Another good round there for McCann. So that was a McCann round. The last round.
Nice introduction for Edwin McAuliffe, who's taken over from Mark Brown on refereeing duty. Hasn't had a lot to do. They've both been respectful, watchful of each other, careful of each other's abilities. I'm not going to pretend it's quite exploded into life, but it is in danger now of going down as a missed opportunity for Omir Rodriguez, who made a big impression on a lot of people in that Ben Fail fight.
10 seconds.
Good fight, guys. Good fight. Another good learning fight. Another good piece of matchmaking. And it's been good to watch. Let's see if McCann throws the kitchen sink out the window in this round.
Much better.
Here we go.
Good exchange by an Omir
Hey,
getting
you
the
was right,
better
Paul.
of.
You was right.
Well, I was right and I was wrong, because to me it's too late now. This should have happened round 3/4 from Rodriguez's point of view.
And from Jack's point of view, really.
Well, indeed, absolutely. I'm just being a bit more lenient on Jack, that's all. Because it's his first middleweight.
Good right hand.
Yeah, one of his best shots of the night.
Much better.
This is what we want. This is what we want, McCann. Come on, Jack.
Sam, I think really and truly the bottom line in this, and you called it very early, is McCann had the Gilly fight in his mind and in his legs.
Yeah,
even starting out tonight.
It took him a while to get that confidence
And
back.
doesn't he look better fighting like this?
Much better.
He's
This
a
is what
pressure
we wanna
fighter,
see.
isn't he?
Yeah.
That's what he
Pressure
should
fighter.
be.
Yes, yes, yes.
You just run the risk the whole time of making Omar Rodriguez and kids like Rodriguez look good.
Yeah.
And that's not a good policy.
And you can slip up as well. Like they
Absolutely.
can nick a draw off you. They could, like, anything can happen if you start giving away little silly rounds and you're not at your best.
You see,
But this is much better from him.
Rodriguez is feeling the pace here, guys.
And he is, exactly.
It's that lemon Fanta.
Catching up to
McCann
him.
is stepping in at every opportunity now. He's trying to put the doubts away for good, and I think that this is the round that he needs to look at again tomorrow morning and in the next few weeks.
Little slip inside, left hook to the body, much better. Moved his head, countered the shot, brilliant.
This is where he needs to go Mexican style. Uppercuts and hooks.
Everything's been done at a sharper pace.
Great round so far.
It's something, for what it's worth, it's something that I do believe in, that you can never know when it's going to happen, but you will see a moment where somebody thinks, oh, I get it now. This is what I've been looking for. Suddenly, everything starts to fall into place again. I think this round 6 could be an important round in the whole career of Jack McCann.
100%. This is what was better done. So really clever. Then he used his eyes, just gave his opponent the eyes, looked at his waist, and then dipped, and then threw a big left hook.
Well said, Paul.
This is much better.
Great round so far. Best round of the fight, I'd say.
And as a result, Rodriguez has decided, I can't win, I won't win, and I need a job, so I'm not going to get knocked out.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Much better.
Rodriguez knows that that's his cue. The last couple of minutes
He hurt him. He hurt him.
have been one way, but McCann ends up.
Oh my God.
Ends up taking 6, 7, 8 decent shots from Rodriguez. But why, oh why, Rodriguez, do you leave it so very, very late?
What an ending, guys. Oh my God.
McCann has walked away from it unharmed. He boxed excellently for 2.5 minutes or more than that in the round, and look how strong he is walking across the ring. Grateful for the work, but Rodriguez, that's a mystery to me, how he can fight in bursts like that and not put the whole effort together.
What the hell happened there, guys? Wow. There was 10 more seconds in that round.
Rodriguez played the clock there for me. That's all it was.
Yeah.
He knew he was losing the round and had nothing to lose in the last 10 seconds.
Just went for broke.
And he went for broke, exactly.
Wow.
But I don't think anything that happened in the last 10 seconds should take away from what McCann did in the previous 2.5 minutes plus. And look, he's smiling, he enjoyed it.
Absolutely, good fight,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision. The winner in the blue corner from Liverpool, Merseyside, the Pilgrim, Jack McCann. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Omir Rodriguez.
Jack McCann has come out of the ring to embrace his old buddy Sam Gilly. That's what this game's all about. That's one of the reasons it's so different. Sam Gilly really did damage to Jack McGann's career, and there they are, the best of mates. And McCann took a long time to get going, but in that last round, he suddenly started to look the business again, and he's back in business with that result. Umar's going to speak to him now.
I was trying to practice on stuff, but I'm happy I need the rounds, and I got rounds. And then that at the end, then he opened up, and I was just sort of look back to me defence again, which we know we need to work on. So I'm working on it.
You've obviously boxed abroad before, but coming to Gibraltar, a new experience here. How was that for you, Jack?
Oh, what a place, start to finish. The place is beautiful. The people here are lovely, and I can't wait. I hope I get to box here again.
What's next for you, Jack?
Just most likely another one of them similar to that, and then before I start having my head up, I'm gonna grow into this new weight division and go from there.
Thanks, mate.
Please welcome into the ring from Romania, Octavian Grati.
Swiftly moving on into the super welterweight division, Octavian Grati. Now based in Romania, Moldovan by background. 8 professional wins.
And please welcome from Douglas, Isle of Man, Matthew Magic Renie.
So after Jack McGann's return off a defeat, same story, Matthew Renie. And he looks pleased to be back at work.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds contest in the super welterweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with over 90 contests to his name, weighing in 69.8 kilograms, and tonight he wears the camouflage shorts. Please welcome from Romania, Octavian Grati. And across the ring in the blue corner with 14 wins, with a KO, 1 loss and a draw, weighing in 91.1 kilograms, and tonight he wears the black shorts with silver trim. Please welcome from Douglas, Isle of Man, Matthew Magic Renie. Your referee is Edwin McCauliffe, now giving his final instructions.
All right, guys, no punches at the back of the head, no punches below the belt. When I say stop, stop box. When I say break, step back. Touch gloves, good luck.
Round 1.
Matthew Renie keen to get on with it from the look of it on his return to action following the defeat to Sean Noakes in his bid for the English welterweight title back at the end of 2024. A fight in which he did start well, but Noakes got on top of him in the second half. That was a first defeat for Renie. And he's in tonight against Octavian Grati. This is fight number 88 in the career of Grati. Renie, as you may have seen, as he made his way in, proudly fighting here in Gibraltar under the flag of the Isle of Man. That's his home island, although he's developed in boxing terms in Liverpool at the very famous Salisbury ABC, the Solly.
Yeah, he's a very talented fighter, Renie. First time I met him was in Future Ventura about 7 years ago, and when I was sparring Kell Brook, and he was out there then working with Dominic Ingle. So as you can see, switching, he's got that Ingle switch hitting style that he likes. Very neat, tidy, good balance.
I got it half right. Actually, on my notepad, I wrote Southpaw ? So for a minute, I was wrong, which is not unusual.
He was doing well against that fight against Noakes. I remember watching it.
Now he switched again. There'll be a lot of that.
Yeah, I was chatting to him in the pool this morning at the hotel, and he said he just sort of lost his way in that Noakes fight. He said he just completely went off the game plan, and it obviously ended up going against him. But it's good to see him get straight back building confidence again, pretty similar to the last fight with Jack. So yeah, looking forward to a solid performance here from Renie.
Very solid record overall, 14 wins and a draw, apart from the Noakes defeat. Plenty of people gave him a big chance, actually, in that fight.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the Noakes brothers are very, very top-level fighters, aren't they? So there's no shame in losing that. And listen, for an English title, you're going to get hot fights. So it's no shame in losing. It's all learning, and he'll have taken something from that, and hopefully he can push on, and next time he'll get over the line when he fights for a title.
Perhaps the question's going to be here when Grati gets clipped, how much does he want it then? Because he's been busy, he's kept the tempo high. Let's see how long those good intentions last from his point of view. So far, a nice sharp workout for Renie. Would that be fair, Sam?
Yeah, lovely. He doesn't do a lot wrong, does he? Like, he's very, very, very nice, neat, tidy. Smooth with the switching as well. Doesn't do it when he's in the danger zone. So yeah, good first round.
Tariq, over to you.
Yeah, that was a good round, and like Sam said, it's very smooth switching. It doesn't do it for no reason. You can see he does it at right timing, and it's been good to watch so far. Good round for him. Is this his first fight after his loss?
Yes, correct.
It was a great comeback fight, and that Grati, the Octavio Grati guy, he's all right. So it'd be a good little 4-rounder for
Renie.
Renie.
For Renie.
Yeah, for Renie. Sorry, so many names on the same night, you know. But yeah, he looks good.
It's no problem, surely, to a man with a master's degree in blockchain technology. Some of these pauses, incidentally, in the action, that's because Sam Gilly and myself are leafing through the dictionary to find out what it is.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
We've not come up with the answer yet.
I still haven't found it.
It's pretty big, folks, so let's be clear. Renie, from the centre of the ring at the start of this second round.
Good body shot by Renie there.
He's wrapping out the punches, Renie, beating the drum for his talents beyond tonight. Purposeful beginning.
Renie needs to keep the fight at distance here.
Yeah.
Because every time he gets close, Grati again grabs hold.
In the corner, they just shouted out to him, little body shots on the inside if you are going to be on the inside. Very much to your point there.
Exactly.
Actually, Tariq.
Good one too there by Renie.
But you see, he has suffered this defeat at a slightly later stage in his career, Sam, than had McCann. This is pro fight 17 tonight, and Renie, to me, it's screaming at me. He's that bit much more mature as a pro, more rounded as a pro.
Yeah, you can tell he's he's got a lot of experience. Obviously, where Jack come from an MMA background,
Exactly.
he's got that MMA stance with the front foot turn, and he's a little bit more rigid. But Renie's obviously had a good amateur background, and he's come through, and he's now a very, very solid pro.
Absolutely. It was the Commonwealth Youth Games silver medalist, actually. And also won the Haringey Box Cup, which is one of the most prestigious amateur tournaments in Britain every year. His turn in 2016. And we'll just see little polished pieces of work to demonstrate that.
Good body shot again by Renie there, straight through the middle.
To me, that little passage there underlines what an intelligent fighter he is. And I refer to what was said to him a minute ago in the corner. There he is, standing his ground. He's not on the move, and he's actually trying to execute what they were telling him to do.
Stab them little body shots through, perfect.
Absolutely, good point, Paul.
And again,
another good set of body shots. Wasn't low, wasn't low.
No. Almost a distress signal, really, in itself from Grati, that.
That's a move of experience. Renie needs to keep doing the same. Keep going for the body. Keep going for the body, and then change it up to the head, like he did there. Good round for Renie there, guys. Showed some good skill.
Yeah, he's a really nice, neat and tidy round, that one. Good shots at the end. Just like to see him go through the gears a little bit now, really up the tempo, and stick it all over his opponent.
Has there been a little nick on the corner of the left eye there, or is that scar tissue from a previous fight?
I think that's scar tissue.
That would be unlucky if it was.
It'd be very unlucky, but I haven't seen a clash of heads, have you?
I've not seen the heads go anywhere near each other.
What a crowd we've got here in tonight at the Europa Sports Complex. It's been such a buzz in Gibraltar the last couple of days, as you well know, Tariq.
Yeah, it's a big event, man. You know, 3 local boys boxing, one of the very few boxing events of the year. Of course, it's going to be full. Round 3
of the 6th fight of the night. 4 rounds scheduled. Super welter. Matthew Renie is the boss. Octavian Grati is doing his best to keep it competitive.
Behind the head there.
Ed McAuliffe on Grati's case, the referee.
Lovely
in and out
uppercut.
now. This is it. This is exactly Renie's style, isn't it? He's good at that.
Yeah, he doesn't give a lot. That's what I mean. He doesn't make many mistakes. Doesn't give a lot away. Very polished fighter.
Yeah, he's good. He's good on the back foot as well, isn't he, Renie?
Very much so.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
It's not low, ref.
Grati resets from the outside, but Renie had read that.
Change it now. It's the same combination 3 times.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. He needs to step through the gears, isn't he? He's just doing the 1-2s, 1-2-3s.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught coasting in these fights. That's what I mean. You want to go out and actually make a statement. So
absolutely, man. Absolutely.
And also, if you're going to do the hook backhand on the and you've landed it twice, the 3rd time, throw the hook and then put the uppercut in. Change it, because you don't want to become predictable.
Absolutely, and at the high level, man, you can't make that mistake once.
Well, the best of that, Terence Crawford. If you do something 3 times, on the 3rd one, he will punish you. He can read patterns like he's
Not
like a
even
computer.
the 3rd one, just the 2nd one, just like Javonte Davis as well. They make you pay.
I always remember Steve Collins when he fought the outstanding Mike McCallum. He said it was like going to school, and obviously Collins was already world class in his own right. And halfway through the fight, he said to McCallum, "Show me that combination again, will you? That was brilliant."
Imagine that. That's quality.
Wow.
They don't make them like that anymore, blimey.
Absolutely, man. They were built different, those guys.
He's mastered the task. There's no doubt about it here tonight, Renie. And Grati is slowly, grittily working his way towards what he wants. But maybe we'd like to see a few special moves from Renie in the last round.
Yeah,
perhaps.
just go and turn that screw a little bit more. Go and close the show in a big way.
Absolutely.
Like you said earlier about hurting your opponent and not just looking good and looking pretty. Like I know like that's his style. He's very smooth, very slick. But go and be a little bit spiteful now.
You'd be surprised, Sam, how little fighters actually think like that. A lot of fighters, if you tell them what do you want to do when you go into a fight, they just say, "Oh, win." Or no one really actually wants to. Well, not many people that want to actually hurt their opponent. You know, it's like it's the hurt business, man. You want to go in there and cause damage, you know.
You, of course, know differently because you used to go sparring on Monday morning in Mexico, where everybody goes in, even on a Monday morning, to hurt you.
Every spar is life or death there, man.
And people ask, well, how did Canelo Alvarez look the complete fighter at the age of 20? That's because he started in those gyms when he was 13.
Turned pro at 15.
Turned pro at 15, yes. It's a culture there. There's so many gyms, man, so many gyms.
Imagine turning pro at 15. I still could do my shoelaces up.
And nobody was going to give him an easy job because he was a kid.
No,
exact opposite.
Well, he boxed Cotto's brother, didn't he?
Correct.
At a very, very young age.
In Mexico, the matchmaking is savage, man. They match you hard from day one.
So let's see if he can show a hard-edged mentality here,
So
Matthew Renie.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we want to see. I want to see more damage inflicted than showcasing skills.
He come out with a little bit more intent at the start of the round.
He did.
He's just gone back into his shell a little bit here.
It is his first fight after a loss, so. But let's see.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's affected him too much. I think he's just got a tricky customer in front of him.
Yeah.
Who's on the move constantly, and I think obviously Renie's a counter puncher, and his opponent's not really giving him much to he's not leading off for Matthew to counter him. So that's it's a tricky one.
Absolutely.
You know, when they gave him that little lecture at the halfway point, they said, "Let's see you fight on the inside a bit more." He looked really good, didn't he, doing that?
Yeah.
And he stopped doing it again now.
Yeah, he's a good all-rounder, Renie, but like it's nice to say sit inside and have a go, but that's obviously you don't want to get cut. You have got to be careful when you're in them scenarios.
Maybe I have no information at all to share, but maybe they've said to him, "Look, if you come through this well, you'll be straight back into another big fight."
Exactly, yeah. The last thing you want to do is get, especially when you've got someone smaller than you, and they're dipping in. As you lean down, they come up with the top of their head, and it's got cut written all over it.
Plus, Grati is the physically built to be more on the inside than Renie. Renie's got them long arms, stylistic boxing style, where his best range is probably mid to long distance. Good work.
Good footwork by the referee then.
It was. Looked like it might really become a sparkling show from Renie tonight. Hasn't quite played out like that. Obviously a very satisfactory return and a smile on the end of it from Renie. He's back in business with what's an obvious victory, probably by a shutout. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. And if he's already been told, listen, just get through this one and you're off and running again into a big fight, then fair enough.
Yeah, 100%.
If that is the case.
100%. I mean, he deserves another shot, and that's just the springboard he needs. Nice little outing back to winning ways, and now time to get back to the serious stuff.
Absolutely, guys. Good performance. Showed he's got skills. He's got what it takes. Only 4 rounds. Can't do much in 4 rounds. Also.
Certainly, that's a great point on the end. By the way, he's a distance fighter now, isn't he? 8, 10, and 12 round fighter.
Yeah, I mean, 4 round.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision. The winner in the blue corner from Douglas in our Isle of Man, Matthew Renie.
So Renie well pleased to get that one out of the way. Back in the groove. And hopefully any doubts that were lingering after his defeat are now put behind him, and they can focus on moving forward and making the most of this period in his career. Certainly a real live contender at British level minimum, Matthew Renie. Next few years should be the best years. Umar's going to speak to him now.
Yep. Joined by Matthew Renie here in Gibraltar. Yeah, good rounds, good work for you tonight, Matthew.
Yeah, it was a 4-rounder. I feel like I'm beyond 4 rounds, but for me, it was just get back to winning ways after December, losing out on the English title. This is the rebuilding process now of trying to get back to that.
How long did it take to get that loss out your system?
To be honest, it was the first time losing as a pro, and I think it's my first defeat in about 8 years, so I'd be lying if I was telling you I didn't have demons going into the ring. You know, it's a lonely place in the ring, and I felt, as soon as the build-up to the fight, I was thinking about that defeat, but this fight was all about put that in the past, and that's what I've done, and I'm ready to move on now. Hopefully have some title fights.
To come to Gibraltar, it didn't have a small feel to it. It felt like a big show. Yeah, good crowd in here, and boxing in Gibraltar. How was that as an experience?
Yeah, it's been a good experience. I boxed all over the world as an amateur, but it was the first time boxing out of the UK as a pro, and it's felt different. It's been I mean, you've been here yourself. You've seen the setup, and it's been a real good experience, and one that's going to probably help me in the future if I ever go away again abroad. I know what it feels like.
Matthew, just to close off, what are you telling your managers? What do you want next?
They know what I want. I want title fights, and I'm in the right place to do it. You know, Warren Boxing Management speaks for themselves, doesn't it? Let's be honest. So I know they'll deliver for me.
Matthew, what am I?
From Krakow, Poland, entering the ring, please welcome Maciej Pavlovski.
We're stepping up to middleweight now, and here comes Matthew Pavlovski. His 8th pro fight tonight.
And please welcome from Harlow, Essex, Alfie Gaskin.
The 21-year-old Alfie Gaskin from Harlow. Looking very self-assured as he makes his way in tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout this evening is an 8 3-minute rounds contest in the middleweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 3 wins, 2 by way of knockout and 4 losses. Weighing in 72.9 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Krakow, Poland, Pavlovski. And across the ring in the blue corner with 6 wins, 1 by way of knockout and 1 loss, weighing in 73.7 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black and white shorts. Please welcome from Harlow, Essex, Alfie Gaskin. Your referee is Edwin McAuliffe, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
All right, guys. No punches at the back of the head. No punches below the belt. When I say stop, stop box. When I say break, step back. All right? Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 8 3-minute rounds.
Round 1.
1 defeat on the career record of Alfie Gaskin so far. Out hustled against S.A. Smith. Smith has gone on to win a Southern Area title at Super Middle. Gaskin continues in the middleweight division, and he's been going along very nicely indeed since then. 3 out of 3 since last outing, his first stoppage win against Josef Strajk, a Czech southpaw. And now for Mateusz Pavlovski from Poland. He's won 3 times. This is his 8th pro fight. And one of the defeats actually was pretty close, and it would have been a very notable result had he got it in against Tom Rafferty, the unbeaten brother of Jack Rafferty. That was a 6-rounder in Manchester, and it was a very narrow victory for Tom Rafferty. First round stoppage last time. Does he fancy it, you reckon, Sam, tonight?
I mean, Alfie's he's still young. He's learning. He's learning on the job. So he's not going to come out and be gun ho. He's got a very experienced corner behind him. And I've done some rounds with Alfie. I've sparred him down at the Peacock. So he's a very technical kid. He's neat, tidy, but he's not the heaviest puncher in the world. But if he gets the opportunity, he'll go on the gas and try and get him out of there.
Gaskin on the gas, the headline is written already, if he can only deliver. It's only 1 stoppage win though, to Sam's point. And Pavlovski, he doesn't look much, Pavlovski, but I mentioned he's got this nice little run of results, and he looks like a very purposeful professional, one of those who could be a problem to me. That's what I'm feeling here tonight in the first minute or 2.
He looks calm.
Yeah, great. Yeah, dead right.
Which is always a good thing in professional boxing.
One cannot judge a book by the cover.
No, definitely not.
Oh, they're not, especially not in boxing. You just use Andy Ruiz, AJ.
100%.
Will we ever forget? Nothing has come easily for Gaskin here in this first round, and I think Gaskin supporters will hope that this is only just the first little chapter in this book, because he's so keen to make a big impression tonight, look good. I know they really believe in him, both at the Peacock Gym and on the management side. Warren Boxing really thought he was one of their best in 2024.
Yeah, he's a really talented kid, and he just needs to stop getting too close here. That was a bit better with the footwork on the back foot. Much better. Get down to his boxing. Much better into the round.
Mind you, I've got to say again, Sam, that was a good start from the opponent here.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Good round, very good round, and you can see Pavlovski is an experienced operator, and I reckon he's going to use it to his advantage here, and it'd be a good fight, guys. This 8 rounds is a long time. 8 rounds is a long time.
Yeah, I think maybe that's in Gaskin's head a little bit. The way he started is like he's got the roundage in his head. He's not done 8 before. Maybe he's had a couple of rounds to ease in. I know I've made that mistake in the past. I've ended up like in long distance fights. It has been in my head. Like, am I going to be all right in the championship rounds or in the back end of the fight? And I've ended up giving away early rounds when I shouldn't have done.
Oh, it's his first 8 rounder, guys. Alfie Gaskin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds.
He's young as well, so.
Yeah, 20. I didn't know he was 21.
Yeah, he's young.
Got loads of time.
Loads of time. Yes.
2.
Makes me feel old, that does. Blimey.
Good left hook there by Pavlovski to start the round.
Yeah, that's silly that from Gaskin. Straight off the stall, straight into a left hook.
Yes.
Started the round just like half asleep then.
Such an historic place, this Gibraltar, and it's played a huge part, of course, in the history of Great Britain. But right outside this fabulous centre here at the Europa Sports Complex, there's actually a memorial to the Polish servicemen and women who lost their lives in the Second World War in particular. And I just wonder whether Pavlovski and his people might have just spotted that on the way in, because he started like a man with a great sense of serious purpose here tonight.
I didn't even know that, Paul. Good fact.
I want to know. I actually read the plaque, and there was a where that is. It's because there was one of the Polish like prime ministers or something like that was killed.
Sikorski, correct.
Was killed in a plane crash.
Yes, indeed.
Interesting. Well, there you go, guys. We've got a good history on this road.
Well, you can't help it when you come to Gibraltar. There's so much fascinating history here.
I love it here. It's the first time I've been. I absolutely love it.
We also have wild monkeys. None of you guys know. You've been up the rock.
No, I haven't been up there yet. I've heard they nickel your food.
They do, yes. And your phone if you're not too careful.
So Gaskin's table is set tonight for him to feed on Pavlovski, but it's just not working out like that early on.
Pavlovski's crafty.
He's a
man.
proper handful, this kid.
Crafty fighter. He's got that Soviet style, doesn't he? That constant bouncing.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
you spoke about that, didn't you, earlier on tonight, with one or two of those that you felt could be better fighters if they employed it. Pavlovski certainly does.
He's
little
always
half
bouncing.
steps.
Yeah, always bouncing, always playing with his lead hand. Keeps you guessing. Another good right hand by Pavlovski there. This is going to be a long night for Gaskin, guys.
Yeah, he needs to settle down a little bit here. He's just reaching for shots a little bit, trying to force his work rather than letting it flow.
Another good right hand by Pavlovski there.
Nice right hand from Gaskin, rolled out, good.
Yeah, good defense.
Bits and pieces of good stuff.
Absolutely.
From Gaskin, and no reason to panic. We're at the end of the second round. And at the end of the round, I feel the need to ask you how you've scored it so far. Tariq, you go first.
I think 1 round apiece. This round 2 was for the Polish fighter. Absolutely, he's very crafty and he's always bouncing, always feinting. You kind of don't know what he's gonna do, and it looks like Alfie might be cut, guys. He's got a little graze on the right side of his eye. I can see it bleeding from here. Hopefully that doesn't wear too much on his head. And yeah, so far 1 round apiece, guys.
Sam, how have you got it?
Yeah, I've got it 1 round apiece as well. Yeah, it needs to get. He started getting going a little bit at the back end of that round. Gaskin, I mean, 6 rounds left, so he knows he could do 6 rounds. He's done that multiple times, so that hopefully that'll be out of his head now, and he'd get down to work and he'd start performing how he should do.
Yeah, he needs to establish a strong, dominant jab, and he needs to pressure, because the Soviet-style guys, you can't let them bounce around the middle of the ring, man. They know how to manage distance really well.
They're so hard to read. We were saying this earlier, weren't we, about how hard they are to read when they're like that, because you can't tell when they're going to shoot in. They're always changing their angles. They're always bouncing.
Exactly. You don't know what they're going to do. I mean, just Bivol Canelo, man. Not
exactly.
Trying to compare this to that, but, you know.
The other point about Pavlovski, he's not a fighter who's going to waste time trying to be something that he's not. He knows what he's good at and he sticks to it, and that is a great lesson for all young boxers for me.
Yeah, and also he doesn't make many mistakes. Like when I was younger, the coaches always used to say to me, "I'd rather you be good at everything rather than be exceptional and have weaknesses in other areas." And he looks like he's got that covered, really.
Good point, Sam. Absolutely. And also, Pavlovski seems to be busier, the busier of the two. I reckon that would do Alfie a good, Gaskin a good favor if he were just to throw more punches, you know. Good fight. This is good bit of matchmaking, risky bit of matchmaking.
Indeed.
Yeah, that footwork from Pavlovski is troubling Gaskin, because by the time he comes in and he shoots back out of his foot, Gaskin's falling short. He's finding it difficult to pin him down.
Absolutely. He's so smooth, isn't he, actually, with his footwork.
Got his head out of harm's way there, and a little ticking off for Gaskin. No need to get frustrated. It's still the third round only. He is just struggling to settle.
I think he's struggling to find his distance, Paul. He's really doesn't, he hasn't found range. And that's, like Sam said, it's down to that style of Pavlovski. He's just constantly bouncing, constantly feinting. You just don't know what he's going to do.
It's getting really messy. Like the footwork is really confusing Gaskin, because they're either too far away or they're meeting chest to chest and they're too close and they're smothering. So it's not gelling too well at the minute.
Absolutely.
You've all had them though, haven't you? You've got to find a way through it. You've got to work it out.
These are the puzzles that you're presented with, and you've got to find the best way to solve it.
This is where you got to show how good you are.
Yeah.
But again, you can't get frustrated in fights like this, because the more you get frustrated, the more you're going to lunge, the more it's going to make you look messy, the more frustrated you're going to get, and then you end up making mistakes and getting turned over.
This is where his corner needs to come in, Sam. This is where guidance from your corner is essential.
I mean, that is one thing he's got. He's very, very lucky to have Gaskin. He's got a very, very good corner.
One of the best corners, I should think, in Britain. Even though we're in Gibraltar tonight, you do know what I mean. Martin Barros. He's doing his best, Gaskin.
He definitely
to pressure Pavlovski. One or two better signs late in the round, perhaps.
Hard to look good against a guy like Pavlovski, man.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Hard to look good. You need to. This is again. I'll go back to where you have Mexican style. You just need to put it on him, and just don't let him breathe. Don't let him think. Just hit him wherever you can. Arms, legs, anywhere. Because otherwise he's just gonna bounce around and keep feinting, and you're gonna be constantly thinking about what's he gonna do instead of what you're doing. And that's the biggest mistake you can make, is thinking about what your opponent is gonna do instead of what you're gonna do.
You did very well to spot the little nick, because they're
developing.
It's growing, hasn't it?
Yeah, they are keeping a close watch on that. But there are nights when stuff goes against you, like getting a little nick, and you've got to put that out of your mind.
You've got to prepare.
Like fighting a guy who's a proper handful.
You've got to prepare for everything, man. You've got to prepare to fight with one arm, if you have to.
Pavlovski will not be changing his plans for nobody, no time soon.
Don't fix it if it ain't broken.
Good, much
good
better,
jab,
good jab.
Good jab. That's the key, Sam. Against this Soviet style, you just need this good, solid ramrod jab. Yeah, I think they've told him to put it on him a bit more. He's come out with more intense.
Just trying to draw that lead a bit more, isn't he?
Did you notice there, Pavlovski, how he's touching, just touching, just touching. Smart guy. Crafty opponents.
There are better signs here for Gaskin in this fourth round, perhaps.
Yeah, he seems to have. It's like he's warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, finding the range a bit better. He's much more accurate in this round.
Better.
Good. Best round so far for him, this is. Pavlovski getting a bit tired, guys. You can see he's breathing heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah, and if them feet slow down, that'll do Alfie massive favours.
Absolutely.
The Rafferty fight was a 6-rounder. You spoke earlier, Sam, about the adjustment required mentally when you are going to different distances.
Yeah, it like first time, but normally like if you do 6, you know you can do 8, you can do 10, do 10, you can do 12.
Sometimes you've got to do it and then believe it.
He's 100%, but that's what I'm saying. Like he's first time up, he would have been a bit cautious in them early rounds, but he's letting fly now. This is better from Alfie.
Way better.
Pavlovski's feeling the pressure suddenly.
Like I said before, man, this is the kind of guy you got to pressure and put it on him, because to do that Soviet style, you need to be very fit. And by the looks of what I'm seeing, Pavlovski doesn't look like he's the fittest. And as you can see, he's starting to get tired. His mouth is open, he's breathing heavy. This is Alfie Gaskin's chance to just tire his man.
Sam, has he just worked out a little bit, Gaskin? That if he just waits, see there, he's not
cut.
Oh, he is cut.
Don't know if it was a punch or a head clash, guys.
We don't know, but it's the 4th round already.
It's
looks
down,
bad.
down the side of the face though, so it's not going into the eye, so hopefully it'll be all right.
It's another encouragement for Gaskin. It feels like this 4th round is a turning point in this fight.
Uppercut.
In a big way. Gaskin.
This is much better. Go on, Alfie.
He can't miss him suddenly.
This is it, man. The pressure. This is what we wanted. Well done.
And Pavlovski's not thrown a lot back. Suddenly, his game plan has been ripped up.
Absolutely. Great round by Gaskin, guys.
Gaskin needed it, and he came up with it in the 4th round.
Much
so
better.
The attention will certainly be on Pavlovski's corner and how well they can deal with the cut. The referee's gone right over there to have a little look. McAuliffe.
Great round, guys, for Gaskin, and as we said before, the pressure burst
I think
pipes.
he was the doctor.
I think it's that bad.
Not that bad, surely not. We've got 3 scoring judges for this.
Yeah, 8 rounds. That's the best round for Gaskin, guys, and so far it looked good, and we need more of that. I reckon if he can do that for another 4 rounds, there's a chance he takes his man out, because as you can see, Pavlovski is breathing heavy, his arms are resting on the ropes, he's cut. He's probably going to be thinking now, how is it really worth staying here?
Well, exactly. So over to you now, Mateusz Pavlovski. You look really good for 2.5, 3 rounds. Alfie Gaskin was struggling. Gaskin's worked a few problems and now Pavlovski's really got to do the same.
Yeah, let's see. This round 5 will be a good indicator as to how the fight will go.
Really good stuff from Gaskin.
Much better. Better with his range, sharper. Doesn't need to get involved there. Don't need to smother his work.
Sam, just before the cut occurred, what I was going to ask you was the way that Gaskin, to me, you're the expert, but he just seemed to just wait just a little bit.
Just that little pause.
Exactly that.
Better timing.
Pavlovski, however, has got the street fighter in him, and look at that. And that's the bit you can't teach.
Good right hand by Pavlovski there.
Good.
Very good one.
Very nice up and down combination from Gaskin. He needs to stay on his A game here, Gaskin, because Pavlovski's showing bad intentions under pressure, which is a good thing for him.
Gaskin just needs to keep the pressure on, guys. He
Exactly.
just needs to keep it on him and don't let Pavlovski get any confidence.
Needs to stay calm as well. You see in that little clinch there, he looked frustrated. I know where he's coming from, because when you're feeling messy and you're not getting the clean sort of shots off that you want, it does get on your nerves. But the more frustrated you get, the more messy it's going to be.
But you're all right, Sam. He does lunge in a little bit when
yeah, he needs to just have that little bit of like little half a step back there.
Looks so much better when he does that, doesn't he?
Yeah, like instead of there falling in or falling over that front leg.
Lunged in again there. Good point, Sam.
But it is the issue right now with Gaskin. He had a breakthrough round in the 4th round, and in the 5th round, it's been a different puzzle to solve.
Yes,
so he's a bit frustrated. You said the word, frustrated, Sam.
Yeah, that's coming through in his, coming out in his performance here. But as long as he stays calm, like that, that's better. I needed to go again then.
Don't fall in. They're telling him that in the corner.
That's
Gaskin.
good advice. Good advice. He just got caught there with the right hand.
Wouldn't have got caught with that for Fenning.
Oh, good right hand left hook by Pavlovski.
Good fight, by the way, isn't
very,
it?
Very
Great
good
fight, man.
fight.
Great fight.
The matchmaker needs a raise, I think, after today's show.
Normally, they're the first to tell everybody about it.
Yeah, guys, just check BoxRec, and Pavlovski got a fight booked in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you.
I don't know if he will do that cut.
Oh yeah, good points.
I don't think he can afford to look that far up the road at the moment.
No, exactly.
This is a pretty even round.
Yeah, it's still a Gaskin round for me. The majority of the work was cleaner from Alf. Got clipped a couple of times, but
Both guys seem tired, guys. Both guys breathing heavy. It's going to be an interesting 3 rounds to see how it goes.
they've done well on Alfie's cut in that corner because it don't even look like it's there anymore.
Robert Warren in the other corner, an expert in the art.
Good fight, guys. Mateusz Pavlovski, 3 wins, 4 losses. Alfie Gaskin, 6-0. Pretty even. Pretty even fight. 6-1, sorry.
Yeah.
Pretty even fight. This is the kind of matchmaking you want.
Especially for your first 8 rounder, you don't want someone that's going to come and just lay down or just run around the ring with their hands up and not
Great
keep you
point.
away.
What is the point of having an 8-rounder like that? 8-rounder implies a step up in
Ready for titles.
quality.
Yeah.
And the truth is, guys, none of your fights you want guys that are just going to come and survive, you know?
Pavlovski's keeping that right hand quite high.
Good jab.
And close to the eyebrow at the start of this round.
Just needs to stay a little bit more compact, Alfie, there. Like, he's getting caught with jabs down the middle and it's rolling his head back. Just tuck the chin down, and if they hit you on the forehead, it don't knock your head back as much because it absorbs into your neck a little bit.
Alfie needs to show his levels now. These championship rounds needs to show us what he is, what he's made of, where he's come from. Show why he's the better fighter.
Denzel Bentley among his sparring partners, a proper championship fighter. And a very spiteful hitter.
Good fighter, Denzel Bentley. Good fighter, man.
I've sat onto a couple of his counter uppercuts. They hurt.
Good fighter. One of the best in Britain for me. Denzel.
Gaskin's a bit more watchful at the start of the round. From the outside a bit more. And for me, well, whatever that's worth, but for me, Sam, a much better proposition all round when he does that.
Yeah, much better, much better. That little pull back there, and he's in range to counter. Much better. He's not smothering his work. Much better. Good feet. Staying out of trouble, not getting involved, not getting messy. I don't need to go. There you go, back there.
That's it.
Don't need to be anywhere near your opponent. Chest to chest.
Like Floyd said, you don't need to get inside if you don't have to, man. Oh, good right hand by Pavlovski there.
Now Pavlovski just tries to draw.
Oh, great right hand by Pavlovski.
It was. Gilly took it well. Sorry, excuse me. Gaskin took it well. Gilly always takes them well.
Oh, another right hand by Pavlovski.
Another change in the plot. What a fascinating fight this is. Pavlovski's had a rethink. We spoke about that. Has he got alternatives? That's not in the script either.
That was smart. That was smart. That gets you hella tired, man. Getting thrown around really makes you tired.
The last thing needs the point taken off here.
Yeah.
It's a close fight.
Looks like he's got a final warning there from the ref.
Yeah, you can see he got tired from that throw.
To me, Gaskin does look okay in terms of stamina with 2 to go schedule.
Yeah, I mean, they train extremely hard down at the Peacock Gym. Martin wouldn't put him in there unless he knew he was ready for it. So there shouldn't be any worries about that.
Absolutely, guys. Peacock Gym, man. Least you can do is be fit.
Honestly, that gym, when I went down there before, I was sparring dental, and in the next ring you got dry upper tyre sparring, and I'm like looking around, and some of the faces you've got, honestly, you walk in there and there's just quality sparring going. You could sit in there all day and just watch. Like, imagine, like, that's like our Mexico gym, that one. Like, you're just having absolute wars in there all the time. World level fighters everywhere in there.
Yeah, Peacock Gym, one of the best in London, isn't it?
100%.
You could say it's one of the best gyms in the country.
I think it most certainly is.
It's one of the nicest, I'll tell you that now.
Oh, okay.
Best appointed, and as I always say, the tidiest. So
yeah,
it lifts you when you walk in. You think everybody in here is a professional.
I think set and setting matters as much in your pro career as does anything. If you're training around champions, you're going to be a champion.
This has been a fascinating middleweight fight here
it's been
in
good.
Gibraltar tonight.
Is it round 7?
Round 7 of 8. It's the 7th fight of the night.
Next up, we've got the local boy.
But before that, a very competitive conclusion, no doubt.
Absolutely.
And I'm not going to forecast yet which way it's going to go. Gaskin may be on top, maybe.
I think he's just edging it, definitely. Yeah. Oh, head clash, guys. That was a bad head clash.
Oh, he's caught on the forehead.
That was a bad head clash. Ooh.
So far, only a trickle of blood from the middle of the forehead of Gaskin.
That could get ugly quick.
It could do if it opens up.
That looked like it was going to be a lot worse.
Oh.
But it's a target for Pavlovski, and he knows that.
Absolutely, yeah. He's trying to go for it now, guys.
So again, another little shift in the plot. Back and forth it has gone.
Let's see how he handles it.
Gaskin has thought his way through a few problems in this fight, and you spoke about this, Tariq, but he's got another problem to solve now, and now it is starting to run a bit more freely, the blood. Problem with those is it goes into the eye, Sam.
Yeah, 100%.
And you can't see.
Yeah, that's in a very dangerous spot. Hopefully it doesn't open up.
The other one on the high part of the side of the temple for Pavlovski shouldn't be a problem.
He's got it all going on here, Ralph.
Oh, I see it now, Paul. Oh, good right hand from Pavlovski. Good fight, guys. Good fight.
Real fight. This is a proper professional fight for the fans here in Gibraltar.
Absolutely.
This is what this game is all about.
Blood, sweat and tears. You know, getting cut in a fight, it could really change you. Like, I don't know what kind of fighter you are, Sam, but when I see blood, especially my own, man, it switches me into an absolute animal, man.
You're a warrior. You're born as a warrior. That's why it does that.
To be fair, I've only ever been cut once, and I literally got cut, and the next punch I threw was the end of the fight. So luckily, I'm not had to deal with it.
Yeah, it's getting ugly now, isn't it? That's a bad cut on the side of the head of Pavlovski, Paul. Look, it's trickling down all the way to his waist.
I think it'd be all right if they clean it up. How long's left in the round? 45 seconds.
45 seconds, yeah.
Don't think of itself. It's a reason for the referee to intervene.
Pavlovski's
judge on experience, that is, Sam.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Pavlovski's tired. He's hitting the canvas many times
and to coin a phrase, I will say, I'm looking at Gaskin, and I hope I'm not to be proven wrong over the years, but given that he had a nick early and now he's got a cut in the middle of the forehead, he doesn't look to me like a bleeder in the professional sense of that term, which is a very good thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, Ricky Hatton was one of the one of the favourites for that. But yeah, Alf he's lucky because that was a bad head clash. That looked like when I see it open up, I thought that's going to be bad. But he's lucky, and obviously we've mentioned how good the corner team is. They'll look after that.
Yeah, that was a bad head clash. Worse than what it looked.
Gaskin's going to be such a better fighter going forward for coming through this tonight.
Absolutely, guys. That was I'd say that was a Gaskin round.
He did box well in the latter part of it.
Yeah.
And Pavlovski was throwing around the canvas like a little boy there. He was literally on the floor like 3-4 times, which is very exhausting.
Yeah, every time they're getting close now and Alf leans on him, he just drops to the floor, don't he? Breathing heavy.
Which is very tiring, very, very tiring. Getting thrown around is so tiring, man.
The corner man's just throwing water all over Robert Warren. He's going to be fuming.
He's just a bit busy to vent at the moment. So this is the final round of a most intriguing middleweight attraction here tonight in Gibraltar. Could even come to be seen as a coming-of-age fight for Alfie Gaskin at 8 rounds.
Absolutely.
He's had all kinds of problems to solve. Mateusz Pavlovski is a very capable operator, and both have been cut, both have had good moments, both have had moments when they've been under pressure. Gaskin may be shading it, but the decision, if we go to the final bell, will rest with the judges. And because there's more than one, there could be more than one interpretation.
Also, a knockdown could change things for either fighter, man.
Could be decisive.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a fight winner. That.
Absolutely.
I think we're in agreement, though, guys. What we've learned tonight is that Alfie Gaskin is at his best boxing from the outside.
Yeah, not lunging in.
Yeah, that mid to long range is his best range by the looks of it.
And at 21, that's a good
he
lesson.
got hit by a left hook there.
Pavlovski, I was watching him very closely in the corner. There was no panic. And he had that look of a guy who said to him, I've boxed well enough to get something out of this tonight, and I'm going to go and get it.
Well, he's on the front foot here, guys. I just don't know if he's gaining confidence, but he just almost caught Gaskin there. He was on the side of the head.
He's got his second wind, hasn't he? Because he did go a bit flat around the 6th round, Pavlovski.
Always get a second wind in the last round.
You have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Good fight, guys. Good fight. Honestly.
It's a little bit scrappy. That's what I can see why Alf's getting frustrated, but sometimes this just happens. You need to dig through fights where it doesn't gel properly.
And so, he dropped his
cut again.
Got shields come out as well for Pavlovski.
And he's cut. I think he's got another cut as well.
Yeah, and that's not a good looking cut to me. That's right on the corner of the eye.
Oh my God, another cut. This guy gets cut easy, man.
Probably too late to matter. 40 seconds is all that's left on the clock.
Did anyone see how that happened? Was it a head clash or a punch?
I think it was a punch.
As good as the sparring is in the Peacock Gym every day of the week, there is no better way of learning than having 8 hard rounds on fight night, and that is what Alfie Gaskin has had here tonight in Gibraltar, and it seems as though he has come through it against a real handful in Mateusz Pavlovski. But don't take my word for it, we're going to have to wait for the judges' scorecards at the end of this. First to you, tell it. How do you see it?
I think Gaskin just edged it, man. He looked the better. He did the better work, but Pavlovski, credit to him, he was a tricky operator and he had his moments in the fight. I just think Gaskin just edged it, but you never know what the judge saw. It could be a draw. The draw could be justified, but I think Gaskin just edged it.
Sam, over to you.
Yeah, no, I've got Gaskin winning. It started slowly, but then he found his way into the fight, and obviously it didn't gel as well as it could, but he was the cleaner of the two. But I just hope he gets it. I hope he gets the decision.
The kind of fight that up the road, hopefully Gaskin prospers in his career, and people like me will ask him, well, what were the really important moments on the journey? And he'll say, that night I fought Pavlovski in Gibraltar because I learned a lot. But what a competitive, hard matchup that was.
Yeah, both fighters cut with 2 cuts each. 1 cut apiece, and like you said, I think in 2 weeks he's definitely not going to fight now with them 2 cuts.
You could see he was shaking his head on the way back to the corner, and he knows that he's not getting paid in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision. The winner in the blue corner from Harlow, Essex, Alfie Gaskin. And a round of applause for Mateusz Pavlovski.
Gaskin gets it. That's a very precious victory indeed. And my goodness me, he had to work for it. We don't know the exact scoreboard because we're not in a jurisdiction that will allow that under the Malta Boxing Association rule tonight. Martin Bowers well pleased with Gaskin's efforts. Lots to learn from it. But what we have learned, Sam, I think, is that he has got a method when he boxes from the outside that could take him a long way on the journey.
Yeah, they're important, them fights. Like you never, like I said, you're never going to get it gelling perfectly every single time, and sometimes you are going to have to dig your way through an awkward opponent. He done well.
WBM
He did do indeed.
Fighter of the Year. How special is it to have this opportunity to come out to Gibraltar on a card like this?
It's massive, like I said, all week in the build-up. It's a big historic event over here, and I'd like to thank my management and all the team for getting me over here for the opportunity. Big thanks to my team, working me day in, day out in the gym. Listen, my first 8 rounder last night, I got involved in a fight that I could have won with one hand. But listen, like I say, start and make fights. I come out here, I'm sure these fans, they got a little fight for their money, so hope the rest of the card's good, hope they enjoy the boxing, and thank you for having me.
So how did you rate your performance? Was it how you expected it to go?
I knew he was tough, I knew he was messy, I knew he was wild. It wasn't the game plan we trained for in the gym, but like I said, I got the job done, 8 rounds under my belt. I'm glad that I never had someone in there tonight that I could have blew over in the first round. He put me through it for 8 rounds, so it's set me up for a big year and a lot better performances than that.
And what is next for Alfie Gaskin? Are there any titles in mind?
A little rest now at the gym. I picked up a few cuts, I think, so let them heal and get back in the gym and see what the team say.
Perfect. Well done on your performance. Thank you very much, mate.
Right, just go on the wide and stay on the wide.
Outside the mobile.
Minister in the ring, okay?
What is his official title?
The chief.
You have to get that right,
No,
mate.
you don't need to announce it.
Oh, no, brilliant. Okay.
So I'm just going to get him in the ring. They're going to do the ring walks, and then the national anthem's going to get sung. Because this is Evan, the first ever Gibraltarian fighter.
The first ever.
Yeah, the first ever Gibraltarian professional to fight in Gibraltar.
Right. But is he the right? Hold it. But what I'm going to do, he's going to come in, announce the opponent, then the first ever Gibraltarian fighter in Gibraltar. Right.
So a brief pause in the action. I hope everybody's enjoying it with us tonight on the Box Nation YouTube channel from here in Gibraltar. We have worked our way through the undercard, and at this juncture I do want to bring in Tariq Zaina again, just about the importance, Tariq, of this event for here in Gibraltar in the bigger picture. Your view on that, please, before we get into the ring interview.
I mean, like I said, in Gibraltar, back in the day, we really had nothing. There were no big events, nothing. It started with the football, and now it's starting with the boxing. As you know, we've had a couple high-profile fights, Dillian White 2 times. Now this is a big thing in Gibraltar. As you know, we have a small population. You know, there's not usually much going on here, so this is a big thing for the locals. This is massive, and you know, thanks to Warren Boxing Management for this. And as you can see, look, our own Prime Minister Fabian Picardo is in the ring right now, about to give a talk. That's how big of an occasion this is.
Terrific, and I may say, what a venue we've got here at the Europa Sports Complex. The exterior of this place is mind-blowing, and we all are going to express our thanks for the reception that we've received here in Gibraltar over the next few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Chief Minister of Gibraltar. I dare say very soon it's going to get noisy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Budapest, Hungary, Pollard.
So on we go at super middleweight. Here comes Pollard from Hungary. And he is going to be in facing one of the local.
History will be made as the first Gibraltarian fights on home soil. Please welcome into the ring from Gibraltar, Monte Griffo!
Monte Griffo is part of a famous fighting family here in Gibraltar. His brother fights on the same card tonight. Young Evan at 25. And a huge moment in every way as he steps out into a professional ring in front of his own people on his debut. Something maybe even a year ago he couldn't really have hoped for. Very clearly a very big ticket seller and a very popular young man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem. Gibraltar, my own land. Ladies and gentlemen, next up this evening is a 4 3-minute rounds super middleweight contest. Firstly, in the red corner, with over 75 contests to his name, weighing in 77.4 kilograms, and tonight he wears the silver and blue shorts. Please welcome from Budapest, Hungary, Pollard. And across the ring in the blue corner, weighing in 76.5 kilograms. Tonight, he wears the white and black shorts as he makes his professional debut and makes history. Please welcome from Gibraltar, Monte Griffo. Your referee will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay. You know boxing rules, okay? No head under the belt. When I say stop, you stop. I want a clean fight. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
What a moment, guys, what a moment.
Tarek, thank you for being our expert guide. Here we go then, the professional debut of a young man from Gibraltar itself, Monte Griffo, at super middleweight. I've heard he's pretty talented, and I know he's very fit indeed, against Pollard from Hungary, who's been around the block more than once. And from the point of view not just of Monte Griffo, and indeed his brother, who also appears on this card tonight, it's a huge moment in the development of professional boxing here in Gibraltar, because as Tarek himself knows better than anybody, if you want to make it in boxing from Gibraltar, you've got to go overseas. It might be about to change.
Absolutely, Paul, very well said. It might be about to change thanks to Warren Boxing Management. And this is going to be a good clash of style, guys. The opponent here looks like he's coming forward, and this plays into Evan's hands because he's a back foot fighter. For you guys who didn't know, he's pretty decent on the back foot, and as you can see, he's looking good.
I only say this because I've seen it happen before. Young fighters over-revved up and emotional sometimes can fall into traps, and Monte Griffo doesn't want it to go very flat indeed tonight. Sam, keep an eye out on that for us, please. Make sure that from Monte Griffo's point of view, he's doing the right things in the basics properly.
Yeah, and he's doing exactly that. I mean, that's some introduction with the national anthem and all that. I mean, it even got me going, and I'm not fighting. So, but he's kept his cool. He's picking his shots nice and smooth. Pulling that high there, needs to be careful.
He does.
Oh, he got caught there with a big left hand, guys. It'd be interesting to see how he takes it.
So there's your warning. To me, it was writ large all through those preliminaries, to be honest with you. I can see he can fight, but being a professional boxer is something different. So
absolutely.
You've had your little lesson, now let's get down to it.
Absolutely, guys. As we've seen, homecomings usually tend to go the wrong way.
I mean, if it goes the wrong way, I think we might have to run.
Oh, good left hook by Evan.
Largely, he's been accurate in this first round, Monte Griffo.
Yeah, he's looked
very
lovely.
clean, yeah.
It's a good right hand again.
Legs are stiffened.
Oh, that is a very easy target to hit.
Yes, Paul. He has no head movement whatsoever. Lovely.
Monte, the cry
yes.
for Monte Griffo. It's on his shorts as well, and I note as well, along with a great many sponsor plugs, which tells me something about the level of interest in this young man on Gibraltar.
Absolutely, Paul. As you can see, we get behind our people, and he's the very good example.
Bar that little mistake. I've been quite impressed with this opening round. Sam, your thoughts?
Yeah, very nice, very controlled. I mean, that one little blip, but listen, you're in a professional boxing fight. You're going to get clips at in some moments, like. But that couldn't have gone any better. That opening round for him.
Tony,
yeah, Sam.
You're emotionally invested in all this as well, because you've known these Monte Griffo kids particularly all through your own boxing career.
Since I've been a kid, man, we went to school together. Me and his brother, we were in the same class in a lot of our subjects. So I've known them all my life. You know, I wish him the best. He's done well. Like Sam summed it up there. Other than that clip he got, it couldn't have been better. And I'd also love to say, you can't swim without getting wet. You can't box without getting hit. It's just that's simple.
Ola is standing between the rounds.
Yeah, his coach Shortino, he's one of the very few professional coaches here in Gibraltar. And the other one is sitting ringside, Lester Martinez. Be interesting to see how he takes the second round. Like you said, Paul, the first round is always revved up.
It's what happens after the adrenaline rush. That's the issue sometimes, but hopefully that won't apply here. Quite calm at the start of this second round.
Yeah, I think he's got his head screwed on the right way. He's not. He doesn't seem like he's an erratic person. He's boxing nice and smart. Lovely jab, really, really nice.
The only problem with Ola as an opponent, Sam, he seems much better coming forward than he is trying to defend.
But
actually,
that does play into Monte Griffo's style. Do you know what I mean? He likes picking shots on the back foot. You can see there, sitting target, bang bang, 2 shots and on the move again. So
absolutely, guys.
This one will gel nice.
Styles make fights, and this is a perfect example of that. And as you know, you always want an opponent who comes at you, man. Like Sam said before, you don't want guys that are moving. It's so hard to hit, so annoying.
It's so boring.
When they come at you, it's all fun because there's going to be action.
Lovely.
Good jab. Yeah,
the basics: parry, jab back, nice counter, bang bang, point scored. Lovely. Oh, lovely, good shot.
Lovely right hand, left hook.
Beautiful distance control there. Little step out and then loop the right hand over the top.
Looking good.
What amazes me the most is that for somebody with such a limited amateur background before turning professional, he is this accomplished in some of the basic patterns of the sport of boxing. That's a real surprise to me.
The way he checks out on his angles and stuff like that, like single shot and then gets out, it looks like he's a very established amateur. Like he's got a very good amateur record. Like if you hadn't told me that, I wouldn't have had a clue that he didn't have a massive
we
background.
have talent in Gibraltar, guys. Growing up, there's so many guys at the gym, and everyone was really good. And having trained around the world, I can tell you we have talent here. We just didn't have the opportunity, and now it's finally coming through. And there you go. You can see. I think you don't even have 20 fights, Evan, as an amateur.
That's mad. And now he's on Box Nation.
There you go. How things can change, man. And he's looking good. He's showing a wide array of shots. He's showing uppercuts. He's showing hooks. He's showing body shots.
If there was any blood, it would have shown on those white gloves. I don't think there is an issue for Monte Griffo in that respect.
He stood for a while to check. You can see the lack of experience there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said sorry midway through a fight to someone before.
Credit to Ola. Credit to Ola, because he could have jumped on him there. He could have jumped on him, you know.
Ola's trying to kid him on a little bit at the end of the round, but the kid wasn't fooled.
Yeah, good round again for Evan there. And Ola's testing him. Although he's not doing much, he's making him work.
I don't want to keep complimenting the matchmaker, but once again, it's a perfect matchup.
Honestly, mate, fantastic matchmaking. I can see there Evan breathing heavy. The nerves get to you after the round 2. Even in amateur fights, I remember the first 2 rounds would be $1 million, but then you just out of nowhere the nerves kick in, and the 3rd round is the longest round.
So he's still got a job of work to do. You're quite right to mention that, Tariq.
Yeah. I can see him visibly. I know he's a bit nervous, but you know, anyone would be fighting in front of your home country, first ever Gibraltarian fighting at home. It's a massive massive thing.
Seconds out, round 3.
If I were Evan right now, I'd target the body. As you can see, Ola looks a bit soft around the body, and Evan would pay him a lot of dividends if he invested in the body.
I mentioned the family connection. Evan Monte Griffo here, and Chris Monte Griffo features later in the heavyweight contest. The brother will also be making, the big brother in every sense, he's older, will also be making a professional debut. What a night.
Absolutely.
For the family, for Gibraltar generally, and all the people who've worked so very, very hard for so many years to bring boxing forward here in Gibraltar.
Absolutely. It's an absolute pleasure to be witnessing this right now.
But Monte Griffo is not letting anybody down.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's performing well. Ola is the kind of opponent where it's going to make it an exciting fight because he's always standing in front of you. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I don't think I could ask for any more so far, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Barring a silly mistake or a complete lapse in concentration, which could happen.
Can always happen.
And would be a very, very painful lesson. But Sam, all around Great Britain every single week, there are young fighters turning professional who would not look as good as this young man. That's the truth.
No, A-star for me so far has been absolutely perfect. That's
Lovely
beautiful.
shot, lovely shot.
Really, really nice. I'm really surprised that the amateur background. I really thought he'd be an elite level amateur with the way he's performing.
But this is the point really that Tarek's making. I think that they've not really had the opportunity.
Yeah, I suppose.
Think of this, guys.
Not every country can do what Team GB has done or what the Irish system has done in our part of the world.
Think of this, guys. To get fights, we either need to cross over into Spain or fly into England to fight amateur. Think of that. That's how hard it is.
It's a very competitive scene in its own right. But the most important thing for me is that Evan Monte Griffo looks made for the pro game, not the amateur game.
Yes, and thankfully here's the opportunity, man. So every time Box Nation comes back, Warren Boxing Management comes back, we'll be on the show, and he'll get to showcase his talent again. Looking good. Maybe he'll have a chance to show us how good he is on the front foot here. Oh, lovely uppercut, left hook. Sorry, uppercut, straight right hand.
Acknowledged by Ola.
Another good body shot.
Mark Brown hasn't really had to intervene so far. The referee. That's two sorries in one fight. Sam Gilly.
He's got the nicest fight I've ever seen.
Ola's too nice. He doesn't want to beat up the local kid in case they beat him up outside of the arena later.
You're not like that here.
Most polite fighter ever.
Honestly, man. Sorry, he goes twice, that is.
Yeah, see, I'm the other way. If someone moans that something was low or around the back of the head, then I'll hit them there again.
Absolutely, man. Go again, innit? Go again.
Every time.
Go again. It's a tactic in itself. It disrupts the rhythm, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Lots and lots of impressive flashes tonight from Evan Monte Griffo.
Yeah,
So far,
absolutely.
so good. One round to go.
If he can get a stoppage in this round, that's literally the perfect night. Imagine getting 3 rounds of experience and taking them out in the 4th in front of your home crowd. Oh,
The way he's boxing, though, I mean, it's just
looking lovely.
Yeah, spectacular.
Let's see if he can carry on doing what he's doing so far.
Good left hook.
And Ola throwing some shots, man.
But even in their moments, Monte Griffo looks calm, he looks composed. He's not panicking, he doesn't look flustered. Like, it looks like a very experienced pro in there.
That's so good to hear, guys. Just shows you we have the talent on the rock. We just need the opportunity. Oh, lovely counter by Ola there, guys. Evan took a good shot there.
In pro language, 1st and 3rd will do it from here, Sam, and he doesn't need to take any risks.
No. Oh, good shot.
I think he's trying to impress the local fans.
Doesn't need to try that too hard.
Doing great so far, doing great so far.
Now, sorry to the referee.
And I can hear his corner goading him to go on, to finish strong, It's in Spanish, which is probably why he didn't hear it. But yeah, they're goading him to go for the knockouts.
Thank you, Tariq.
Which is what I think he should be doing, and he's doing just that. Still do it. I don't think he will. Ola seems too experienced, but he's trying. That's all that matters. You can see the fans are loving it. Great body shot, great right hand.
Yeah, check hook on the way out with the right hand.
Yeah, he needs to be careful pulling out like that.
Into the last minute of his professional debut. A hugely impressive showing so far from Evan Monte Griffo against Pal Ola. He's won every minute.
Good 2 left hooks. Good fight, guys, good fight.
I can't believe this is his debut. Honestly, I wish my debut went like this. I was terrible. My worst performance, my debut.
You know what? The opponent makes it.
No, but it was that pressure that you're talking about putting on, that really got to me in my debut.
This isn't so much a London crowd supporting a London fighter as would have been the case for you. This is a country.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
on
literally.
his shoulders.
Full country, man, literally.
National anthem before it.
As you can see there, Evan goading his opponent to come to the middle. He wants a scrap. Last 10 seconds.
He's entitled to enjoy these last few seconds and savour them.
Oh.
So much work for so many years by so many people. And Evan Monte Griffo, on his professional debut, has more than risen to the occasion.
Absolutely,
that
guys.
That is a startling beginning to a professional career. I don't care where in the world. But
Absolutely.
here in Gibraltar, they look like they've got a young man with a genuine talent.
Absolutely, guys. What a good candy to the eye. I'm so proud of him. I'm so happy. I'm really proud right now. I'm a proud Gibraltarian right now. I can't explain the emotions I'm feeling right now. I'm so proud of him.
Tariq's just exchanging the congratulations at ringside all around, both sides of the ring. He came over first to Tariq himself, Monte Griffo. And we all know who's won it, and we all know how big the cheers are going to be once Mark Burgess has announced it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision. The winner from Gibraltar in the blue corner, Evan Monte Griffo. A round of applause for Paola.
Great fight, guys, great fight.
Very memorable indeed. All his life, this super middleweight prospect in the pro game has had hopes and ambitions, but in the pro game very often, for many different reasons, they're very hard to realise. It is only the start of what could be a very hard road in this very, very hard game, but Gibraltar just doesn't have a star name. They've got a very talented young prospect. Sam, your final thoughts on his showing, please.
I mean, yeah, A-star, mate. He's got through that in flying colours. I mean, he looked composed. I'd say that was, like, if I didn't know, I'd say that was his 10th fight tonight. He was absolutely brilliant, and he's done his country and all these people here to support him proud.
Absolutely, and I'm one of them. Very, very proud, man. I'm so proud. He showed this talent, showed that we have talent on the rock, man, and this could be the start of something great for us Gibraltarians in boxing.
He's savouring the moment, and he's entitled to do that.
Absolutely. Let's see how he does on his ringside interview now. He's probably gonna find it hard to find words out of the emotion.
A few special memories for the team behind him, of course, as well.
Yes, his dad is there, his coach, his one of his one of the coaches that also started the gym, Wellington Boxing Club.
And here he is now.
Evan, you just put on a very impressive performance here in your pro debut in front of your home crowd of Gibraltar. What a feeling that must have been.
First of all, let me fucking hear you! To be honest, I'm lost for words. This is a night that those of you who are close to me know how much it means to me. For one person especially, that's not here with us today, and I wore it proud on my shorts. Mom, this was for you. I'll also like to give a massive shout out to my team, everyone who's pushed me all the way through, especially my coach, Carl Shortinho. Without you wouldn't be available.
How special was it to be the first person from your nation to fight on home soil?
As I said, lost for words. Something that I was never expecting, but I've always wanted. Now that it's here, let's go, baby.
You and your brother, you packed out this crowd here tonight. Are you looking to return here anytime soon?
When you call me, I will be here. And you've only seen one of the Monte Griffos. The second one is still to show.
Perfect. Well done on your performance. It was very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're in Gibraltar, an amazing atmosphere. I've got to say, it's an honour to speak to the Chief Minister of Gibraltar. This is incredible stuff. You must be delighted to see this in your nation.
Well, I'm delighted to see it here at the Europa facility, but in particular, I'm delighted to see a Gibraltarian fighter fight a professional fight in Gibraltar and win his first professional fight in Gibraltar and send a signal to the world that anybody who takes on a Gibraltarian is hitting a rock. And they'd better be careful.
Wow, you should be a promoter as well.
Well, it'd be my pleasure.
Talk to me about working with WBM and putting these Gibraltar Series fights on.
Well, it's been great, and I really look forward to this being only the beginning. I really do hope that we're going to see a lot more of these fights, that Gibraltar's going to really be able to demonstrate to the world it's a great venue for these sorts of fights, and we've got great crowds here that really make the night a special night.
Evan had this place on fire. I mean, the roof was about to go off, I thought. The fans love it here, which is great to see.
I think everyone loves Evan, everyone loves Chris, everyone loves Tyron, and what you're going to see, what you're going to experience is Gibraltar getting behind its own, the Rock Scorpions being really ready to sting tonight.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic atmosphere. Give us your thoughts when Evan came to the ring. You had the national anthem being sung, the crowd were absolutely electric, as Umar said. Tell us what was running through your head.
Well, it's really quite something to hear that anthem, to listen to those words, to think of how much Gibraltar has struggled and fought through the centuries, and to see all that almost play out in 4 rounds, and the inspiration when you get Nathan singing that national anthem. You know, I challenge you not to have goosebumps.
Absolutely, we certainly did. Sport in general in Gibraltar is so important. You know, we've seen a lot of young kids. We're looking at them now with Evan having autographs signed. They look up to these fighters. Evan coming out tonight will have inspired a whole generation of Gibraltarians to get into boxing.
Absolutely, and I think Gibraltarians understand the value of boxing. They understand it's a great sport. It channels your energy. It keeps violence off the streets. It teaches you how to fight, and it teaches you how not to fight. And I think what tonight is doing is making it even more glamorous for young people to understand that they can also one day perhaps represent their nation in the ring.
Absolutely, and like we say, we've worked very, very closely with local gyms in the lead up to this show. We've seen how important it is to them. Where do you think these Box Nation shows can go in Gibraltar?
Well, I think this can only be the beginning. I think everybody's left wanting more, especially after this fight. We want more tonight, and we want more in the future. This Gibraltar series has to become something regular.
Listen, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate the hospitality here too. We'll let you go back to your seat and enjoy the rest of the evening.
To all your viewers to Gibraltar.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Umar, wow. Yeah, wow, what a night. I mean, listen to the atmosphere in here for that one. We knew that those guys were popular. Like Evan said, we've still got Chris to come. We've still got Tyrone to come. But that atmosphere.
I'm actually a bit shocked. It was so loud in here. I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I think that's the best atmosphere I've ever seen. I'm not just saying that.
maybe because I'm in the moment here, but it was so loud in here. I mean, how many people have we got in here, do you know?
About 1,300, I believe.
Okay, it seemed like 130,000 people were in it. It was so loud. They obviously cherish what's going on here because we're lucky. We get to be at fights every week in the UK and across the world, and for us it's just the norm, but this isn't the norm for people here. So I think they're really enjoying the moment, and I'm so glad that we're going to be coming back here a couple of more times this year.
So looking at Evan's fight, it's his debut. Great performance by him.
Impressive. I'm impressed. I obviously didn't know anything about him coming into this fight, but he's got some skills, and I think obviously his brother's coming on in a sec. If those two can build something out here, I mean, they've got the fan base, we could have something quite special in Gibraltar here, for sure.
So while me and Umar catch our breath, we're going to throw back to our MC Mark Burtis for the next bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Cologne, by way of Ukraine, Serhiy Kzmoro.
So much more to come in the story of Gibraltar on this all-important night in boxing terms, but for the moment the focus switches to the meeting.
And from Waterlooville, Hampshire, please welcome Lloyd Farrington!
Lloyd Farrington. No need for Farrington to do anything than focus on his own task tonight. From Waterlooville in Hampshire. And a very good record he brings here. 7 professional victories from 7. He's 21 years of age.
Our next bout this evening is a 6 3-minute rounds contest in the light heavyweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with over 40 contests to his name, weighing in at 78.9 kilograms. And tonight he wears the silver shorts. Please welcome from Cologne, by way of Ukraine, Serhiy Kzmoro. And across the ring in the blue corner, unbeaten with 7 wins, 2 by way of knockout, weighing in 77.6 kilograms, and tonight he wears the black shorts with gold trim. Please welcome from Waterlooville, Hampshire, the animal, Lloyd Farrington. Your referee is Michael Brown, who will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Okay, you know boxing rules, okay? No hit behind the back, under the belt. When I say stop, you stop, okay? Good luck and touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 3-minute rounds.
The latest step on the road for Lloyd Farrington. We've seen some sparkling stuff tonight from 1 or 2 of the other prospects. Farrington has been quietly going about his business, but in fairly impressive fashion. 7 straight wins. Very solid amateur pedigree before he turned pro. Still very young indeed. And in against Serhiy Kzmoro, who's now based in Cologne in Germany. He's a Ukrainian. Kzmoro hasn't won many, 4 out of 43 before tonight. And it's a long losing run as he comes here to Gibraltar, like for nearly everybody involved. The first appearance in Gibraltar, clearly. And understandably, after all the excitement of the preceding contest, all the atmosphere has kind of sagged a little bit in the hall because a lot of people have gone out for some refreshment, and we're left with the hardcore boxing crowd here now.
Yeah, it's like really well here. I mean, he's in unbelievable shape, by the way. I've got to say, he's in top shape. So he's going to be strong, he's going to be fit, and he's going to be ready today.
First outing of 2025 for Farrington. Ended 24 with a victory on the 8th of December over 4 rounds. And starts 25 in a very purposeful manner indeed.
That was the world's slowest count, I think.
And now timeout. He's not looking good to me here, Kzmoro. He's still feeling it.
I don't think he wants much more of this.
Ian Weaver in the corner just told him to throw that bolo shot underneath. Didn't quite come off. Kzmoro is giving out all kinds of signals to me that he'd rather be somewhere else in Gibraltar at the moment.
On the beach.
In a nice restaurant having dinner.
Oh, good shot.
Made to measure for Farrington here early on. We've not had many stoppages. Have we had any tonight, actually, Sam, so far?
No.
I'll be surprised if this one goes long. Maybe.
Actually, the first one, where the guy hurt his leg. The first
Correct,
fight.
thank you very much. Kzmoro is now shaking himself up a little bit, and he's had every reminder that this could be not a very good night for him unless he gets his act together. Very good start from Farrington.
Yeah, very good. Nice, neat, tidy, composed, doing everything right. Got the knockdown, didn't go mad, and yeah, he's boxing nice and smart.
Ian Weaver in the corner. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
The old trick's coming out again, spitting the gum shield straight out.
He knew he was going to need every second that he could get his hands on there. That couldn't have gone any better to start 2005 for Farrington. A knockdown, very nearly a knockout.
Seconds. Out. Round 2.
Thrown a few more purposeful shapes early in the second round here, Kzmoro. But what happens when he's clipped? That's the question. He grabs and he holds and he claims.
He looks so physically strong, don't he?
21-year-old, he's probably still getting stronger.
What's it going to be like when he's 26, 27?
Short and stocky, really, 5'10". It's a good package. He's a bit old school, isn't he,
Yeah,
Farrington?
very.
Not much flash, but a lot of menace.
I love it. He's going through the second round of the fight, and there's not one hair out of place on his head.
Clean cut kid, and most of the shots he's thrown have been clean.
Clip there, and then a little uppercut on the inside.
Kzmoro slowly waking up.
He just held him up.
He's so lucky to be in the fight the way he did start it, really.
He just went to throw him on the floor and then just held his whole body weight up. Mate, this kid must be so strong. Don't need to load up with that jab too much. You seem to force that a little bit. So many different types of jabs you can throw.
That shot underneath was not far away again, but he's touched down, what, 4 times already, Kzmoro?
Yeah, I think a little bit of clean work from Farrington. I don't see this going too much further.
Well, I thought so in round 1, but here we are into the last minute of the second round. It's another big attack coming up here from Farrington. At no stage does he look particularly sound on his feet to me, Kzmoro. He's fighting off instinct and all the fighting instincts of a a man who's had a long pro career here, Sam, but it's not looking good for him, even now.
No, I mean, the tricks of the trade that we spoke about with the other lads, he doesn't seem to be pulling off, which is why he's getting tagged. But, I mean, he's still there, so fair play to him.
And Farrington's just got to keep going while he is in there, which he obviously understands.
I need to crowd your work there. Just step back. Just step back. Don't do the macho thing of I'm not going backwards. I'll push you back. Just a little half a step and then whip the shots in.
A survival mission, really, for the man in the red corner, and still a long way to go if he's to achieve the distance tonight, Serhii Kzmoro. But there's little or no sign that he could stop Farrington, the animal, from extending his winning run.
Seconds out. Round 3.
He's taken a whole lot of flack early on here, has Kzmoro. Let's see if he's come up with any solutions.
Like you say, he looks off balance no matter what he does.
All the time he does,
literally.
Yeah. We're not questioning his fighting heart, but we are questioning his capabilities. Oh, he went down under his own steam there. You mentioned the injury in the first fight. That was quite similar.
Yeah.
Very, very similar in pretty much the same spot. What are the chances? He didn't mean to go over. That wasn't a deliberate ploy. But at no point does he look really sound on those legs.
No.
And that encourages Farrington to open up again. Can't get out of the way of the jab, can he?
No, that's what I mean. When he throws it properly, he doesn't try to shove it in too much. It's so much better. It's so much snappier. There's not a tell on it, so it's harder to read.
Yes.
Really digs that in, doesn't he?
It's target practice for Lloyd Farrington. How close? Well done to the referee, Mark Brown. He's not. This is my problem with these gum shields.
Yeah.
I was beginning to get my hopes up. The referee was going to say fight on, but of course with the officials at ringside looking on, he has to apply the law. But I thought he was going to tell him to just get on with it.
Yeah. If you lose your teeth, you lose your teeth. It's your fault for spitting it out.
I reckon I'm going to get into trouble if I continue with my rant about all that. Farrington has Kzmoro in all kinds of trouble. He's beating him all ends up. The only problem is he's not finishing him off. And as usual, Kzmoro is thinking to himself, well, where's my next payday due? If I get through this, I'll get another one somewhere soon. But
yeah, I mean, I can't really see him getting through this.
No, I can't. But
the distress signals are mad.
I can't see what he's offering.
No. These are one of the fights where you're like, I mean, the fact he's in there and he's getting rounds out and he's got to deal with a puzzle, like, but he's not going to take, like some of the other lads that were in the away corner earlier, like the Brazilian, who come and gave it a right go. That's the ones you're going to take the most from. This is a bit tricky, but it's hard to learn from these sort of fights.
You just learn more about where you are at the moment in your career,
yeah.
I think, Sam. And that is, you know, you're very talented, you're very strong. You seem to have a really good attitude, Lloyd Farrington, and you're going to be a handful at the very least. But you've also got to be patient, and if the knockout's not coming, you've just got to continue doing the right things in the right way.
Well, yeah, that is one thing you can take from this. The fact that when it isn't gelling, he's just got to be as calm as he can, and it will come.
We've reached the halfway point.
Somehow.
Serhii Kzmoro has taken a tremendous amount of punishment. and has never looked steady on his legs. I wonder to what degree the referee, Mark Brown, is saying to himself, if I see an opportunity, I will stop this.
Well, you can see in the replays there, he's touched tight to the action, so I think if there is a flurry of punches put together, I think we will see it waved off.
It might be no bad thing for all concerned.
And it'll give us an earlier night because we've still got a 10 rounder, 12 rounds to go.
Corners, 10 seconds.
3 fights to come, 10, correction actually, 10, 11, 12 and 13. We're not done yet.
No, nowhere near.
4 fights still to come tonight. Beyond this, including more of the Gibraltar fighting family, Monte Griffo. The women's contest tonight, which is a very important one. Alianse Lungu and Zoe Hunt-Smith. Kaisy Kademi and Sean Bruce for the Commonwealth Super Flyweight title.
I'm looking forward to the other Monte Griffo brother.
Okay, and to close out the show, Tyrone Buttigieg, another Gibraltar fighter at featherweight. All that is still to come here tonight. Thorough going over round after round by Serhii Kzmoro at the hands of Lloyd Farrington. Just needs to keep it tidy and orthodox and disciplined, Farrington. Were there nights when you had an opponent, Sam, where you wanted him right from the get-go, but he had the irritating habit of refusing to go over?
So my first fight at super welterweight was against someone called Daniel Larty, and I think he threw 2 punches the whole fight, and he just ran. And it was honestly, I nearly, like, after the fight, I ended up having a bit of a row with him because I was like, mate, what was the point? Like, and it does frustrate you because you're selling the tickets and your family and your friends and that have paid their hard-earned money to come watch you, and you've got an opponent in there that just wants to stay away from you. So, but yeah, that was one where I was really, really frustrated with it. But you live and you learn.
Good thing here is I'm not seeing Farrington showing any signs of frustration as this goes on and on.
No, he's obviously a calm, collected kid.
Which is really good, isn't it?
Yeah, at such a young age as well.
This screams at me it should be stopped on the grounds of being outclassed, actually, at this point.
Yeah, you're not going to get anything out of the opponent at this point. It's just surviving.
Nearly another round ticked off by Kzmoro. And Farrington's job is just to stay in there and keep doing the right things in the right way. So far, so good in that respect. He leads 4-0, and that's understating it in terms of rounds.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing, classy, composed, and he's just dealing with what he's got in front of him.
In his day job, he's a tree surgeon, is Lloyd Farrington, and he's shown the same patience.
Seconds out. Round
No point rushing your work when you're a tree surgeon.
The shape of him, I reckon he just drags the trees out of the
I'd
ground
say
on his
so,
own.
yeah, definitely. It's a good trade to have. There's always going to be work, but the way he's going in his pro career overall, I could see the call coming for him to go full-time as a fighter.
Yeah, I used to do landscaping and similar sort of work, obviously. And them cold, rainy mornings, they was horrible. But I weren't very good at landscaping, so the company I work for, they're now one of my sponsors, so they actually pay me to not work for them.
Anyway, you're still mates, that's good.
Yeah.
Take your time, they say to Farrington. They may as well take their time. Kzmoro, in his own way, is surviving here. He's not impressing anybody except by his willpower, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's got to this stage, like, it's a credit to him sticking in there, doing the bare minimum while doing it, but he's getting through.
He's holding, ref.
Don't blame him.
At least he can hold properly.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, the shot.
Farrington has caught him well there.
Leg stiff. How has he stayed up?
I don't know. I really don't know. When he looks like he's so vulnerable.
Ref, where are you?
Now, the only thing about him is, Kzmoro, he's very proud of the fact that the 39 pro defeats, only 3 have come by the way of stoppage. So I guess that's what he's trying to protect here.
Clinging onto, yeah. And he might have the work books in next week.
As a consequence, yeah. But it's one of the most one-sided fights I've seen in I don't remember how long. I'll just make a bigger point about a fight like this. Maybe sometimes a referee has to stop it on the grounds of a fighter being outclassed, simply to make the point that it's meant to be competitive.
A competitive fight, exactly.
And just to remind everybody else, I mean, the matchmaking here tonight has been brilliant, okay? Generally, brilliant. And maybe it's an off night for him. Maybe there's a reason why. But Kzmoro is not doing anything more than hoping to walk back on spindly legs and slump on the stool at the end of each of these rounds. Listen, it's all well and good for Farrington in the long run. He's been out since December, getting 6 rounds under his belt, under the lights. That's good, I guess. But he's never going to win a fight more easily than this one.
Blimey. You're not wrong there.
Corners 10 seconds. Seconds out. 6th and final round.
Box, says the referee, Mark Brown. Quite optimistic, really, in one sense. But Farrington's certainly played his part. I think everybody's impressed again tonight with what they're seeing from Lloyd Farrington. Still developing, he's still very, very young. And a defiant spirit in the shape of Serhii Kzmoro, not matched by the output, not matched by his boxing show tonight, but he has hope now of seeing it through to the end of this round and therefore protecting one proud element to his record, that he remains a hard man to stop. He's been down under his own volition 3 or 4 times minimum, and he's looked in trouble throughout. And of course, as usual, in sight of the winning post, now he's started to show a little bit more. Kzmoro.
Second win in the last round, it always happens.
I feel good.
Yeah.
Farrington wants him to come to him, but he's too wily for that. He just got off on the wrong foot, literally, and now he goes down again. This one will count.
5, 6.
We're inside the last half of the last round. Farrington still is entitled to believe he can stop his man, and he's going out to try and do that.
That was a bad one, that. I can knock the wind out of you, that.
There's a little flash of anger there from Farrington, you know.
Yeah, that would annoy me. That, like, someone holding, like, dragging you to the floor.
He's come after his man here. Gone completely square on. It's not going to count against Kuznetsov, but I think maybe just somebody might point that out to him afterwards. Don't get out of shape. It's not worth it. Do the basics properly.
Exactly.
Up the road, if he continues in this vein, he is going a long way up the road, Lloyd Farrington. He's going to start to meet people who'll be waiting for that little moment of opportunity, exactly. Yeah. But he has dominated Serhii Kuznetsov in every possible way, from the very first bell to the very last bell, and at the end of it, Kuznetsov, the spirit undimmed. What a fighting man in terms of spirit he is. He said thank you very much to Lloyd Farrington. Lloyd Farrington shouldn't be frustrated. He looked really sharp. He looks like a talent who could develop. He's had a lot of good moments in that fight, and that is going to be professional win number 8 for Farrington. It's a part of the journey, isn't it? It's never going to be smooth at all times, and Ian Weaver will dissect that performance with him. There's a lot to like about him, for sure. Mark Burdiss will now,
ladies and gentlemen,
give us the conclusion
we have
we know.
a unanimous decision. The winner in the blue corner from Waterlooville, Hampshire, Lloyd the Animal Farrington. A round of applause for Serhii Kuznetsov. Well done, mate.
Quite honestly, it was complete domination from first bell to last from Lloyd Farrington. 8th straight win, and a young man who has every reason to believe that he can go on to make a big mark. He's come to Gibraltar and added to the record. Never looked in a moment's trouble. Fit and strong and full of hope. And let's wish him the best for the future. And now we can hear from him.
Times you look like you wanted to, I don't know, stretch him out really. You were on task, on job. Some of those body shots were vicious. Just talk me through that win, Lloyd.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was a bit disappointed with some of the stuff. I think I could have got him out of there, but it's great to get the 6 rounds in. I felt strong, felt comfortable, so just learning and just going to the next one.
He was holding a lot. He didn't really want to engage in a fight, did he? That made it a bit tougher for you.
Yeah, definitely, but I mean, that's things that I should prepare for, so it's only helped me further down the line, so yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, you weren't loading up a lot in there. You just wanted to get rid of him, but he wouldn't go. Fair play to him.
Yeah, no, he was very, I mean, he was taking my shots to the body and over to the head and that, but you live and you learn. I know for next time.
Do you think we'll see the best of you actually when someone wants to meet you in the middle of the ring and have a fight with you, Lloyd?
I think it's a lot more, you know, that's what my style is. I work off other people's aggression, and I think that's when you see the best of me, when I'm fighting better opposition. So that's just one further down the line again.
So you've been kept busy by your managers, Triple F, the Frankums, getting you out on these shows. So the momentum's building with you, and I think your name's getting out there. If you keep fighting like that, providing excitement, then we're on some big things, I think.
But yeah, no, well, people don't watch the tippy-tappy stuff and point scoring. I try to, you know, hurt my guy, and I think that's what people want to, you know, what they want to see, entertainment.
Where do you want to be by the end of this year?
Hopefully, you know, with my first title around my belt, you know, 11, 12, 13 in a row. That's the plan.
Congrats, mate.
Say that again, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Silver Commonwealth Lightweight Championship. Into the ring, please welcome the first challenger from Merton, London, Zoe Hunt Smith.
Zoe Hunt-Smith has made her feelings very clear about this job. She wants it, and she thinks that she's more than capable of making a big mark on the women's scene at lightweight.
And please welcome from Hackney, London, Orience Lungu.
Not exactly a secret, and not exactly, at the age of 34, a new kid on the block, but the ability is considerable, the potential simply massive. Orience Lungu.
Ladies and gentlemen, WBM and Trinity Entertainment, sponsored by Betfred, proudly presents our next bout this evening, which is 10 two-minute rounds for the Silver Commonwealth Lightweight Championship from the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. Your officials have been appointed by the Commonwealth Boxing Council. Your supervisor this evening is Mr. Simon Block of the UK. Your timekeeper at the bell is Mr. Stephen Cook of Malta. And your judges are Daniel van der Wiele of Belgium and Jon Lona Ferdinand of Spain. Your scoring referee is Giovanni Boggi of Italy. And now to introduce the contestants. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with a record of 4 wins, 1 by way of knockout and 2 losses, weighing in 61.1 kilograms. And tonight, she wears the black shorts with green and gold trim. Please welcome from Merton, London, Zoe Hunt Smith. And across the ring, moving into the blue corner, unbeaten with 3 wins from 3, weighing in 61 kilograms. And tonight, she wears the white shorts with gold sides. Please welcome from Hackney, London, Orient, Lungu. Your referee will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
Come on, lady. Remember what I told you in the dressing room. No rabbit punch. Stop, break, step back, no punch. Touch your gloves, and good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 two-minute rounds for the Silver Commonwealth Lightweight Championship.
This has been long awaited. They've known each other a long, long time. Amateur adversaries over a decade ago. Lungu won a point split decision at the H.G. Wells complex in Woking. And they've been on a collision course ever since. I delve into the time machine to bring us that one. But it tells us that maybe Lungu's stats are the better. She starts as a favourite, but I'm not prepared to predict the shape of things to come just yet in this fight tonight. Orianse Lungu against Zoe Hunt-Smith for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Lightweight title. The lightweight division is packed with talent. And for the winner of this fight tonight, a really exciting pathway forward. Lungu's so impressive last time out. She's got style, she's got pep in her punches, mentality is strong. And even though she's been a sleeper in terms of her boxing career, 34 years of age, that's 2 years older than Hunt-Smith, she looks like a major talent still to be developed. Zoe Hunt-Smith's road has been different, been longer, but she's got a wily coach in Alec Wilgie, and she's won 4 of her 6 before tonight. She's been boxing all in all for 12 years, and it's all been with this kind of an opportunity in mind. And she started purposefully here. She always vowed that she tried to put it on Lungu in every sense. A rivalry that's been cooking and building. One more H.G. Wells pun coming up. I'm not going to promise the War of the Worlds, but I do fancy that this could be very spicy indeed. And Lungu's been pretty cautious to me here early on, Sam. She's well aware that anything goes tonight against Hunt-Smith, and let's just leave it like that for the moment.
Yeah, you can't come out and be reckless. You get punished at this level. So, yeah, cautious start from both of them, but this should warm up into a really, really good fight.
I think it will do. A lot of doors are going to open for the winner tonight. Hunt-Smith confronted Lungu in the ring after her last fight and promised a fight of the year contender. That's got the crowd's attention again here in Gibraltar.
What's happening, guys? I'm back. This is going to be a good fight. This is a fantastic gel of styles. Smith and Lungu, this is going to be a good fight, guys. This is going to be a good fight.
Scheduled 10-rounder. Who actually took that round, in your opinion, Tariq?
I think Lungu looked sharper. She was landing on the outside, and like Sam said, Smith needs to be a bit more wary of how she comes in. She's coming in a bit reckless, and she could get clipped, especially at this level.
Nice body shot there. Yeah, Smith.
Great fight, guys. Great fight so far. And if anyone can educate me here, where's Lungu from also? I see two flags on her shorts. There's a British flag, and what's the one on the right? Because I can't quite... You'll see it in a second.
She's 34 years of age. Haringey Police Amateur Boxing Club is where she learned to box.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, I saw the last fight at the York Hall. Tariq against Vida Mashikate. Really, really impressive. That was only 3 weeks ago, so she's in A1 shape.
Oh, lovely uppercut there by Lungu. This is gelling up to be a lovely fight. Because Smith, as you can see, she's all cylinders working, all cylinders firing.
But she's also definitely just being very watchful about Hunt Smith. I don't know whether Hunt Smith actually managed to achieve her ends or not, Sam, when they had that confrontation in the ring. But it looks to me like she's got inside Lungu's head just a little bit, which was the idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more spicy. It's good. It's obviously a good selling point for the fight. But yeah, like it's all mind games right up until, well, even when you're in there, it's still mind games. You're still trying to trick your opponent.
Sure.
So it is. Sometimes stuff like that can get in your head. It's never really affected me, that sort of thing. But each and every person's different, aren't they?
That was a good round for Lungu again, but I could see Smith slowly cutting the distance. That pressure will get to Lungu later down the fight. There is no doubt. Yeah, like Sam said, trash talk is a, you know, it could really backfire if you're Billy Joe Saunders trash talking Canelo, or it could really do wonders for you.
Why are we all laughing about that as you mention it? What a terrible idea that was.
You already know, yeah.
You really don't want to wind Canelo up with all people, do you?
Canelo or Golovkin, because if you remember when Golovkin fought Steve Rolls, was it? I don't know, he fought some guy from America, and that guy pushed him in the weigh-in, and Golovkin just beat him up. But it could also work, because it worked for Mayweather against Ricky Hatton.
Oh, don't, I'll start crying.
This is bubbling nicely here.
Great fight so far.
Oriansi Lungu in the white from Haringey, North London against East London. Zoe Hunt-Smith based in Hackney.
London derby.
It is. It's got that little edge to it as a consequence.
Oh, good body shot by Lungu.
We've got to pick a North London opponent for you, is it? If you're going to call yourself an East Londoner.
Yeah,
it's only
East
just,
London.
isn't it, in your case, Waltham?
Yeah, literally on the edge.
You're on the border. But there is always something in it. Tariq's quite right to mention it.
Of course. It's crazy, them derbies, they go back since God knows when. There's always rivalries in there, especially in England.
Yeah.
Seems like the Southerners don't like the Northerners don't like the Southerners. And then
we can split it any way you want, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Then the Southerners between each other also have beef, you know.
Then there's Liverpool v Manchester, etc., etc.
Or Liverpool v Everton, same city.
Indeed.
Lungu.
The thing that makes this good for me is I think both of these women are actually boxing very well here tonight.
Yeah.
Skills, mate. You can see the level. They're good. They're definitely good fighters. And it's a great clash of styles. Smith is good on the front foot. See, she's got good defense. She's blocking, parrying, throwing good shots.
And for somebody maybe not used to fighting in the public eye quite so much, Hunt Smith has shown tremendous composure here, not chasing it too hard.
Is this her first big hall fight?
I would say so. She was a footballer for a while, actually, long ago, and only started boxing at all because she got injured.
Really? Wow, that's interesting.
Small Holdings ABC is where she learned her trade, but they taught her well. Good fight.
Great fight. I could never guess she's new to the sport. She's looking great.
From Lungu's side, that Haringey Police Amateur Boxing Club, the women's section is absolutely top draw, and it's produced a lot of very, very good fighters.
Okay.
They were real flag
so
bearers, if you like, for women's boxing in Britain.
She's doing good. You can see the class.
Definitely.
I'd say she's won every round so far. I don't know how you guys have it. How do you guys have it?
Sam?
I don't know. It's quite hard, isn't it? I mean, I think the last round has got to go to Lungu, but the first one was quite tentative. Yeah, I'll say Lungu just edging it.
Just
Yeah,
edging it.
just
Yeah,
edging.
definitely. It's not like she's winning them clearly.
No,
but
they're not clear rounds.
Not at all. But they're good fight. You know, 2-minute rounds with the women, it's so hard to separate them, isn't it?
Do you know what though? It is that's what makes women boxing so exciting, because it is 2-minute rounds. The pace is just scary.
Intense.
Like when they spar down our gym, I'm like, mate, I'll be blowing if I box at that pace.
2 minutes is. You're right.
It's a sprint, ain't it?
Yeah.
I think at distance, Lungu is going to dominate more.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Yeah, lovely.
But
it depends whether Smith can get inside like this. If she can get into position here and make it work for her, it's where she needs to be.
And I can visibly see that Lungu don't like up close. You can see she's very tense and gets very nervous and moves erratically when the moment Smith gets very close.
Zoe Hunt-Smith has earned this in every possible way, bearing in mind that she actually lost 2 of her first 3 professional fights.
Wow.
Never give up attitude.
No, never give up attitude, Sam. An improver in every sense.
Yeah, unbelievable.
You never know what's around the corner.
B. Boster telling her in the Hunt-Smith corner. Just keeping that little bit of distance here. Lungu, suddenly she starts to look like the boss. That's the problem.
Nice
fight. Right, oh, good skills. Good exchange.
Lovely movement on the way back there from Lungu.
Oh,
really
great
nice.
body shots.
The comparison was made actually about Lungu the last night we saw at the Yorkville Bethnal Green, very like Sinyan Ganka, who's a real star of the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
And that is a compliment, obviously, but tonight Lungu is under more pressure, so we're seeing her operate differently, and that's the mark of a good fighter.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Rising to the occasion, performing well.
She's handling it well so far, and Zoe, by the looks of it, ain't gonna stop coming forward.
Oh, nice.
And she's prepared to do that on the inside. Lungu, close her opponent down.
She has to.
Yeah, she has to, because she's dangerous,
Yes.
Hunt-Smith.
She has to. That was another, again, very hard to separate them, man. It depends what the judges like here. It's just.
I think Lungu just got that little bit of extra quality in the class.
Yeah,
snuck a few really nice shots through, so I gave that to her again.
Absolutely, she's got a fantastic shot selection, Lungu. Yeah, you could argue she's won every round so far. Lungu has.
But there's no sense of discouragement in the Hunt-Smith corner.
Oh, she ain't gonna stop coming, mate. She's gonna put it on Lungu for the rest of the fight. I tell you that now. She does not even look tired. Look at her.
10 seconds, corners.
You're right. She's brand new, isn't she?
Fit, yeah,
brand new.
Yeah, fit.
Seconds out. Round 5.
No major breakthrough either way so far, but just the sense that overall Lungu's
uppercut by
slightly
Smith.
more polished, and Hunt-Smith's endeavours to get close occasionally reaping their rewards. But Lungu at range, and that uppercut's a reminder to keep it at range, incidentally. At range, she's just landing more often, isn't she?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Her output's a lot higher, and they're all classy shots as well.
So far, though, it's been a Smith round.
Getting closer.
Absolutely. And it's only round 5, so she still has time. If she's looking to win here, she can still do it. Because so far, it's a Smith round. Another good shot by Smith there.
Must be her best round so
Absolutely.
far. Must be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's closed that gap a little bit more in this round, hasn't she? She's getting her shots off.
Oh, a lovely right hand there by Smith again.
If Lungu thought she'd got the measure of her opponent, she was mistaken in that. Now she responds.
Oh, lovely skills
Second
there.
uppercut was a good one.
She's showing her level there. Good combination, body head, uppercuts, lovely.
she's going just that little ability to give a little bit of ground away. Draw Hunt Smith on just a little bit.
Last 15 seconds.
As you put it there, Tariq, the levels at times have shown themselves.
Yeah, you can see the.
But sometimes hard work can overcome that.
Of course.
Yeah, if Lungu ain't fit, then Smith will start to get to her late on.
I don't know how much women boxing you guys watched, but recently she's a good friend of mine. Her name is Tiara Brown. She fought against Sky Nicholson in Australia.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And I always said, Sky is a great fighter, but the day she meets someone who can put it on her, she's going to have a hard night. And that's exactly what Tiara Brown...
Exactly what happened.
Yeah, me and Tiara Brown have fought on the same card a couple of times in Mexico. And I've always said, the day she gets a chance, she's going to do well. And she did great against Sky. And this is a similar fight, but Lungu really knows how to operate better under pressure. I don't know if they're the same division, though. Maybe you guys can... What division are they? The ladies in the ring right now.
This is lightweight.
Lightweight, okay, so it's much bigger with division than Sky Nicholson.
The number one at the moment in Great Britain is Caroline Dubois, who is a potential world star in the making. Brilliant fighter.
Great fighter, Caroline Dubois.
Terry Harper and Rhiannon Dixon, of course, featuring a very strong top 10. One of the true greats, Katie Taylor, no longer a lightweight. The avenues are opening up, and I think Caroline is hoping to be elevated, incidentally. And if that happens, Lungu and Hunt Smith aim to be in the debate, along with the others.
And they have what it takes, man. They've shown good level so far. Lungu starting well this round, guys. She's landing some good shots. She's landed some good shots. Good body shot there by Smith.
Again, Lungu just giving herself the tiniest little bit of space. But Zoe Hunt Smith remains very determined.
Oh, absolutely. She's not going to stop coming, I tell you that.
Probably the better variety of shots overall comes from Lungu's side.
Yeah,
would you agree?
100%. And I just like the way she switches up her hooks and uppercuts. Like, she'll go wide, she'll create a gap in the defence, sneak an uppercut through. Really, really intelligent stuff.
Yeah, fantastic selection of shots.
It's not bad.
Oh, lovely right hand by Lungu there on the back
Not
foot.
bad for a fourth professional fight, is it?
Oh, is it only her fourth? Wow.
For Lungu.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
She looks really good. Is it funny that women just develop so much faster than men, don't they?
She's got Steve Broughton in her corner. And Lungu goes back to Broughton at the end of that round. We're through the halfway point. It seems to be going their way.
Absolutely, and another very close round. I really could not tell you who won that, man. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'd go Lungu again.
She's just showing the class, isn't she?
Yeah, just that little bit of extra, like, quality. The selection, yeah. She's just boxing nice. Whereas Smith's like ducking down and trying to get close, but on the way in she's taking a few, and it's playing into Lungu's hands.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's a good performance by both ladies.
Yeah, and I think Smith would have a bit more success if she could just not smother her work a little bit, because she just gets a bit too close, and even she's too close to do her own work, you know what I mean?
Corners, 10 seconds.
Just seems to have an implacable mentality, Oriente Lungu.
Yeah,
like, this is her mission in life, to become a very successful boxer at the very top level.
Well, she's doing
her
really
sense
good so far.
of destiny.
Doing really good so far. We still don't know where that flag is from, though.
Zoe Hunt Smith is trying to double up the action here. Just that sense, perhaps, that she knows that she might just be falling behind on the cards.
Better from Smith, much better. This is what she needs to do. Let her hands go. Take the power out, stop throwing one and put them together.
Absolutely, Sam. Very
She's
well
boxed
said.
very well, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's nothing against her performance so far. It's just it's the tweaks that I'd get her to make to be a bit more effective.
Volume. Pressure burst pipes.
Is it just me that at the very close quarters, if it comes to it, Lungu's got a bit more strength?
She's she's naughty with that front hand as well.
Yeah,
it goes straight into the neck and on the face of Smith, and
There you go. Yeah.
She's naughty with that, but
Very well seen.
Yeah, she's just a little bit. She's using her body a little bit better on the inside, like with her hand and stuff like that. Good body shot, up and down. She picks her shots really nice.
Again, another beautiful display of very, very good punch selection.
Getting to the stage, perhaps, where Zoe Hunt-Smith has got to find a breakthrough moment.
Yeah, I think she knows. She knows she's behind, and she's really gonna give it all out these last few rounds, guys. But again, she just smothers her work a little bit there, Smith. If she could just find that mid-range. Lungu is smart on the inside. She knows how to
survive in there without harm. Last shot was hers, right on the bell.
Another great round, very competitive. But I think they know they're going to tell her to go all out these last 3 rounds.
In the Hunt-Smith corner, I agree with that.
Absolutely.
She just sat down rather heavily on the stool there, like, what have I got to do to get in this? I'm trying everything. I'm fighting well. Really, she is boxing well.
Yeah,
but it's just not quite enough, it seems.
So, sometimes this is when, if you lose a fight and you perform well, or you lose to the better opponent, then you got to take your hat off to her. Like, she's doing everything she can. She's trying. She's working hard. She's fit. She's in great shape. But I just think Lungu's just got that little bit extra, and it's telling.
Yeah, she's just got them a little bit more skills.
Yes, occasional moments of success for Hunt-Smith. Overall, the body of work in the fight from Lungu, slightly the better.
Oh, absolutely.
So far, still
Absolutely.
3 rounds to go, guys.
Absolutely. No, but I think Lungu got this. She doesn't look tired. She looks fresh, and she looks like she has what it takes. Again, straight into where it's up close and no one can do anything. This is where Smith needs to just take that little step back and just do her work. Again, great punch selection by Lungu there. Lovely work.
I think she was quite glad that the referee finally intervened there, because Lungu
Oh,
wasn't
lovely
going anywhere.
uppercut.
Here we go again.
Yeah, this might be the pattern for the rest of the fight, because they both seem like maybe they're tired. Oh, lovely shot there by Lungu
It
again.
was a great left, wasn't it?
Yes.
Almost off balance as she threw it. Little moments of breakthrough again from Lungu.
Yeah, Lungu is good. She's smart. She's good. She knows how to use her body to be put in the right position to let her shots go.
It's been a bit of a going over for Zoe Hunt-Smith so far in this round. There's been moments of opportunity, but she can't, for example, come up with that right hand, Sam. She just won't be allowed to do it.
Yeah, no. Oh, good little
That was the first time it happened.
Oh,
and
another good right
now
hand.
she does it.
See Lungu holding right on.
Yeah. Just at times maybe not quite quick enough to exploit the angle when it is there.
Yeah, no, just shutting her eyes and launching them over the top at one point there, just a little bit hopeful.
Yeah, not really looking at the target, innit, Sam? Just throwing.
Yeah, exactly, just for, like, hit and hope sort of thing.
Yeah. Another good uppercut there. That was a taxing round for both fighters.
It was, but it was a very good round from
Great
Lungu's
round.
point of view.
Yes, definitely.
Right on top of her game there.
Definitely. Yeah, it's that style of just resting your shoulder on the opponent's chest and just coming with the right hand. Bam, bam, bam. It's working for her.
Generally, slightly better delivered punches. Generally, slightly more accurate. Zoe Hunt-Smith's work is very willing indeed, but maybe it's just not quite being effective enough.
Absolutely, I agree with you there, Paul. And she's trying, man. She's giving it her all, Zoe Hunt-Smith, and she should leave this ring with her head held high.
Another tremendous fight on the card here tonight, Sam.
Yeah,
I must say, really top draw.
And this is a great advocate for women's boxing, showing the level that it's got to is just it's on par. And in some cases, I mean, Taylor Serrano is like some of the best boxing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like they're unbelievable, these girls. They really are.
Lungu from the outside.
Oh, Smith, I think, knows the urgency now. She's really trying to go for it here.
Hunt-Smith trying to close the range, but what happens next? Because Lungu, as Tariq has been saying, doesn't mind it on the inside. It'd be different if she was uncomfortable. She's not.
Nah, she's not. She knows what she's doing.
Lungu's first to get going again.
She's just busier, isn't she?
Oh, lovely uppercut again on the
Sneaks
inside.
that for really nice.
Sam, I think you said it best. If this is going away from Zoe Hunt-Smith, if it's going to elude her tonight, I don't want her to be disappointed, because she has actually fought a terrific fight.
No, yeah, 100%.
She needs to be proud of herself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and sometimes you have got to hold your hands up and go, the other person was just that little bit better than me. So, and it's nothing, no fault of her own. Like, there's nothing she's done wrong. She's put in a brilliant performance. But yeah, this fight's just getting away from her a little bit at the minute on the scorecard.
She should be proud of what she's done, and she can come again.
This is the way to lose, though, guys, isn't it? Go out on your shield and know that
Definitely.
you've left it all in the ring and you're knackered at the end of the fight. There's no harm in that, you know what I mean? As long as you know you've done everything you can, and it all came down to just little tweaks, you should leave with your head held high. She's obviously not quitting. She's going for it, man. Look, this has been a decent round. Although a lot of hugging, but it's been a decent round.
Lungu's winning these last few exchanges.
Good round.
Do suspect it just reinforces her superiority overall.
Yeah, another round, much like every other. She's winning the fight on the back foot. She's a lot busier. Where Smith's trying to dip, and get in close. She's just taking one too many on the way in for me.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I think with a few little tweaks, Zoe Hunt-Smith could be a really good fighter.
And she's still young enough. There could be lots of improvements still left in her, 32 years of age. That's 2 years younger than Lungu.
Exactly. There you go.
And I know it's also about, time in the ring, time on the clock as a boxer, not just the age as a number, but...
Yeah, absolutely. If you've had a long career and you've taken a lot of damage and a lot of hard fights, when you're 32 you could be finished. But if you've had a fresh, easy career, 32 could be the peak.
10th and final round.
Good applause all around the arena here.
Yeah, absolutely.
For what both of these two have given us so far.
It should be a good round, guys. They're both going to close strong here.
Lungu beats her to the punch again.
Yeah, she caught her coming in there, just like Sam said. Gets caught coming in.
And again.
Her head's quite static as well, Smith. Like, she's not coming in bobbing and weaving her head on the way in. She's just leaning forward and leaving her head there, and when your head comes over that front knee, the target's it's so much closer to the opponent.
Absolutely, and that's why the uppercuts have been a success for Lungu all night, because like you said, her head is always in a straight line.
And there is evidence of the damage that they've caused. There's blood coming from the nose of Hunt-Smith now.
Yes, caused by a punch.
God, it's actually quite bad.
And she's still fighting, guys. It just shows you the heart and the grit and the will. She's going to leave it all on the line here, guys.
Lungu is merciless.
And like Sam said, that lead hand of Lungu is not going to make that nosebleed any less easier.
There's just something about the attitude to the job from Orionse Lungu.
Yeah.
Every time I see her, something, as I said a while ago in the fight here tonight, a sense of destiny about her.
Yeah.
This is what she's born to do, and
Oh, lovely shot there.
she is
She's
determined,
very, very good fighter.
determined to go a very, very long way.
Absolutely.
What a tremendous effort tonight from Zoe Hunt-Smith. Biggest opportunity of her life. She's fought probably the best fight of her life, but the problem is she's fought against the best opponent she's faced, or indeed may ever face. And after all the face-offs and the acrimony, of course, as usual in boxing, everybody makes up respect and friendship at the end of it. Well played to both.
She can go out with the head held high, Zoe Hunt-Smith. She did really well, but like you said, Paul, Lungu just showed that extra bit of class tonight, and she did really well. This was a great fight.
We have Simon Block supervising at ringside tonight. Simon, who served the Commonwealth Council for so many years. He's supervising the scorecards just at the moment. And while we wait, it might just be the moment for Neon, and I know Simon would want to be included in this, as so many people, so many friends working on this show tonight. All of us still so very saddened by the recent passing of a great friend of all of us, Colin Hart, the one and only, the great Colin Hart. A great person and a great newspaper man and a great boxing correspondent for so many years, and again would just like to extend the condolences of us all to his family. We'll never forget Colin and what a part he played in all our lives. So may he rest in peace. Lungu's exuberant in the corner. She thinks she's got it done. Not so Zoe Hunt-Smith. While we wait, they're going to actually take the gloves off.
That's a weird one. I've never seen the ref ask the gloves to be removed before.
Mark Burtis has just taken custody of the official scorecard from Simon Block. And I think we're now ready to get the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecard, and here are the results. Judge Fernandez scores a contest 98-92. Judge Fuji 98-92, and Judge Viola 95-95. We have a majority decision, the winner. And now the new silver European champion in the blue corner. From Hackney, Orient's Lungu. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the brave and the gallant Zoe Hunt-Smith. Mr. Simon Block will now present the belt to the new champion.
And now the Commonwealth silver lightweight title belt is around her waist.
Orient's Lungu.
It surely is not the full extent of her ambitions. This is a woman who could be going to the very, very top. But that will do nicely for starters. Look at the smile now. Only her 4th pro fight. And she produces a very big performance. Still suggesting to me, Sam, that there is so much potential for Steve Broughton to bring out in this woman.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a neat, tidy boxing masterclass, really. I mean, she's got to get a move on because she's in her 30s, so that's a great start. So she can start picking up some more time. I mean, only her full fight, she's got the potential to go really, really far.
Understandably, given the circumstances, Zoe Hunt-Smith has already made her way out of the ring. She gave it a massive effort tonight and should be well pleased. But here's our winner.
Are we on? And the new Commonwealth champion, Ori, how does that sound?
Oh man, that sounds amazing. I mean, the last 12 weeks in particular have been tough in training, especially sparring the boys, so I'm really, really happy to get the decision today.
Just talk me through that win. It was a classy, clinical performance.
I think I probably made it a little bit tougher than I should have done, but all in all, I'm very happy. It's my first 10-rounder, second fight in 3 weeks, and I've been a pro for 5 months, so all in all, I'm pretty happy.
You must be buzzing with that.
I'm so buzzing. I've seen all the hard work she puts in the gym with Steve. Listen, me and Steve sat down last year and we had a game plan of how we're going to direct Ori. We got her out in December. She had to have 3 fights to fight for the Commonwealth title. She fought 3 weeks ago, and now she's finally champion. She's announced herself in the lightweight division. Me and Steve done this work, and I really believe Ori will win a world title at lightweight.
Steve, I'm sure you go along with that. Future world champion one day, you believe?
Well, yeah, that's what we're in the business for. So, yeah, she's got all the tools, and like she said, it's her 4th fight today. Trying to move her pretty quickly. She learns well. It's just a case of keep developing her, get her meaningful fights that keep developing her, and yeah, sooner rather than later, maybe we get some of the big girls.
And another thing you've got to remember, when did you have your pro debut?
I had my pro debut October 26th last year.
October 26th, what's the date today?
March 29th.
Talking about 5 months, she's already the Commonwealth silver champion. I believe this time next year she'll be knocking on the door for world titles. We had to get, me and Steve mapped out for her, she's champion now, and I'm looking forward to the future of her. She's gonna smash it.
I'm gonna leave us with the final word.
Yeah, I just want to say a massive, massive, massive thank you to Steve, who put so much time, not just onto me, but also my teammates as well. Couldn't do this without him. And a massive thank you to Freddie as well, who's believed in me and given me amazing opportunities to show what I can do.
Congrats. Well done.
Junior, let's go to up.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I have to announce that the Commonwealth Super Flyweight Championship has had to be postponed due to an injury to Kaisy Kademi. So sorry about that. But however, we have 2 very talented Gibraltarians fighting very shortly. So we're going to have fun. And now it is an absolute honor and privilege to introduce music legends, Artful Dodger.
Yeah. Raving Master River right here right now, Gibraltar Series makes I'm not sure. Oh, yeah! You listen to this one, the prelude to the after party. Don't forget upstairs after. Right about now, when I say artful, you say Dodger. Artful. We should artful. Yo, when I say enter, you say selector. Enter. We should enter. Let's go. All right. Don't forget the after party. Like it, dance it, rave it, move it, like it, dance it, rave it. On shit, oli, oli, oli. On shit, D-O-D-G-E to the R. This one about the awful nudger. D-O-D-G-E to the R. Is a selector. D-O-D-G-E to the R. This one about the awful nudger. D-O-D-G-E to the R. Enter. Shelekio. Right now, with a pen today. Listen to this one. Reavers, like it, dance it. Yeah, yeah. D-O-D-G-E to the R. This one about the awful nudger. Like it, dance it, rave it. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Right here, right now. Cabbage Reavers, Raven Crew. A little prelude. Your time. And I said D-O-D-G-E to the R. This one about the awful nudger. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go. Version. Like it. And I said inspire. And I said I'm sorry. Come on, come on. User, user. Like it. And I said I'm side now. Ready? Yo, lonely, should have known. I don't just sleep with your best friend. Right here, right now. Let's rave, let's bubble, let's just ready. Listen to this one. Raving Master Raven Crew. Don't forget the after way upstairs, off on the inside. Break it, like it, move it. Listen to this one. Listen to this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me see hands in the air, hands in the air, hands in the air, hands up. Oh yeah. If you sat down, you need to stand up. Stand up if you see. Get off the floor right now. Get up, get up, get up. Hands up, hands up. Come on, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Talk to me, talk to me. Yeah. We said, Ravens, that roof is on fire. That roof is on. That roof is on. Yo, we don't need no water, Linda. Watch it now, Bridget. On and say, yo, give me the mix 100 men. Bridget, give me that mix 100 men. Oli, oli, oli. We say 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. How many members am I sure? First is I need more. We want that encore. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. How many members am I sure? First is I need more. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Skibby dibby that, skibby that, dibby do. Say that's how we do. Here, Mama Linju. Skibby dibby that, skibby that, dibby do. Tell me, are you feeding me? Skibby dibby that, skibby that, dibby do. Say that's how we do it. On the shit. Oli, oli, oli. Let's sing, let's dance, let's rave. Your time. Let's get busy, let's get down. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, come on. We say, yo, I get in nowhere. I get in nowhere. Yeah, yeah, listen. We like, we dance, we move, we bubble. Right, sure, massive. It's a party. At the side, about the front, the middle. We ain't playing today. Come on. And it goes. Bill Shayuda. Come on. Understand. Yeah, yeah. Listen. We should sing. Sing. You got to. Reavers. Hana say, yo, let's get lively. Dance. Let's get lively. Aye, let's get lively. 1, 2, 3, go. Ravers. Raver Master, listen to this one. Break it, break it. We said, Ravers, yo, right here, right now, right here, right now, right now, right now, right now, right now, go! Virgin. We said, why not come again? We said, why not bring? Listen, shot. You said, I like it, yo. And the scream out shots and who said, yo, White Lounge, Remus, White Lounge, come again, who said, White Lounge, like it. And I say, Oli, Oli, Oli. And we say, Oli, Oli, Oli. Trust me, Remus and the mix and the blender. It's live and up a weekend, yo. We are the Awful Dodger. We in Jamaica like, yeah. Right, so once again. Break it. Let's get busy. And it goes. Raven Master, where's the noise? Where's the noise? Where's the noise? Oh, yeah! Let's keep it garage. Let's keep it old school. Yeah, come on. Know this, Rebus. Hey, have a little bit Chi, Mega Man Shay. Right here, right now, you don't know. Garage Master, Garage Shoe. Your time. Gibraltar series. Wish it, come on. How's the break it. Read the match, remember your time. And if you don't know what's going to sing, yeah. Yo, look at me, tell us how. On I said, break. Yo, hey, look at Jamaican, tell me now. Hey, on I said, fuck the family. And so selector. Got you, yo, with this in, yeah. Listen, from the front to the. Yo, you know, the Awful Dodger to it like, hey, with Craig David all over your bounce. DJ, it's all up to you. Watch out when the crowd go wilds. Tell me what you gonna do. Virgin. Yo, and I said, we eat white. We said we eat white. We're gonna say more selector. We eat white. We're gonna say more selector. Oli. Yo, we're gonna say more selector. We eat white. We're gonna say more selector. Virgin, like it, dance it, rave it. More time, yeah. Oh, no shit. Oh, do it again and again. Get up, get down, sit in front. Oh, do it again and again. Get up, get down, sit in front. Oh, do it again and again. Get up, get down, sit in front. Oh, do it again and again. Get up, get down, sit in front. Version. Oh, no shit. Right shit. Yes, Charlo. Version. You know when he's sitting away from Massive. Gibraltar serious. It's a party right now. Oh yeah! Yosha. Let me see hands in the air. Hands up. Listen. And we said free from now. And I said free from now. Listen. Ravers, jump! Aye! Virgin! Skipping that, never say that's how we do. We're bubbling through. Skipping that, tell me, are you? Yeah. Virgin! Mission. That's what I like it. Yo, that's what dance. Right here, right now, let's rave. We should Oli. Let's get busy this time. Trust me. Gibraltar massive, Gibraltar serious. Like it once again. And it goes as for me. Yeah. Let's get funky. Man, I said swear. Migrant skanker, and I said moving skanker, and I said like a dancer. Yo, it's a migrant skanker, and I said like a mover, and I said like a dancer, and I said like it. Yeah, it's a migrant skanker. Hey yo, what's going on? Talk to me. Raven Master once again. For those that don't know, listen, like it, dance it, and I say Ali. I didn't put more hands in the air. Listen, on a shit jump in the middle of that. 6-2, Raven Show. I'm gonna say, show me how you get out. That's the new, yeah. Right here, right now. Let's say, come again. Version. Break it. Listen to this one. As it mix up once again. Really must have been with the party. It's a party. Yo, sir. Yo, sir. What a rave, what a party. Come on. Remember, it's a free load. So the after party, we can play everyone upstairs. Don't forget it. Let's go. Ready? Push it, winds it. Pull it. Raving Massive once again. Don't forget the after party. We'll be upstairs. Gibraltar series. You've been amazing. We'll see you later. Take care. God bless. We'll see you soon. Later on upstairs. Don't forget Gibraltar series. Oh yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, Artful Dodger!
Yeah. Eight with McCann. No. Definitely Michael Brown. It's gonna be Michael Brown now.
Michael Brown.
Yeah.
No national anthem this time.
I'm not singing. Well, we weren't bad last time. Gibraltar, it's safe to say tonight you rocked. Do you want to do a bit more? Okay. Please welcome into the ring from Budapest, Hungary, Andras Kzmoro.
Everybody's been on their feet and they're staying on their feet in very sporting fashion to bring in Andrew Sommer. He is the heavyweight set to meet Gibraltar's own hotshot prospect tonight.
And please welcome into the ring from Gibraltar, Monte Griffo!
So already for the Monte Griffo family, a memorable occasion. Now for the big brother, as Chris Monte Griffo seeks to make it a double here on this all-important night in the history of boxing here in Gibraltar. Never before have Gibraltar professionals performed at the top of the bill, but it could only be the start. And of course, in one sense, it is the start tonight, the pro debut of both of the Monte Griffo brothers. We follow with our top of the bill at featherweight tonight, Tyrone Buttigieg, also of Gibraltar.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next contest this evening is for 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Firstly, in the red corner, he comes to us weighing in 105.8 kilograms, and tonight he wears the black shorts with over 60 contests to his name. Please welcome from Budapest, Hungary, Andras Kzmoro. And moving over into the blue corner, he comes to us this evening weighing in 95.5 kilograms. He wears the pink and white shorts, and tonight he makes his professional debut. From Gibraltar, please welcome Chris Monte Griffo. Your referee is Michael Brown. He will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
You know the rules of boxing, okay? No underhead, under the belt. Protect yourself at all time. Touch gloves and good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 3-minute rounds.
Evan Monte Griffo has excelled here tonight in Gibraltar, and now the stage belongs to his big brother, Chris Monte Griffo, the heavyweight, the older of the two Monte Griffos on the night. They both make their professional debuts in front of their own people in Gibraltar. In against Andro Somar of Hungary. And alongside Sam Gilly, we have Tariq Zeyna, who's also been such a big part of the story of the development of boxing here in Gibraltar. This has been a long dreamt of occasion to see Gibraltar professionals in front of their own public. I've heard good things about Chris.
Yes, Paul, thank you for that quick introduction about boxing in Gibraltar. And yeah, don't blink, Chris can bang, and he likes to come forward. This should be a stoppage win, I'm hoping anyway. But yeah, back to the boxing. I'm very happy that another Gibraltarian fighting at home. Like, I can't put it into words, man.
Well, don't get carried away, don't get over emotional, because we all know where that can lead in this rough trade. He's got to focus on his task the way largely Evan did earlier.
I don't think we're going to get the same silky skills as we got from his brother, though. But it's going to be a different game plan here.
Chris is known, even in the amateurs, he used to get stoppages. He's got heavy hands, and obviously I've sparred him, not because he's a heavyweight amateur, it's just because there's lack of sparring in Gibraltar, so we all know each other, you know. But this opponent is coming for it, guys. He's not come here to lay down, which is again a lovely matchmaking.
Yeah, matchmaking's been superb all night long, and he comes here with hopes, Somar, of making a big impression. Knows how to win.
Yeah, he has.
That's
18
for sure.
wins. So far, it's pretty decent round. Chris loading up on them big right hands. Good defense there by Chris.
Done really well to tuck up behind the shoulder there.
Yeah.
Wild right hand that could, if you're not prepared, that can clip your shots like that. So done really well to. Oh, good uppercut. Really nice.
Shamar felt it and backed away for a moment.
Lovely action.
Here comes the first big attack. Monte Griffo roared on by the crowd here, and again Shamar very cool and took it well.
Came back with his own as well. What a nice exchange to end the round. You can't blink with heavyweights, man.
Monte Griffo is standing between the rounds. In fact, they both are.
Good finish to the rounds, guys.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Here's some of the action, Sam.
Gets caught pulling away with his head higher there, but I mean, listen, you're going to make mistakes in your debut, and he really turned the heat on here. Some big shots right in front of us. You could hear how heavy they were. Yeah, great first round from Monte Griffo.
And as I said, Monte Griffo he's got an exciting style, Chris. He's always been like this, always come forward, and as you know, that style comes with its risks, which is
10
getting
seconds.
clipped. And that's his coach, Carl Shortino, in the corner, who's also his brother's coach.
Seconds out,
if you'd noticed.
round 2.
With 750 sponsors on the back of his top.
Hope they're paying him well.
Yeah, you know.
Listen, it's all part of the business, and business could boom here in Gibraltar on what we've seen so far. But let's not rush to judgment on Chris Monte Griffo. I was quite taken with that opening round, I must say.
Lovely body shot there by Chris. Lovely right hand. I'd like him to follow up on that right hook to the body. Add the left hook to the head. Add the left uppercut.
Yeah, don't just look for one shot.
Yeah.
But when you are heavy-handed, that tends to
do the job.
He knows he's got that in the locker, so he's gonna search for it sometimes.
Absolutely,
especially in front of this home crowd.
That's his best shot, Sam. The right hand. His right hand dominance, and as you can see, all his power shots are
shot.
Goes over Shamar. Really accurate stuff from Monte Griffo. Shamar risked something there by going southpaw for half a minute. That was a mistake, clearly. But Monte Griffo had the smarts to respond really, really well. He made the space and delivered one or two big bombs.
This should come to an end, guys. There's still a long time left in the round.
Shamar knows he's made that mistake, seeking to rectify it. Welcome to professional boxing, Chris Monte Griffo. But rightly, he steps back, gives himself some time, and reconsiders. Good fight, by the way. You didn't promise us a good fight as well.
Amazing fights. Again, great matchmaking, man. This guy, Andras came back with a great combination, had Chris on the back foot. And like you said, welcome to professional boxing.
Monte Griffo shown a lot of smarts here for me. Not getting drawn into it, not becoming ragged in his work, tidy behind his jab, organised, professional in his outlook for a debutant.
Again, if you didn't know, you'd say he was well into his pro career. Again, both these brothers are very, very talented lads. Gibraltar's got some talented fighters.
Absolutely. Good fight, guys. Andras not giving up, still throwing, still coming. His nose is bleeding, but that warrior, Hungarian warrior spirit showing in this second round.
I like how he pulls his feet out as well, Monte Griffo. He don't just like stay stuck in the mud and be planted. He pulls his feet out, keeps the range long, and picks his shots really good shot. See what I mean there? Just 1-2 scored, got that. Nice. Even at heavyweight, it's important. Lovely, great movement.
Lovely defense.
Look for the uppercut to crowd some really good work in that second round, Monte Griffo. He's feeding off the crowd, but he's not letting the crowd dominate his performance here tonight, Sam, and I think that's important.
No, he's soaking it all in, and he deserves to. It's a massive occasion for him, for the country, and that round again showed absolute class. So he's doing his job during the 3 minutes, and now he can soak it up.
Fantastic fight, guys, and you know, credits to Andras. As you can see here in the replay, he caught him with a lovely body shot, and then he followed up with an uppercut. Like you said, Sam, you couldn't tell.
No.
It's his debut. But credits to Andras, guys. His coach offered him the seat in between rounds, and he said, "Nah, I'm good." And he sent the stool, the chair back, and he's standing.
Corners, 10
So
seconds.
he's come here to give up a fight and he's doing well.
That's a good call as well. You got to take your hat off to the coach, because he's got two lads fighting here tonight, and they've both been unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Chris Monte Griffo has enjoyed it so far. Life as a professional, all 6 minutes of it. I know that because he was smiling between the rounds. He's on top and he's boxing extremely well.
Great fight, guys. Great fight. He's being tested as well. Andras is throwing. He's still throwing. He's still defensively aware. He's very well into this fight. And as you know, in heavyweight, one punch can change everything.
It's a good, ordered performance this so far from Chris Monte Griffo.
He's got a lot more skills than I thought he'd have. Like I thought he'd be like a wrecking machine by the way you described him. And like how he's pulling out there, little bump, little pop with the right hand, gets himself out of the way. Good feet, good balance.
For a heavyweight, you could say he's skill-wise,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
pretty
very,
decent.
yeah.
If I were Chris right now, I'd get back on the jab just like he's doing there, and then set up the big shot.
There you go.
Exactly, like he's doing great. Jabbing, and then he's going to look for it.
In, out and away. And away again. So to set himself, to dictate the tempo. You can't always teach that, Sam.
No, that comes from mindset, stuff like that as well. Like if you get overawed by the crowd and stuff like that, you can end up like shooting in and not having that moment to breathe and think about what you're doing, which is allowing him to box so well. That was a great left hook.
Making angles for himself in quite impressive fashion here, Monte Griffo. Last minute of this third round, it's flown by, hasn't it?
Another good right, and his coach is urging him to pressure him. He says says Andras is tired and Monte Griffo should put it on him.
He's starting to feel the pace a little bit here, Shomar, I think.
Absolutely. Andras Somar, that's his name.
Monte, that's a cry we might become used to.
Absolutely.
First Evan tonight, and now big brother Chris. So far so good on a night when both brothers have made their professional debut.
Lovely body shot there by Chris. Andras Somar felt it. He's on the back foot. Let's see if there'll be a nice exchange to end the round as well.
Goes down again in the corner. The weight of shots is too much. This is close to being called off here, I think. He doesn't seem to want any more, Andras Somar. Surely it's gotta be called off, surely. He's told to have a walkover. It's off.
Yeah.
It's finished. It ends in a magnificent victory for Chris Monte Griffo on his professional debut in front of his own people in Gibraltar. And he has very nearly stolen the show here tonight, and only his own younger brother Evan could possibly be a rival contender. That was a hugely impressive heavyweight show, whoever, wherever. Sam.
That is one of the best debuts I've seen in a long time. He was patient, he was clinical, he was skillful, he was relaxed, and then when it comes to it, he was spiteful and aggressive, and he got the job done emphatically.
Well, Tariq, you told us he was good. I think maybe you didn't tell the whole story. That was very good indeed.
Yeah, I'm just so proud, man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy because I've known him all my life. We went to school together. Like I said, we sparred together many times. It just really puts a smile on my face. he's always wanted to do this, and here he is on the biggest stage. That's his daughter in the ring.
You've got little gloves on, bless her.
And I'm just so proud of him, man. I'm so proud of him. I couldn't put it into words. I'm so proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the last second of the third round, the contest has been stopped. The winner by knockout from Gibraltar, Chris Monte Griffo. A round of applause for Andras Kzmoro.
The crowd rise again, and Chris Monte Griffo has produced everything that anybody on Gibraltar could have wished for with that performance tonight. It was measured, it was accurate, he was in great shape, and we've got a lot of heavyweight contenders in Great Britain, all over Europe, but there's always room for one more. And I see no reason why people here, Tariq, shouldn't be encouraged to think they could have some very big nights coming up on what we've seen there.
Yes, thank you for that, Paul. I think there's a good future, a bright future ahead here for boxing, as you see two brothers, myself and another boxer who's about to come on. Bright future for Gibraltarians in boxing.
One more big night for a Gibraltar fighter still to come, Tyrone Buttigieg. But this man here, Monte Griffo, Chris Monte Griffo, deserves to have the stage and savour every minute, because as Tariq has pointed out, that is a lifetime's work crammed into that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring in a little while.
Wow, that was spectacular, Chris. The atmosphere, the knockout, everything delivered. You must be over the moon.
Very happy. I mean, look at this crowd. You come to Gibraltar, you have over 1,000 followers. Speaks for himself. Uncle Frank. I want to tell Uncle Frank to sign me up. I'll go over to where I have to fight. With whoever, whenever. Just sign me up and I'm on.
It's a direct message there to promoter Frank Warren. Get you up to the UK maybe in a big fight.
Sorry?
I said that's a direct message there to Frank Warren that you want to be in a big fight.
Yeah, with whoever, whenever. I don't care who I fight. I just like the fight, win or lose. I like the fight.
Just talk me through that finish. It was brutal.
He's a very strong guy. You know, the research, he's got fights with Derek Chisora a couple of years back, 60-odd fights, so I wasn't expecting an easy one. But trusted my coach, my family, and we just do what we do. Monte Grifos, we do what we do best.
Talk to me about this, because this is my first time in Gibraltar. I didn't know the noise, the energy, the passion would be like this. Amazing what's happening in here.
Gibraltarians are number one. The Janitos, you can hear them every time you throw a punch. Let me hear you!
A perfect night for you both. Just talk to me about that.
It's not only one, it's two.
And on that note, well done. Congrats. Congrats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the ring from Venezuela, Kelvin Romero.
So now swiftly on to our top of the bill here in Gibraltar. None of the opponents so far have spoiled the mood whatsoever. Could Kelvin Romero of Venezuela be the exception?
And please welcome into the ring from Gibraltar, El Bombero, Tyrone Buttigieg.
We've had a couple of fairy tale stories on this card tonight for Gibraltar prospects turning professional. The brothers Monte Griffo. But now for Tyrone Buttigieg, he's had to wait a long time on this packed show, but then again he's been waiting all his life. A lot of his professional life, most of it, has been spent outside of Gibraltar, fighting over the border in Spain, hoping and dreaming that at some point somebody would get behind professional boxing here in Gibraltar and he could top a card here. And at last, that part of his dream is fulfilled tonight. He's 32 years of age. It's his 9th pro fight, 8 straight wins before this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, our last contest this evening is an 8 3-minute round international contest in the featherweight division. Firstly, fighting out of the red corner with 9 wins, 6 by way of knockout and 4 losses. Tonight he wears the red and white shorts. He weighed in 56.8 kilograms. Please welcome from Venezuela, Kelvin Romero. And moving across the ring into the blue corner, unbeaten with 8 wins, 2 by way of knockout, weighing in 56.1 kilograms. And tonight he wears the black mauve shorts. Please welcome a WBC Latino champion from Gibraltar. He is El Bombero, Tyrone Buttigieg. Your referee is Edwin McCann, and he will now give his final instructions to both boxers.
All right, guys, no punches at the back of the head, no punches below the belt. When I say stop, stop box. When I say break, step back. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, 8 3-minute rounds.
So far, everything has gone better than they can have dreamed here in Gibraltar tonight on this outstanding card. And now all these home fans want the perfect conclusion. The standard bearer for so many years, Tyrone Buttigieg, in association, of course, with our own Tariq Zaino, who's been on the show with us all night long. Those two fighters fighting all around the world, trying to fly the flag for Gibraltar in professional boxing here, now at home. And I know you've enjoyed every single moment so far, Tariq. He's an accomplished professional already, is Tyrone Buttigieg. Did he ever think that this night would come?
He's been talking to me about this night since he turned pro. He said, man, we need to do an event in Gibraltar. We need to do an event in Gibraltar. But look, finally here it is. I'm not on, but I'll be on soon.
In against Kelvin Romero. Now, Romero's a late replacement for Michael Nielsen. That may have caused Buttigieg 1 or 2 little problems in readjusting for the change, but the one person in the whole world who won't be concerned about that, late notice and all that, is Romero. He knows his way around. And it's a very respectable record that he brings. And he doesn't mind. We spoke about it earlier tonight, actually, Sam. These fighters who can drop up and down the weight divisions at will. He's been a bantamweight pretty recently.
Yeah.
But that won't concern him, will it?
No, I mean, look, I mean, Tyrone, firstly, just whether the late change or whatever, it'd just be over the moon that he's in the ring in front of his home country tonight. You get changes in professional boxing, you just got to get your head around it and deal with it. But yeah, I mean, going up and down through the weights, you've got to be, as we said earlier, you've got to be a special sort of someone to be able to do that and do this job at the same time.
And a professional survivor. Buttigieg, again, nice and composed. He's not getting carried away by the occasion. I know it means so much to him, but he knows the game well enough to know how quickly it could go so badly wrong. He's not taking any undue liberties in these opening exchanges in the first round, scheduled 8-rounder.
This won't be a walk in the park, guys. Romero is never been stopped, and he's got 6 out of 9 of his wins by stoppage.
Buttigieg is just looking for an angle or two here, and Romero's not providing him with any easy targets.
He's just waiting for that lead from Romero, Tyrone, and then once he falls short, he punishes him with a couple of shots. Really nice distance control. Little feint, pop the right hand round. Good round, good opening round.
Well, now I know why he's already got a WBC ranking, because he's a totally accomplished operator.
As you can see, he's okay, he's doing well, but like I said, this will not be a walk in the park. Romero also looking good. You can see he's got heavy hands for the weights, and as you guys are saying, he goes up and down in the weights, but he looks good. It's going to be a good fight, and Tyrone is going to have to dig deep if he wants to take this guy out.
Certainly did dig deep. I know he's been doing it, travelling mainly to Andalusia, not so far from here in Gibraltar, of course, Tariq to conduct his professional career, but when he came to the big moment, he was equal to it. He scored a famous victory, beating Ernesto Martinez. That was a hard 10-rounder, and that Latino WBC belt was proudly brought to the ring tonight. That is his own. This is an 8-rounder, an international contest.
Round 2.
Round 2, not a coincidence, of course. Martinez, a Venezuelan, did hurt Buttigieg early on, but he came through it splendidly.
And he made us all proud doing so.
How much, just on that, was it seen as a breakthrough moment in its own right that one of your own went and won a title somewhere, anywhere?
Absolutely, Paul, absolutely. Like I said, it was a big moment in Gibraltar. There was like a little bit of a celebratory thing going on as well. And, you know, he deserves it, man. The first man from Gibraltar ever to win a title.
It just starts to snowball, that snowball effect of like boxing in Gibraltar, don't it? Like him winning the title, then the event comes here, and then like you're going to get yourself on cars like this. Obviously, you had the two brothers tonight, and it's a good reason to keep coming back here, because it's a great place. The fans were amazing, and the fighters are really talented too.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Sam. Like you said, the snowball effect. And just back to the fight, Tyrone got caught with a very nice left uppercut, and it looked like he shook him, and he's got a little nick on the right side of his eye. So back to the point, Romero is not a walk in the park, man. It's a hard fight.
Romero's just settling into the job, not faced by the occasion, not faced by the quality of the man he's facing here tonight. He has come to win.
Absolutely. I'd like to see some more feints from Tyrone. He's standing waiting a little bit too much. I'd like to see him feint to draw Romero in a bit more. Just to note as well, Paul, Tyrone does not train with the same coach as the Monte Griffo brothers. He actually trains in Spain.
Romero coming to have a go. So this is good, because you're going to get a competitive fight. Good body shot. That's a great body shot. Disguised that well.
Sam's favourite.
Yeah, you know.
I think he's starting to feel the blood running down the side of his right eye at this moment, and that's another little test within the test tonight for Buttigieg.
I think it might be the first time he had a little something of that kind on his fights, Paul.
It might be an area that Romero seeks to target a little bit.
This is building up to be a good fight, guys.
There's a wicked sort of smile playing about the lips of Romero, like he really does fancy this here.
You know what it is with these Latino fighters? They really have no fear, Paul. Telling you from experience, they go around the world taking people out. I mean, as you know, a lot of Mexicans come to England and cause upsets. And for this guy in his mind, he's thinking, I'm here to win.
I think he might have won this round, actually, and the sweeping right hand was also well delivered by Romero. He tries it again, right on the bell here, third time, actually, right on the end of the round. Interesting stuff, and certainly not all one way, Sam.
No, there's a couple of things he's got to deal with here, Tyrone, like the cut, and Romero's put in a good performance. He's caught him with a couple of good shots. He's won that round, so yeah, Tyrone's got to get back on his boxing this next round.
One round apiece.
Yeah, he's got to get back on his boxing this next round and start picking up the rounds. Don't let Romero get a foothold in this fight.
Absolutely, and I think by the looks of things, Romero got some heavy hands. Tyrone does not want to keep getting hit.
To be able to keep going up and down the weights and stuff like that, he must have a bit of pop. Otherwise, them boys at higher weights just walk straight through him. So he's got to have a bit of sting behind them gloves.
So let's zoom in on what's happening in that corner for Buttigieg just at the moment. Very calm and very ordered. Different type of atmosphere in the hall here now compared to the effusive emotion and excitement in the two performances from the pro debutants representing Gibraltar earlier, the Monte Griffo brothers. This is a bit of a puzzle for Tyrone Buttigieg to go out and solve tonight.
Yeah, he's got someone in front of him that's actually just having a proper go at him. He's not playing by the script here, Romero.
Definitely not, guys. This is not going to be an easy night to work, and Tyrone should look to tie him out. Oh, lovely shot. Lovely shot,
Done well to stay up there, Romero.
He did. He acknowledged it was a good shot. And that might be the one that gives Buttigieg the way to victory here tonight, because Romero looks a bit open to that right hand, doesn't he?
Yeah, he pulls his jab back a little bit low.
That's right, exactly.
So there is space over the top of that shot. If he throws a lazy jab, Tyrone can make him pay.
Just a reminder to Romero. Tarek Zaina did call it well. He said Romero is a very capable operator, which we are seeing most of the night, but there is that little bit of a tell, if you like, in his style. A little bit of a vulnerability there.
Absolutely, and Tyrone is showing just that. Another right hand, oh, great exchange there, guys.
Romero happy to take one to get one off.
Good
uppercut.
Excellent. Romero seeking to close the range down a little bit. Buttigieg is awake to that, alive to it, giving himself a bit of space to work with. Do you want to see him getting into a higher gear here, Johnny, or do you think he's going along okay, your man?
I think obviously he needs to show the levels in front of his home fans, but again, it's only round 3. We still have 5 rounds to go. I think when he gets to the championship rounds, I'd definitely like to see him step up the gear and fire on all cylinders. But at the moment of time, he's won this round so far. He's picked his shots well, but Romero is not here to lose.
Yeah, you've got to be careful as well. Like, you could say step on the gas and stuff like that, but then he could leave himself open, get caught. He's boxing obviously to a plan here, and he's like you say, he's got someone in front of him that's here to win, that's here to rip up the script. So he's doing everything he needs to do. He's doing a really good job at the minute, Tyrone.
Romero relishing the opportunity himself tonight. What a competitive featherweight matchup this is so far.
Great round, guys. Great round, and I think Tyrone just edged that, but again, very competitive 3 minutes.
Yeah, Tyrone had the best shots in that round for me. The little pullback right hand was a standout. But yeah, it's nice and controlled. Nothing messy, nothing silly. Like he's not giving Romero any opportunities to punish him. So yeah, really good round from Tyrone.
Again, just comes to show them last-minute replacements can sometimes be a nightmare.
A very good point indeed. Pressure from Romero. I guess we'd say that Buttigieg has been the slightly more precise operator so far.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Not a lot in it though.
Yeah, 2 rounds to 1 in my scorecard,
Seconds
guys.
out. Round
In favour of?
Tyrone.
Okay. So round 4. Tyrone Buttigieg, Gibraltar's hero. He, along with Tariq Zaina, have been forging a path, and there may be others that we'll see up the road. We hope so, certainly. There's clearly a great love for boxing here.
I can't wait to come back. I think it's been absolutely unbelievable here.
We've had good weather as well, haven't we?
Well,
oh, lovely left hook.
We take that for granted, even when you tell us that it's been raining sometimes. We don't believe you. But what we now know for ourselves is that you've got a great venue here and you've got a lot of talent. And hopefully you'll be on the next show.
Absolutely. Can't wait. I think it's a good strategy here by Tyrone, trying to look for the body. That would be a good way to lower the power and gas tank of Romero, and then go look for that right hand that we know lands.
Romero looks like he's made of teak.
Romero's got that classic Latino accent, a very aggressive, he mixes head and body well, and mostly uppercuts and hooks. If you notice, he doesn't really throw many straight shots.
There you go, right on cue. One of the greats come from Venezuela, Jorge Linares. Used to love watching him. Fantastic fighter.
Beautiful combinations.
Oh, the hand speed, the balance, just something like you don't see that often.
Absolutely.
Edwin Rosario was another one, he was decent.
Very, very good.
And Venezuelans, guys, on average, all of them have power. If you look at their records, all of them have power. They always bear loads of knockouts.
I'll tell you another story about another famous Venezuelan fighter at the end of this round. Let's focus on the one we got in there at the moment, Kelvin Romero.
Guys.
And he's having a good round here against Buttigieg, isn't he?
Absolutely, guys. This is his round so far.
Right hand again. Romero cannot afford to throw a lazy jab. Tyrone straight back over the top with that.
Still time for Buttigieg to somehow rescue the round.
Still 40 seconds left.
Good body shot. Heard that sink in as well.
Shot again. Right on the belt line there from Romero.
Last 10 seconds.
Another
Is
right
anybody brave enough to actually extend themselves and try and make sure it's their round? I'm not so certain. He tried tentatively with that right hand, but Romero very, very keen to finish the round strongly. He put in a real good show all round there. The so-called opponent tonight.
Good round, guys. I really don't know who that was for. That was a very close round.
Hard to score. Over to you, Sam,
Yeah,
for your view.
I'll give it just off the cleaner shots to Tyrone. The little pullback right hand, there was a lovely body shot in there. That's a very competitive fight. So he's just nicking it, but just on the cleaner work for me.
Just on Venezuelan fighters, very briefly indeed, there was also Crisanto España, who was a world class. In fact, a WBA champion from memory. He was in the Eastwood stable in Belfast. He once went home to Venezuela on holiday. They couldn't find him for about a week. They were frantically ringing around back to Venezuela. Where is he when it's time for camp? Eventually he phoned into the office in Belfast and said, they said to him, where have you been hiding? He said, I've been away training. And what have you been doing? He said, I was running along the beach. I met some guys out running, and they asked me to come to their camp. There was the Venezuelan Olympic marathon team.
No way.
He ran 2:27 in the Olympic trials. He could have gone to the Olympic Games.
No way.
True story.
Wow.
Wow.
Man of many talents.
Built different down there.
Yeah.
This has been fought at a slightly more sedate pace, but it's been a showcase of the skills, the outright boxing skills of Buttigieg, and the infighting The uppercuts, the snaky hooks underneath that Romero has earned a living from, and is clearly still very capable indeed. And here he comes again.
Great fight, guys. Great fight.
Loaded that right hand, Romero, blimey.
And Tyrone countered with a good left hook to the body there, Sam, right through the middle. Tyrone needs to keep it at mid-range. Oh, lovely right hand again.
Times that so well.
Lovely shot. So far, we've seen Romero mainly throws uppercuts and hooks, which means he's not good at the mid or long range, so Tyrone needs to capitalize on that and just keep him at mid-range, keep him at mid-range.
Romero closing the distance quickly. And again,
great body shots by both of them.
Doesn't stop coming, does he?
No, he doesn't, and he's not discouraged by the Buttigieg jab either.
Good fight.
Just keeps plodding forward.
Good round so far. Who you got it? Sam?
It's a bit even at the minute, isn't it? We have to see who finishes strong.
Still a minute left, guys.
Romero is determined to keep pressing forward, keep the pressure on. Buttigieg at the moment looks to be waiting for an opening, and maybe Romero's learned from those moments maybe 3 rounds ago when he was dropping his left hand just a bit too much. Buttigieg was having no problems finding him with the right hand at that point, but not so now.
Good body shot.
Lovely body shot, guys, there from ringside. That was right on the ribs.
I think that hurt as well because he ain't moving his feet.
And it might show him the way that he could actually upset best laid plans here tonight. The body shots he's going for again. And we've all seen occasions when they've been delivered so well that you just have to take the knee. And he's looking for one at the moment.
Tyrone needs to dig deep here, guys. He needs to show good right hand.
Heading to the end of the 5th round. It's been another good round for Romero. Buttigieg did land a solid right hand. But again, undeterred, Romero forcing it right to the end of the round. Tarek, over to you.
Guys, that was a good round for Romero. He landed some nasty, nasty body shots there that were clean on the liver, just like Sam Gilly likes him. That was a very hard round for Tyrone.
He done well to wear that and get through the rest of that round, because that was a clean. You can always tell when they're good because it makes a sinking noise, and then you can hear it like proper flat in the rib cage.
Absolutely, and I could see there in the end Tyrone stumbled a little bit to the corner. Obviously, as a Gibraltarian myself, I'm hoping he can push through this, but this is going to be a long night.
Give us your view, please, on whether you think tonight Tyrone Buttigieg is right on top of his game or not. What do you say?
From what I know, obviously I've been away from here for 6 years, so I can't really tell you how he's looked, but he's looking all right. I just think he needs to go back to his amateur days and do moving around a bit more, because it's really not working standing in the middle with the stronger guy. He just needs to go back to his movement.
3 rounds to go. It might be very close indeed, this.
Absolutely. Good fight. Very, very good fight.
Closing the show here tonight in style in the Europa Sports Complex in Gibraltar. On the grander scale, along with the football stadium right next door, a statement of intent by the authorities here in Gibraltar that they wanted to make themselves into a major international sporting arena. In every sense, this bill tonight for boxing people has lived up to our best hopes for it. Probably exceeded them, quite honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing beats winning, and Tyrone Buttigieg is not certain of winning in our top of the bill tonight.
Yeah, I think he needs to just stay on his jab. His jab is landing, and just not get involved. You know, keep him on the outside.
There's that right hand again. Throws that so well. Back to them body shots, Romero as well. They're money in the bank, they are, because the footwork has slowed down of Tyrone since that body shot landed, and he's staying in the pocket a little bit more. And I mean, we're into the 6th round, but if this was a 12-round fight, the more of them body shots they do, they empty a gas tank. There's another one.
And I'd like to see some combinations from Tyrone, guys. Some more volume, more volume.
Yeah.
He's doing the 2s and the 3s, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Romero is just walking through them. He got hit clean, but still walking forward.
This is what I mean about them body shots. Them body shots taking the gas out of you. It stops them free-flowing combinations that you'd have when you're fresh.
Absolutely.
There you go, one back.
The WBC Latino title not on the line strictly tonight, as far as we are aware. However, if he were to drop a result here tonight, Romero and his people would be turning around and saying, well, why is that belt not for us now?
Yeah, I think it's good that it's not 10 rounds, because that would have been a very long night then. Good round for Tyrone.
It's been polished, but in terms of output, not much in it.
Another body shot.
Oof.
Oh, there's another one.
That second one was nasty.
He felt it.
Oh,
he
another
definitely
one.
felt it, Buttigieg. And Romero wants him to come to him, which he won't do, of course, but he's having no problems tracking him across the ring, and he catches him with a big right hand. Romero. Underneath he goes again. Eso in the corner. That's what they say to him. That's it. Romero and his people think that they've got Buttigieg here. They've got his measure, at least at the moment. Nobody's fooled by the smile.
Where'd they find this kid? He's unbelievable.
Wow. He just nicked the round there, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
He nicked the round. Them body shots were nasty.
That brings it to 3-all in my book. So,
it's all up
two
for grabs.
2 rounds.
2 to go. Tarek, how have you got it?
I'm the same as Sam. Romero has won the last 2 rounds quite convincingly, in my opinion. But this is a good fight, guys. I'm just trying to observe them both in the corner, and Romero looks the fresher of the two. Again, I'm hoping Tyrone can push through, and he really needs to get back on his jab here and just dig deep. This is where he needs to bite on his gum shield and show the people here that he's the warrior of the two.
Yeah, I mean, them body shots are definitely having an effect. Like you say, he's breathing heavy in the corner. When you disrupt someone's breathing, if you can't breathe, you can't fight. It's simple.
And as you know, Sam, you can't recover from body shots.
Not absolute sickness. The ones that just take your breath away a little bit, like I say, they're money in the bank. But ones that take your breath away really do. I remember James the Gal hit me with one once, and it was like I was being electrocuted. It went through my whole body.
And it takes so much longer to recover from a body shot than a headshot.
It took me about 3 days.
Kelvin Romero is the one who's been threatening to detonate a really effective body shot.
Lovely right hand by Tyrone.
We're looking to Tyrone Buttigieg now to lift this.
Absolutely.
We've been speaking about his ranking in terms of international, Latino belts, etc. It's a very strong British top 10 box rec. Has got a top 10 led, of course, by Nicky Ball, Liam Davis, 1 or 2 other proven fighters. But Buttigieg is actually also rated as the number 15 before tonight on the basis of what he's been doing recently. And given the strength in Great Britain at this moment, the reason I mention it is if he comes through well tonight, Buttigieg could line himself up with a very attractive opponent in a big fight in Britain very soon. But he needs to win here.
Exactly, Paul. He's still not won, and again, Romero is closing in the distance. We still have 1:40. And I don't know, Romero looks the fresher. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, he just... Do you know what? He works when he needs to, Romero. He doesn't do loads, but when he does work, it's quality stuff. So he's it's a fairly even round here, but good shot again, Romero. That's what I mean. He works in little bursts like that. Good body shot back.
Tyrone.
Good fight this.
Good fight, man. That was beautiful by Tyrone. More of that. And on your point, Paul, Liam Davis actually trains at my gym.
I knew that. I just didn't let on. Still got lots left, hopefully.
Tyrone showing his worth here, guys. He's really digging deep, pressing on the gum shield and showing the people of Gibraltar that he is the warrior that we've always known he was.
Yeah, he needs to finish strong here to make sure he definitely gets this round. I think that was another one that ribs in.
Last 30 odd seconds of the penultimate round.
Good fight. Great
Romero
fight.
remains very much in it.
Oh, lovely right hand there.
Lovely right cross.
Might just nick this round, Tyrone, guys. He's landed the cleaner shots.
Buttigieg needs it. He's not going chasing Romero. He's not going to walk onto anything. He's trying to drag him forward. It's a polished bit of work in this end of this round from Buttigieg, and it may well be enough to get the round. But even if he does, there's still going to be an 8th round where it could be won and lost either way. What a quality fight it is.
Wow, that was a good round, guys. Good round. I think Tyrone just edged it, and my card is up 4-3 right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he just finished with a couple of clean shots at the end of the round, and I think that's sealed the round for him. But needs to go out there and dominate this last round, really, because you don't want to leave anything so people are umming and ahhing, and you don't want to give the judges a chance to ruin this evening for him.
Absolutely, Sam. We do not want one of them homecoming nightmares. As so much has happened in 2024 of that.
Looking for a big round from Tyrone here.
I hope he uses the energy from the crowd to lift him up for this final round, because by the looks of it, Romero, look, he just spat out the water he got given. He's going to go all out this round.
He's got his mind firmly focused on the other side of the ring here. The last round of the night here in Gibraltar. A magnificent card, a magnificent night's boxing, a great experience for all of us. Which way will the top of the bill go? Will it be a home win to crown everything else, or is Kelvin Romero, a late replacement, going to inflict a first defeat on Tyrone Buttigieg? For so long, Buttigieg has hoped and dreamt that he'd have the chance to top a card like this in Gibraltar.
Guys, if Tyrone can get through this, it's a massive learning fight.
100%. These can be little shocks, like little banana skins, these late replacements, especially when they come over and they're unknown, and then they hit you with a couple of good shots, and then all of a sudden, like, you get a little cut.
I must commend Tariq Zaini in that respect. He told us right away that this is a real live prospect, Kelvin Romero.
Because I've seen him, Paul. I've seen him all in them small hall shows in Mexico, man. There's loads of warriors like this guy. They get fed to lions. And that's why you don't really see them on the big stage. But there's so many of these guys everywhere and around Mexico and Latin America.
Romero seeks to go looking for Buttigieg. He's not hard to find. In flashes, Buttigieg has looked so accurate and so polished.
Minute and a half, guys.
He don't need to be there uptight like that, all tucked up. Just giving Romero a window to whack that body again.
Absolutely.
That's much better.
Even now it might be in the balance, this fight.
Absolutely. Oh. Both exchange body shots there.
Oh, good shot.
Work.
Beautiful.
Classy combinations from Buttigieg. Romero again follows him, trying to find him with the right hand.
Lovely last round, guys. Lovely last round.
He might just give a little window of opportunity for Buttigieg to land something special, because Romero is going all out here. McCall, if the referee steps in, it was a bit low.
Tyrone finishing well here.
Stepping into his man. He's the one with the championship rounds in the bank already. A great victory last time out. Over the border in Andalusia, looking to double up here. Back in Gibraltar, trying to close the show. He's been tested fully tonight over this 8 rounds by Kelvin Romero. No point trying to coast over the line. Romero will keep on pressing, looking for some magic moment. Oh, he nearly caught him with a right hand, right on the bell. But Buttigieg stayed on his feet, coped with it well. I won't say that the crowd has erupted here at all, Tariq, because you've also got a lot of very knowledgeable boxing fans here in Gibraltar. I'll say that. They know that this could be close.
Absolutely, guys. This was a very good fight for both fighters. Tyrone did well to come through that. He showed his grit. his warrior spirit. But listen, credits to Romero, man. He really came to win, and he showed his quality.
Sam, how have you scored it?
I gave Tyrone the last 2 rounds. I did give him that. I thought he boxed well on the move in the last. So, yeah, I've got him 2 up.
5-3 in my card, Paul.
In favour of Buttigieg?
Yes. He definitely did the cleaner work in them last 2 rounds, and I think that should be enough to give him the win. But again, you never know what the judges like.
So now everybody's standing to applaud their hometown hero in Gibraltar. All we need now is for Kelvin Romero to come back to the centre of the ring to join the referee, Ed McAuliffe, and it looks as though Mark Burtis is ready with the verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unanimous decision. The winner from Gibraltar, Tyrone Buttigieg. A round of applause for the very brave and talented Kelvin Romero.
So he's got there and he's got the job done. We'll never know really how close it was. That's just a little local rule in the Malta Boxing Association rule book. We believe it was close. We can see very clearly that Romero tested Buttigieg very fully indeed, but it is the fairy tale ending to the evening that everybody here in Gibraltar was hoping for. 3 hometown victors, and Buttigieg, who has led the drive along with our special guest tonight, Tariq Zeina, for the promotion of boxing here in Gibraltar. He has got the job done. That makes it 9-0, and all things are possible. And Sam, obviously this is not strictly within the jurisdiction of the British Boxing Board of Control tonight, but I did mention that he has got this British ranking possibility. Put him in against one of the guys in Britain.
He's now in line for a big fight. Let's hope he can get it signed and pushed over the line, and we'll see him in some entertaining battles down the line.
Let's hear from him now.
Tyrone, that was an amazing main event, an absolute war and a slick performance from yourself. Have you got an initial message to your fans?
First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out to support today. It's been a long time coming, 11 years since I last boxed in Gibraltar as an amateur. I want to thank Warren Boxing Management, my main sponsor Bedford, and my team for working together and making this happen. Thank you all.
Like you said, you've had 8 professional fights now, and not one in Gibraltar, and now we've had that one. How proud does that make you feel to represent your nation like that?
Listen, it's an honor for me to represent my flag. I feel very proud to be Gibraltarian. Everywhere I go, I feel like I represent all of us. Just would like to say, I had a tough 8-round fight 2 weeks ago. I could have easily got a journeyman or an easy fight today, but that's not me. We got a tough Venezuelan with a hard winning record, because I'm here not to waste my time. I'm here to provide entertainment and to reach my goals.
And I know you have 1 belt, which is very nice, but have you got your eye on any other belt?
Definitely. I'll sit down now with my team, discuss our options, and we'll see what options we have for the future, but I'll definitely be out again early summer.
Where's next for you, or are we staying in Gibraltar now?
Sorry, pardon?
Where's next for you to fight, or are we staying in Gibraltar now?
Listen, I always I definitely love to fight in Gibraltar. The reception today is second to none, but I'm open to fighting anywhere if it's the right time and the right timing.
Perfect. Congratulations on that amazing main event.
Thank you.
Well, what a night here in Gibraltar. What a way to end the show. Sam Gilly joins us from the commentary table. Great night here.
Oh, I mean, Gibraltar's got some talent. What a fantastic evening, fantastic fights. I mean, the brothers, for me, brilliant performances. And I mean, they back their fighters here. They support their own. And I've loved every minute.
Yeah, incredible night, as you said. I did not expect the energy, the passion for their fighters. I didn't know anything about sort of the Gibraltar boxing scene, but we should come back here. If I had to put you on the spot and say standout performance of the night, if you had to pick one, who would you go for?
Chris.
Monte Griffo.
Monte Griffo, sorry, yeah, the older brother, yeah, for me, aggressive, but he was a little bit slicker than I thought he was going to be. When he got in the ring, and I thought he was going to be a bit more of a wrecking machine. He had good feet, he had good balance, he was smooth with his skills, good defence, and then when he needed to be, he was aggressive, clinical, and he got the job done.
So listen, that is it from Gibraltar, the Europa Sports Complex, in partnership with Betfred. What a night. From myself, from Sam Gilly, from Umar Ahmed, thank you for joining us. We'll see you at the next one.
Mike.